Good afternoon and welcome to the Senate live proceedings on this Tuesday. The date is 11th of October, the year is 2022. A broadcast brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. A lot has been lined up before the Senate this afternoon. And just to take you through the highlights in the order of business is that senators, this will be the final day that senators will be debating the address by His Excellency the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders number 27, subsection 6, the thanks to the Senate be recorded for exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament. This will be a motion by the Senate Majority Leader. Similarly, the Senate Majority Leader will be moving a motion on the approval of senators to serve in the Speaker's panel. And this is that pursuant to Standing Orders number 20, the Senate approves the nomination of senators to serve in the Speaker's panel and to further preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. And this is pursuant to Articles 107, subsection 1C of the Constitution, as well as Standing Orders number 8 of the Senate. Senators who have been proposed to sit at the Speaker's panel are Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich-Sigei, Senator Veronica Maina, Senator Abdul Haji, and Senator Catherine Muma. The approval of the Senate calendar for the first sitting or for the first session of the 13th Parliament is also another motion before the floor this afternoon. That pursuant to Standing Orders number 32, subsection 1, the Senate approves its calendar for regular sessions for the first session of the 13th Parliament. And the sessions are set to
Honorable Senators!
2022.
Mr. Speaker!
A proposal was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday 5th. The year is 2022 in the month of October. The Deputy Speaker of the Senate is in the House this afternoon, Honorable Kathure Murungi. I now hand over so we can follow up on the live proceedings. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao acha zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Okay, honorable senators, I have established that we have a quorum and we can start the business. But before we do that, I understand the gadgets on my right-hand side are not working, just from the last 10 minutes. But the technical team is tirelessly doing their best to make sure that they are back. So if you want to catch my eye, you can use the traditional methods. That is, you can either wink to me, raise your hand, stand up. All those are traditional methods. Therefore, let us start the proceed first order. Another issue, is that we have a supplementary order paper, which maybe the bench, if the system is not working, can they then get hard copies of the order paper? Okay, they are working now. The tablet is working. Yeah, so go to the supplementary order paper. That is what we are using to transact business. Sorry? The tablet. Sanjay Tams, please assist where possible. Proceed. Order number 1.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority leader.
Also? It is good. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 11th October 2022. A special audit report of the Auditor General on the COVID-19 vaccine rollout for the following counties as at 31st March 2022. Uasin Gishu, Lamu, Nakuru, Kajiado, Baringo, Nairobi, Kisumu, Laikipia, Homa Bay, Siaya, Kericho, Machakos, Nyandarua, Bomet, Murang'a, Isiolo, Trans Nzoia, Kirinyaga, Kwale, Nandi, Mombasa, Samburu, Tharaka Nithi, Marsabit, Tana River, West Pokot, Kilifi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nyeri, Taita Taveta, Turkana, Meru, Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma, Migori, Makueni, Kiambu County, Embu County, Vihiga County, Kitui County, Mandera County, Garissa County, Wajir, Narok, Kisii, Nyamira, and the consolidated special audit report for the report for the Auditor General on the COVID-19 vaccine rollout as at 31st March 2022. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yes, proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to Standing Order number 20, the Senate approves the nomination of the following senators to serve in the Speaker's panel and to further preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker pursuant to Article 107 of the Constitution and the Standing Order 18 of the Senate. 1, Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei. 2, Senator Veronica W. Nduati. 3, Senator Abdul Mohamed Haji. 4, Senator Catherine Muyeka Muma. Another motion, Mr. Speaker, that pursuant to Standing Order number 191, I take it again, another notice of motion, Mr. Speaker, that pursuant to Standing Order number 191 2D and 199, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, in addition to the senators specified in Standing Order 191 2A, B, and C. Number 1, Senator Sheikh Mohammed Abbas. 2, Senator Joseph Nyutu. 3, Senator Beth Kalunda Siengo. Another notice of motion, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion on approval of senators to serve in the Powers and Privileges Committee. that pursuant to Section 15(1)(b) and 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privilege Act and Standing Order number 199, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in this Committee of Powers and Privilege, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who, pursuant to Section 15(1)(b) and 1 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privilege Act, shall act and be the chairperson of the committee. Number 1, Senator Alex Munyi Mundigi. 2, Senator Matinga Wahome. 3, Senator Rosalinda Soipan Tuya. 4, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman. 5, Senator James Lomonen Ekwoma. 6, Senator Shakila Abdallah Mohammed. Another notice of motion. Mr. Speaker, notice of motion. Just 1 second. Mike. Yeah, good. Notice of motion. This is another notice of motion, Mr. Speaker. This is approval of senators to serve in the standing committees of the Senate. That pursuant to Standing Order number 199 and 228, and the fourth schedule to the standing orders, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the standing committees of the Senate as follows. Committee A, Agriculture. James, allow me just to read the names without having to refer to each of them as senators. James Kamau Murango. 2, Alex Munyi Mundigi. 3, Wamatinga Wahome. 4, Alan Kiprotich Chesang. 5, Maureen Tabitha Mutinda. 6, Moses Otieno Kajwang. 7, Daniel Kitonga Maanzo. 8, Enokio Wambua. 9, Beth Kalunda Siengo. B, Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relation, Sheikh Mohammed Abbas, Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, Peris Pesi Tobiko, George Mungai Mbugwa, Mohammed Said Chute, Oburu Oginga, Richard Onyonka, Hezena Lemaletian. 9, Catherine Muyeka Muma. C, Committee on Education, Joseph Nyutu, Peris Pesi Tobiko, Lenku Olekanar Seki, James Kamau Murango, John Kinywa Nderitu, Margaret Kamar, Agnes Kavindu, Joseph Githuku Kamau, Jones Mwashume Mwaruma. Committee on Energy, Wamatinga Wahome, Veronica W. Nduati, Danson Buya Mungatana, Sheikh Mohammed Abbas, Boni Halwale, Ledama Olekina, Oburu Oginga, James Lemenen, Edwin Watenya Sifuna. Committee on Finance and Budget, Ali Roba, Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Boni Halwale, Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Tabitha Karanja Keroche, Richard Onyonka, Shakila Abdallah Mohammed, Eddie Gisheru Okech, Mohammed Faki Mwinyihaji. Committee on Health, Senator Jackson Kiplangat Mandago, Mariam Sheikh Omar, Rafael Chimwera Mwinzagu, Joseph Nyutu Ngugi, Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, Eric Okongo Mogeni, Ledama Olekina, Abdul Mohamed Haji, Hamida Kibwana. G, Committee on Information, Communication and Technology, Alan Kiprotich Chesang, Gloria Magoma Orwoba, Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman, Karen Njeri Nyamu, Samson Kiprotich Cherargei, Boy Isa Juma, Shakila Abdallah Mohammed, Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo, and Senator Godfrey Atieno Osotsi. H, Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, Rafael Chimera Mwinzangu, Samson Kiprotich Cherargei, Veronica W. Nduati, William Cheptumo, Fatuma Adendulo, Hamida Kibwana, Andrew Omtata Okoiti, Senator Catherine Muma. Labor and Social Welfare, I, Senator Julius Murgo Recha, Senator George Mungai Mbugwa, Senator Karen Njeri Nyamu, Senator Alex Munyi Mundigi, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman, Mohammed Faki Mwinyihaji, Eric Okongo Mogeni, Justice Stewart Madzayo, Crystal Kagehi Asige. J, Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, John Muhia Methu, Lelegwe Steve Tumbesi, William Cheptumo Kipkorir, Wamatinga Wahome, Mariam Sheikh Omar, Isa Juma Boy, Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma, Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo. K, Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunities and Regional Integration, Mohamed Said Chute, Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Julius Gataya Mwenda, Gloria Magoma Orwoba, Raphael Chimera, Betty Batuli Montet, Joseph Kidhuku Kamau, James Lomonen, Beth Kalunda Siengo. L, Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations, William Cheptumo Kipkorir, Karen Jerry Nyamu, Julius Murgo Recha, Lenku Olekanar Seki, George Mungai Mbugwa, Fatuma Aden Dulo, Joseph Gidhuku Kamau, Tom Odhiambo Ojienda, Abdul Mohamed Haji. M, Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing, Paul Karungo Dhangwa, Peris Pesi Tobiko, Joseph Kinyo Anderutu, Mohamed Said Chute, Lelegwel Tumbesi, Steve, Eno Kio Wambua, Moses Otieno Kajuang, Stewart Madzayo, Edwin Sifuna. N, Trade, Industrialization and Tourism, Lenku Olekanar Seki, Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, Jackson Kiplangat Mandago, Tabitha Karanja Keroche, Paul Karungo Dhangwa, Crystal Kagehi Asige, Andrew Omtata Okoiti, Betty Batuli Montet, Hezena M. Lemaletian. Another notice of motion, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion for approval of senators to serve in the County Public Accounts Committee, County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee, and the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 193, 194, 195, and 199, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the select committees of the Senate as follows. Number 1A, the County Public Accounts Committee, Samson Kiprotich Cherargei, John Muhia Methu, Miriam Sheikh Omar, Julius Gataya Mwenda, Moses Otieno Kajuang, Fatuma Aden Dulo, Richard Onyonka, Edwin Watenya Sifuna, Andrew Omtata Okoiti. The County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee, Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, Paul Karungo Dhangwa, Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman, Eddie Gisheru Okech, Ledama Olekina, Hamida Kibwana, Tom Odhiambo Ojienda, Godfrey Atieno Osotsi. Committee on Delegated Legislation, Julius Gataya Mwenda, Danson Buya Mungatana, Gloria Magoma Orwoba, Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Julius Murgo Recha, Daniel Kitonga Manzo, Betty Mohamed Faki Munyehaji, Betty Batuli Montet, Justice Stewart Madzayo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next order.
Order number 7, statements. Order number 8, motion, debate on the address by His Excellency the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament, third and final day.
I remember, I don't know if you can check from the records. I remember we had 13 minutes for the Kiambu Senator. Senator Karungo, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for remembering that today I have 13 minutes. since I only consumed about 3 minutes in the last session. Mr. Speaker, still on the matters President's address, I would want to take this House to paragraph 16, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the President said that his administration will rely on oversight from the House to make sure the public gets value for every cent invested in every policy, program, and project. Mr. Speaker, this clearly shows that the President respects the separation of powers, arms of government, and already recognizes that this Senate will provide oversight. Mr. Speaker, President Ruto is a president who is not afraid of criticism, and he would want us to state things as they are for him to run this government. And I remember he is on record, Mr. Speaker, saying that he was once advised by one Honorable Moite, who is a constituent in my county, that criticizing your own government is part of showing the support to that government. So, Mr. Speaker, this tells us the President wants us to execute our mandate without coercion or any intimidation. Mr. Speaker, I recall very well the senators, and especially from the Azimio side, complained of the impunity of former CSs. Mr. Speaker, the CSs were not honoring summons from either this House and probably the National Assembly. But I'm happy that the President provided a solution by asking this House to amend its standing orders so that they can be coming in front of this House to answer questions on matters, development, or the portfolios that they represent. Mr. Speaker, there was a question on whether that is possible. I want to put across a question so that as we deliberate this issue, maybe it's going to provide guidance. Mr. Speaker, this House, and especially the previous Senate, I think will go down in history as the one that had so many impeachments. Mr. Speaker, I recall in those impeachments, we used to have strangers in the House. We used to have lawyers who were even interacting with honorable senators through point of orders. We had governors who came to this Senate and they were answering questions. So, Mr. Speaker, as we look at the issue of the CSs coming to this House, probably there is a way. And I don't believe that being given this an olive branch, the olive branch extended to us, we should call the CSs strangers. Mr. Speaker, it is known that the CS for finance always appear in front of the National Assembly to read the budget. Do we call him a stranger at that particular time? Yet he appears before us. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there is a way so that we can have an opportunity to grill and ask questions to the CSs, because sometimes the reason why they don't listen or they don't honor the summons, maybe they have no respect for the committees. But when you're called by the House, I believe no one would want to refuse to come. Mr. Speaker, the same should be replicated in county assemblies, in county governments, whereby the CECs should also appear in front of MCAs. Mr. Speaker, I'm a former CEC in Kiambu County Government, and I think the Senate should use me as a case study, because I've worked in both the legislation as an MCA and later on in a different government as a CEC. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, when you invite the CECs or the CSs at the committee level, they rarely give their all, because you will find people there who are interested and you only need to talk to a chair, and everything is okay. But when you invite them to the House, they will have respect for every senator, devoid of which committee each senator is. Mr. Speaker, there's something I lacked in the President's address, which I would want to put across. If you remember in 1913, or to inform this House in 1913, the white settlers or the colonials, the British colony, formed or called for a meeting to investigate why the Kikuyus or Kenyans had refused to attend to the farms of these white settlers. Mr. Speaker, after they did this investigation, they realized that people didn't feel like appearing in front of the white settlers because the working environment was not a good environment. They were being harassed. Despite them getting their pay, they were being harassed, they were being intimidated, so they refused to work. Why am I giving you this story, Mr. Speaker? That is the first commission of inquiry in this country, where they checked to find the solution of a certain problem. Mr. Speaker, in our campaigns, we were promising our people they're going to be formed a commission of inquiry on matters state capture. Mr. Speaker, I did not find that in the President's address, but I believe it's something we can deliberate as a Senate and ask the President to form this kind of commission so that we can investigate, so that even senators don't always complain here. The executive were not appearing in front of the Senate. The CSs could not honor summons. So we would want to find out what happened, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when I was growing up, I used to watch a program called Vioja Mahakamani. Mr. Speaker, and when the judge of Vioja Mahakamani was rendering a sentence, she used to say, ili iwe funzo kwake na wengine, meaning for it to be a lesson to the person who is being sentenced and the others. So for us to show this country, for it to be a lesson to others who are going to take these seats, the CSs, for those who are taking work in government, for it to be a lesson to them, we need to form that commission of inquiry on matters state capture. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about the judiciary, and again, we agree with him, because if you don't fund the judiciary, they're going to be a puppet of the executive. And Mr. Speaker, again being a victim, for a government that is rogue, the judiciary is your best friend. So we should empower the judiciary by giving them resources. Mr. Speaker, there was an issue here that was raised in the previous debates, the issue of agriculture. And I'm really happy the President is putting a lot in the agriculture sector because this is the backbone of our economy. But there was an issue of GMO, Mr. Speaker. I would want to weigh in and ask this House to at least do a little bit of research before opposing the issue of GMO. Mr. Speaker, my grandfather, who actually died before I was born, was a dealer with GMO products. I believe even today, in every village, there is a man there or a woman who is dealing with GMOs in this country. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm talking about is, there is an old man somewhere who takes an avocado tree, splits it in the middle, and then brings another branch from another mango tree or another avocado tree and puts them together. Mr. Speaker, that is genetically modifying that avocado tree. That is what we call grafting, Mr. Speaker. So before we fight this idea, I think we should do a little bit of research and get to understand what it means when the cabinet approves the GMO or biotech crops. I had a senator saying that GMO brings cancer? Mr. Speaker, nobody knows. And if at all there is evidence, we are willing to adopt that evidence. And Mr. Speaker, a country called Zambia grows cotton that is a GMO crop. Swaziland and Zimbabwe, they grow the same. Mr. Speaker, I believe no one would get cancer by wearing a T-shirt that has already been developed from cotton that is a GMO kind of food. So, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I ask this House to do a bit of research, and at least we have been given the mandate to legislate so that we can say, if we agree that the GMO should be allowed in this country, we can come up with a law. We say, is it cotton, is it corn, or is it any kind of crop? Finally, Mr. Speaker, this House was promised to have a Senate Oversight Fund. Mr. Speaker, this fund will help, because as the way things are today, Mr. Speaker, this Senate is probably a puppet of the Auditor General. Because, Mr. Speaker, we wait for the governor to expedite and use all the county monies. Then we wait for the Auditor General to do his audit. When they bring that report here, then we start asking questions to the governors. Where were we when all these things was happening? So, Mr. Speaker, I believe with the Oversight Fund, we'll have our own auditors, we will have our own researchers and advisors, so that once we do oversight, we are able to get it from the stem and we are able to get it from the root. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I'm happy to serve the people of Kiambu as a senator. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Nairobi City Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to avail myself of the protection of both Standing Order number 121 and your chair, because in the course of this debate, we have seen a lot of interruptions, especially from our friends in the majority side. I don't think that there was an intention on their part to allow us to debate this particular speech. Mr. Speaker, having
Senator Chalgei,
sought that protection.
what is the protection that you need from the chair?
Yes, I want some
Because you
silence.
already say protected and covered by the brand. So what else do you need from
Yes,
me?
I want to avail myself of that protection because of what we have seen in previous debates. But allow me to continue, Mr. Speaker. That,
Proceed, kindly.
in fact, as has been noted
Because
by,
you're eating into your time, Senator
yes,
Sifuna.
has been noted by our colleagues who have gone before me in this debate, we have come from a very acrimonious election, Mr. Speaker. And the result of that election shows you that, in fact, the country is very evenly divided amongst the various political formations in the country. What that means, Mr. Speaker, is that even as we congratulate the people who won, there are a lot of people in this country who are still hurting from the result of the election. And I think it is only fair that everybody be accorded their time to be able to heal at their own pace. I don't think anybody can force anyone to move on with life at the pace at which they want. So it is that particular point that I want to start with by addressing those of us who did not vote for the current president or the current government. I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that there is nothing wrong with us. There is nothing wrong with anyone who supported Raila Odinga. There is nothing wrong with anyone who voted for Baba or for the coalition called Azimio. And we know what people are going through at the moment. I want to tell them that even this will come to pass. There are more than enough moments that Baba has been vindicated, and this is not going to be any different. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up from where the president was speaking about this election. And in my view, as a senator, is that they say with great power comes great responsibility. If we want this country to move on faster, I think the responsibility is greater on those who are calling themselves the victors than those who did not win this particular election. So when the president comes to address the nation or to speak to parliamentarians the way he gave his first address, it is our request, our expectation that the president will demonstrate some magnanimity and some grace, and remember that the election now is behind us, Mr. Speaker. So in my own opinion, he should be discouraged, and those of us who are his friends, like my friend Chirargei, should dissuade the president when he is speaking to the nation from throwing in unnecessary jibes, like the ones he was throwing during his address to the parliament on the question of who was the opposition candidate and who was the government candidate. I don't think it is necessary. We need now to all move on from this particular election. Mr. Speaker, allow me to address the things that I heard the president say, and then to address the questions or the things that I didn't hear the president say.
Senator Sifuna, you wanted
Yes.
protection from the chair, but you are the one who is causing your insecurity. And
Mr.
so
Speaker,
please let us avoid a lot of point of orders, because many senators in this room want to contribute to this motion.
Mr. Speaker,
So, what is out of order, Honorable Cherier? Which standing order are you putting? Which standing order, which number?
Mr. Speaker, on an related issue, understanding order number 1, which of course you have powers. Mr. Speaker, if you have noticed, we are disadvantaged on this side because our cards are not functional. And therefore, if we have any matter to raise, either as a point of order or any other issue, Mr. Speaker, can you direct the officers from ICT to ensure our cards are functional?
I did
Because
that,
the way
but,
Senator Sifuna is going, we might need some necessary and important interventions at some point. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Senator Chalage, anytime you want to raise any issue, just catch the speaker's eye and you'll be given that opportunity. No, wake up, stand, put hands up, raise up from the seat. All those are acceptable. Traditional methods. Yeah. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, you can see why I took the earliest possible opportunity to seek your protection, because I know exactly what I am expecting on this particular floor this afternoon.
Acrimonious.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay, proceed.
let me conclude that particular point that I was making by saying that all of us now recognize that we have one leadership in the country, and that in fact, as SG of ODM, I've said this before, and I want to put it here on record, none of us in ODM or in the opposition or minority party want this president or this government to fail. We are here to ensure that we provide the necessary supervision on this particular government so that they succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, first let me join hands or join the president in congratulating all the women, the extra women who are able to be elected as members of parliament in the individual constituencies. We know that it has been a difficult, process in this country to try and make sure that we achieve gender parity, especially in the National Assembly. I am very proud again, Mr. Speaker, as SG of ODM, that out of those 6 extra seats that we got or won in the, that women got in the National Assembly, 2 of them actually came from ODM. And I am happy that in this House, we have leaders of political parties. I have counted at least 3 SGs in this Senate, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure they will share in my disappointment, because one of the senators, when speaking to this point, I believe it was Senator Peris Tobiko, urged that political parties need to do more in order to encourage more women to participate in election and to actually end up elected. But I am sure the SGs in this House can share in my experience that in fact, if we do not relook at the entire architecture of how people get elected to individual posts, then it is going to be very difficult for us to be able to achieve the gender parity that we are looking for. This first past the post system, Mr. Speaker, simply does not work if you wanted to achieve gender parity in the Houses of Parliament. So I am hoping that even as people continue to ask political parties to do more, we can have a relook at the entire architecture so that we don't just blame political parties for not doing enough to have women elected. Now, I was happy to hear the President ask and expect that he will expect bipartisan support for his agenda. That bipartisan support can only come when we see the sort of respect that I was speaking about and the realization that now you are the leader of the entire country and not partisan positions being advocated out there. Mr. Speaker, I also heard the President speak about having more resources to the judiciary and that this is what is going to allow or facilitate expeditious settlement of corruption cases. Mr. Speaker, it has been raised on this floor by my colleagues on the minority side that in fact we need to hear more about the plans of this government to be able to fight the scourge that is corruption. And increasing of resources to the judiciary alone, we don't believe is going to be the solution to the question of corruption, because you cannot argue that the only problem we are facing as a country when it comes to corruption is the question of slow resolution of those cases in the judiciary. And also, Mr. Speaker, to remind the country that even within the judiciary itself, the problem of corruption actually exists, so that if you prescribe a solution, it has to be a wholesome solution to ensure that we fight this monster once and for all. I was, of course, very disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because the President has chosen to abandon some of the protections that were in place to cushion members of the public, to cushion the ordinary mwananchi from the high cost of living. I was very disappointed that he has chosen to abandon the subsidies that were in place prior to the election when it comes to the price of fuel and the price of food. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, we have a lot of Kenyans who are still suffering. And we were promised by the President himself during his campaign that he would be ready on day one to be able to tackle the problems that are afflicting our people, and especially on the high cost of living. I would not have had a problem, Mr. Speaker, if the President maintained those subsidies for the time being, as he still tries to find his way around government and to find the solutions that he believes will work, so that we are able to cushion our people from the high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, he also announced a reduction in the price of fertilizer as a way of trying to reduce the cost of living. And this, we have been told here that now we are to expect the next crop. Kenyans are supposed to go hungry or suffer for the duration it takes to raise a fresh crop of maize, and that immediately that is here, we're using the new fertilizer, that now the prices of food will go down. That is what we've been told. So we have been asked to tighten our belts. And Senator Cherargei, you told me this in an informal setting, that once the new crop of maize is here, I don't know how long it will take, using the what is it called? The subsidized fertilizer, for us to be able to have a new crop. So we are all waiting, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, do you want to be informed by your colleague friend?
I want to warn him that I am also a farmer. So before he informs me, let him know that I am also a farmer. Inform me.
Have a seat. Have your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to Senator Sifuna, the last time he used to refer us as to upcountry or rural senators. So I don't know whether there is farming in Nairobi. But on a point of information, I wanted to clarify an issue of maturity of crop. I appreciate where he comes from. They also plant maize. But we have a new breed, hybrid, that is produced by National Cereals Produce, but that can be ready within 3 months. So it's not necessarily that it means 9 months or 1 year. So
give him inform him the type of that hybrid. What is it? What is the name of that hybrid?
The name of that hybrid, Mr. Speaker, I think is H512A hybrid. Is it 512 that can mature within 3 months, not the normal 9 months. So when we say you get a cheaper fertilizer, it can mature within that 3 months, and Kenyans can be able to harvest the crop. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Sifuna, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I doubt that I have any more information than I left with when I went to sit down, but I thank my brother for the effort. Now, Mr. Speaker, we had a plan as well for reduction of the cost of living, and we actually believe, Mr. Speaker, that there is an alternative path to reducing the cost of living and especially the cost of food. We have had occasion to have conversations with farmers in the Rift, and they pointed out that, Mr. Speaker, the problem largely has been, number one, the over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture, which has become very unreliable given the scourge of climate change. And number two, that in fact, certain practices, mainly corruption within the food industry, has dissuaded many farmers from planting their crop. That in fact, sometimes they end up with a good harvest, but they are unable to put this harvest to the market because there are senior people within the Republic who then take up that position or that quota that was to be allocated to these farmers, Mr. Speaker. So I also believe that if indeed we wanted to ensure food security, we need to move away from rain-fed agriculture. We want to see a plan on irrigation, especially revival of the projects that are collapsed, including the ones in Tana River, Galana, Kulalu, and the others, to ensure food security, Mr. Speaker. The proposal that we have had from the government side to introduce GMO as a way of ensuring food security, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of problems with it. In other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, whenever there is a controversy that scientists on both sides don't agree on any particular point, they usually encourage people to teach the controversy, Mr. Speaker. So you have been challenging my brothers and friends on this side to table evidence to show that there is no safety in GMO. Mr. Speaker, what I want to encourage you is to allow people to debate the controversy.
Senator Sifuna, there is a intervention from Senator from Kisii, Onyonka Richard. Is it an intervention or you want to contribute to the motion? Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Proceed, Senator Sifuna.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I can see already my time is almost up. What we have asked for from the minority side is that a decision such as the lifting of a ban of GMO is such a radical policy pronouncement that we believe that this is a matter upon which further public participation ought to have been taken before the decision is made. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer the House to Article number 10 of the Constitution, where it says that whenever any state officer, public officer, or any person makes or implements public policy decisions, they are tied down to following or complying with the, the national principles and values that are set out in Article 10, including patriotism and participation of the people, Mr. Speaker. We do not believe that that particular decision was subjected to that process. Mr. Speaker, finally, I know that if I give my own opinion on some of these things, it will be dismissed here. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that I, Sifuna, am a Catholic, and Catholics take policy positions from the Pope. And the Pope speaks to these issues through letters to his bishops called encyclicals. Mr. Speaker, the Pope has already issued an encyclical on the question of GMO foods. And if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read an excerpt from this particular encyclical.
Senator Cherege, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, according to Standing Order 101 on contents of speech, when you look at when you extrapolate Standing Order 101-2, this matter of GMO, you had given directions on this matter. And in fact, I remember, was it Senator from Vihiga, who you may have directed to produce evidence on that issue of GMO. And I think that matter had been dealt with. So I don't know why Senator Sifuna is introducing an issue of argument when he knows very well that what he's trying to do is casting aspersions on the government lifting of GMO. Because, Mr. Speaker, I know this is like anticipating debate. Because this is something that the government is yet to issue guidelines on lifting of the GMO ban, Mr. Speaker. So I would request my brother Senator, through you, Senator Sifuna, to desist from introducing something that is not even part of the speech of the President, Mr. Speaker. Why is he shooting in the dark when he cannot know where he's aiming at? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, you have less than 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, with due respect, you can see this is the reason why I was asking for your protection. I am not introducing any matter. I am addressing myself to the President's proposals on food security. And I am allowed by the standing orders to read brief references from an authority like the Pope. I think the other speakers, the other senators who spoke have not availed themselves of authorities from their faith. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read this.
Sympathetic to you. Have you finished
I want to read this and sit
reading
down,
the Pope's
Mr. Speaker.
message?
Yes?
Are you done, or you know your time is really?
Please, most of the time, Mr. Speaker, add me 2 minutes so that I just read this passage from this encyclical
1 minute
and sit
please,
down.
1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is the encyclical, and all these documents are available on the Vatican website. If you are unable to access the website because you are a rural senator, I can get one from his Bishop Agnolo's office for you. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Pope says. Although no conclusive proof exists that GM cereals may be harmful to human beings, and in some regions their use has brought about economic growth, which has helped to resolve problems, there remain a number of significant difficulties which should not be underestimated. In many places following the introduction of these crops, productive land is concentrated in the hands of a few owners due to the progressive disappearance of small producers, who as a consequence of the loss of the exploited lands are obliged to withdraw from direct production. Mr. Speaker, he says the most vulnerable of these become temporary laborers, and many rural workers end up moving to poverty-stricken urban areas. The expansion of these crops has the effect of destroying the complex networks of ecosystems, diminishing the diversity of production, and affecting regional economies now and in the future. Mr. Speaker, he concludes on this particular topic by saying, certainly these issues require constant attention and a concern for their ethical implications. A broad, responsible scientific and social debate needs to take place, one capable of considering all the available information and of calling things by their name. It sometimes happens that complete information is not put on the table. A selection is made on the basis of particular interests, be they political, economical, or ideological. This makes it difficult to reach a balanced and prudent judgment on these different questions. Mr. Speaker, it is not my words. This is the Pope, the head of the Catholic Church, which I'm a member, saying that we need to have a debate in line with Article 10.
Your time is up, but I want to advise you that I'm happy that the motion on the imprisonment of members of this House in the committees. Now the government will engage this House in the final steps on GMOs and any other policies. I wish you could go to Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries Committee, where you can be very efficient and advise the government on what should be done. But as a senator of this House, you can be a friend of that committee. You will be invited when they will sit, so that you can actually try to persuade the government on the thinking of the Pope. Yes, so you know your time is up, that's what I'm saying, but you have another opportunity. That's an advice that I was giving Senator Okongo Mgeni. And next, you know, you said that we have several SGs. Let us get the opinion of the Senator Veronica Nduati. It's your chance. No, it's a time to contribute. She is the first one on the list this time, because we also have a list. I have a list. Now you have my list here from this other side. And she stopped in the list, Senator Veronica. Senator Mutinda, are you not? I have the list here on my desk from this side. Proceed.
It's on. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you for this opportunity that I have to comment on the President's speech that was delivered during the opening of the 13th Parliament on 29 September 2022 in exercise of his constitutional mandate under Article 132(1) of the Constitution of Kenya. And during this address, Mr. Speaker, sir, During this address, Mr. Speaker, sir, he noted that the institution of Parliament was affirmed through the election of many members of Parliament who were able to come back into the National Assembly. A record of 193 members were able to make it back. This was equally an endorsement by the Kenyan voters that any leader who was willing to perform to the expectation of Wananchi would find it easy to make their comeback to the National Assembly or to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, commendably in that speech, the President noted that 6 more women had been re-elected back into Parliament, into the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, sir, and this marked a growing manifestation of confidence among Kenyans in women leadership. Mr. Speaker, sir, the increasing number of women in governance structures and in leadership structures in Kenya means that Kenyans are willing to work towards and advance towards gender equity and gender parity in public and private institutions. And much consideration must be given by all institutions in the Republic of Kenya in the course of recruiting their leadership or their workforce to be more inclusive and to allow women to be part of the equation, because they make a very good business case anytime they are included, Mr. Speaker, sir. There is no way we can talk about sustainable development when over 50% of the population is being left behind. Women have proved that they are equally as good as the male colleagues. And we would ask all women who have had ambition to fight or garner for any seats not to shy away, but to compete and compete at equal par with our brothers and our fathers and our sons, because the nation has invested a lot of resources in educating the girl child. And it then defeats logic that after we have invested the same amount of money in educating both the boy and the girl child, when it comes to access to opportunities, then we segregate and choose to see one gender as opposed to the other. On a bare minimum, we must continue to equalize the opportunities for both men and women, for boys and girls. And Mr. Speaker, sir, on several occasions, gender bills had been presented to the National Assembly, and on 6 occasions, those bills were defeated. I believe the 13th Parliament has a special opportunity, a great opportunity, to correct this anomaly and ensure that the next time the gender bills are presented, any legislation that is presented to support Article 27, Sub-Article 3, the Houses of Parliament must be able to support it and pass that gender bill so it becomes easier for women to contest in every position. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not overemphasize on the participation of women, but we would call upon all the institutions to support women in the course of their career, in promotion to different positions and in management positions, so that we do not have women only working in peripheral roles. Mr. Speaker, sir, the President's speech also resonated very well with the words of our national anthem. Peace and unity must continue to be the pillar of democracy. In spite of the divisions that we had during the just concluded electoral period, the President extended an olive branch to all persons and to all voters and to all Kenyans from different political divides to cross that rank and come and work together with him so that we can build a nation where we are no longer defined by our political affiliations, but we are defined by an understanding that all of us are Kenyans, all of us are equal, and all of us deserve to harness the resources that are in our beautiful nation. Peace is the cornerstone for a sustainable democracy, and peace will serve as the highest guarantee for the growth of our economy. The President hit a much needed...
Sorry, Senator Veronica. Senator, now, is it Mwinyi Haji or? Okay, proceed. Okay. Prosecute your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, with a point, it's a point of order because my honorable senator is actually reading a speech, and under parliamentary standing orders, that is not allowed. Thank you.
I think she's using a notebook, like referring to
It's a
the
referral,
notes.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Actually, from even where she is, it's not possible to read one by one, but I think avoid looking down. Look at me at least. Look at me, Senator Veronica.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will try to balance that. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was saying that the President hit a conciliatory tone by inviting everybody from the other side of the political divide to join together and work together towards the growth of our nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the speech also points towards issue-based politics. For the first time in the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, sir, we had an opportunity as Kenyans to judge the political parties based on ideologies and based on the issues that each political party was bringing to the fore. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has laid a foundation for our politics, Mr. Speaker, sir, to shift and migrate to a different level, where we can now have political parties coming up with an ideology which Kenyans understand, and an ideology, Mr. Speaker, sir, which would then make it easy for Kenyans to choose which side of the divide they would eventually want to support. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would applaud this as a growth towards democracy and a growth towards a maturity of democracy within our nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the President also undertook to be loyal, and he actually committed himself to do the best that he could for the Kenyans. And that speaks of his personality and his character, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Kenyans can have confidence that the President who now reigns in Kenya is amiable, a Christian, a father figure, who has a very forgiving personality, and nobody needs to be afraid in Kenya. There are many people who had initially used politics that would point towards them being afraid of what would happen if the President took over power. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking through that speech, you could tell that the kind of a personality that has taken over as the President of the Republic of Kenya is a man who fears God and a man who can be trusted. And if people were willing to work together with him, we would see a nation like no other in the continent of Africa. Amen. Kenya is our home and is the best place that anybody can be anywhere in the whole world. And we invite every Kenyan to start thinking positively, consider the bottom-up economic model, which is captured very well, I believe, in paragraph 19, 20, 21, Mr. Speaker, sir. A vision that shows where Kenya is moving towards, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I can only compare it to what China did when they utilized the cottage industries, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be able to build their economy. If you look at those paragraphs, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will see that Wanjiku has been reaffirmed. Mama Boga has been reaffirmed. The Kinyozi has been reaffirmed. The teacher has been reaffirmed. And we repeat and say that reaffirmation is not just a booklet. It's not just words that are being scripted into a speech. That affirmation is a program that is being carried out by the Kenya Kwanza government under the leadership of the President, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to point out, I have seen the Kenyan farmer has been truly affirmed, especially through the fertilizer, the reduction of the price of fertilizer. And I will pick out also on the fishermen, Mr. Speaker, sir, who may fall within the wider context of the blue economy. The blue economy, Mr. Speaker, sir, the new emerging areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, where now young people can find jobs within an economy that has not been fully harnessed in Africa. But Kenya now has an opportunity as a coastal state to harness the wealth that is in the oceans, to reach out and find out whether there is any oil in the ocean and harness the potential that we have in the nation of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my belief that what is laid out in this speech would be an executive summary of the manifesto that will be implemented by the Kenya Kwanza government. And anybody reading through the lines can see the vision that we have for Kenya is a vision that will move our nation from where we are towards the most developed countries in the whole world. And Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of Kenya Kwanza and the UDA party, I would invite even our friends from minority side to join hands together with us. Continue being the opposition, yes. Speak out objectively and critique what you think is not correct. But by all means, come in and build together with Kenya Kwanza government and this nation. We remember you for what you will have done for the future of our generations and for the future of all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, thank you. Senator Veronica. Okay, let us have Senator Gichero Okech. If you can save a few minutes, it will be good enough for the other senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I am here cognizant of Article 1 of the Constitution that all power belong to the people of Kenya, and in the same article, sub-article 2, that recognizes that the people of Kenya will exercise their sovereign power either directly or indirectly through their democratically elected officials. I do appreciate that I am here by virtue of the donation of that power by the people of Migori County. And therefore, I want to thank Migori County for sending me to this house. Let me also take this opportunity, being akin to my maiden speech, to be able to congratulate all the members of this august house who also enjoy the privilege of donated power by the people. And Mr. Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to congratulate you for earning the respect and also earning the responsibility that is donated to us under the Standing Order number 4 to elect you as Speaker of the House. We are here today to talk about the President's speech and to contribute. This is a speech that, as my sister Veronica has said, is actually a function required of the President under Article 132 of the Constitution, subsection 1A, that the President shall always address any newly elected members of the Parliament. In that view, my address today is based on the fact that the conversations that we are having here are contributions towards inactions and action of government, which is basically public policy. And therefore, my attitude today is going to be looking at what I think that were intrinsically good in those speeches, in that speech, and those were true for me. And then I will also address 3 other issues that I think that were good, but we can improve in terms of approach, a little bit rethinking the approach that the President did give. And then lastly, I will be able to look at two issues that I think that the President did inadequately address, but are critically important in the spirit of that function of addressing any newly elected parliament. So what were the two things that I found intrinsically good that I think as a House we should support? Number one, in line 48 of the President's speech, the President did recognize that climate change is a serious emerging complexity in our country today that need to be addressed, and that climate change has hugely contributed to the issue of drought in Kenya. I do agree with Mr. President on this, and I think that as a House, we should spend more time enacting on policies that can be able to contribute to issues of global warming, one, and this basically, as the President did talk about, the use of fossil fuels, which actually contribute to about 3/4 of greenhouse emissions, need to be addressed as a country. Number two, I think it's critical that as a House, we look at issues of waste management and try to bring about and influence about policies that can lead to Kenya being a more circular economy. Number three, I think it's also critical on the issue of climate change to look on how we can be able to deal with the issues of loss of biodiversity and constantly working together to put Kenya into the map of earning carbon credits. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in line 7 and 17 of his speech, the President did spend a lot of time talking about the need for us to be able to improve on accountability to the electorate. I do agree with the President on this because it is critical that we always recognize those people who put us into office. And therefore, people have spent so much time talking about the issue of having cabinet secretaries appearing before the House. I think that is an important thing that we can support. Standing Order number 267 does allow this House. It establishes the Rules and Procedures Committee that can be able to allow this House to explore the issues such as this, and then amend to allow cabinet secretaries to come to this House. On this floor, many people have argued using Article 153, sub-Article 3, where cabinet secretaries are mostly required to appear before committees of the House. I think in the spirit of this accountability to the electorate, we should be able to explore Article 153, sub-Article 4B, which actually does require the cabinet to be able to furnish such a House with full report regularly. And in that article, the House is Parliament. And therefore, with that article, we can actually be able to support the President on this particular issue. Mr. Speaker, I think it is very critical that I now look at some of the issues that the President talked about that I think were good ideas, very well intended, especially looking at the bottom part of the pyramid in our country. But I think that some of these issues can be improved in terms of approach. Number one, the President did talk about the issue of improving savings for retirement for the people in the informal sector. I think these are critical issues. A few people have talked about the issue of restructuring NSSF to work for such a people. But I think that when you think about national strategy for savings for people at the lower part of the pyramid, it's critical that you always equate savings to investment. I think that you will agree with me that those who are not in the bottom part of the pyramid will always think about retirement as having done a few investments here and there that allows them to depend on that on those investments upon retiring. Therefore, I think that the issue of savings in NSSF should not be an issue that is depending on charity by government, but one which we can be able to find adventurous ways of ensuring that we do have critical investment plans. Second, I think that the people at the lower part of the pyramid in the country today are not saving, not because they are not willing to save, but Mr. Speaker, it is because they don't have income. You cannot save from what you don't earn. And therefore, it's critical that our national saving strategy should be able to include the issue of improving income. Closely to that, Mr. Speaker, the President did talk about lowering the cost of credit. I think this is very critical because it also helps bolster the issue of saving nationally. However, I think that the approach that we have on looking at people like Fuliza is not the right one, simply because I think that this House, as well as the executive, should be able to commission a credit absorption and utility assessment to look at where do people at the lower part of the pyramid borrow to spend. In my view and my experience as a fintech expert, Mr. Speaker, people at the lower part of the pyramid borrow, one, to spend on consumption, two, to spend on working capital for small businesses, and three, to spend on buying assets that can be able to help them be better in doing their business. Just to give you a map of how this looks like in Fuliza, people who are borrowing between 1 shillings and 100, Mr. Speaker, are 68% of those who are borrowing in Fuliza. 22% are borrowing between Kenya shillings 100 and Kenya shillings 500. 4% are borrowing between 500 and 1,000. 2% are borrowing between 1,000 and 1,500. 3% are borrowing between 1,500 and 2,500. And Mr. Speaker, the critical working capital class that where we should be seeing the huge borrowing in Fuliza is only 1% that is borrowing between 2,500 and 75,000. What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that the crust of people who want to transform their lives are actually borrowing to eat, borrowing to buy Panadol, borrowing to solve basic need problems. We need to look at this very critically, and my view is that the President should be able to look at areas such as financiers who are predatory in giving loans that go to assets. For instance, we all know that today in Kenya, one of the biggest workforce is the boda boda industry. According to NTSA and Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we have 1.5 million boda boda people in our borders. And these 1.5 million, 97% of them are getting their boda bodas from financing from people like Watu Credit. Let's assess what is happening in the market, Mr. Speaker. If you look at a basic boda boda that is used commonly in Nairobi, like TVS HLX 150X model, today the cost of getting that motorbike is 150, Mr. Speaker, 150,000, Mr. Speaker. When they go to Watu Credit, who is not regulated by the central bank, they are charged a processing fee of 23,000, Mr. Speaker. And then they are also required to pay a deposit of about 20,000, Mr. Speaker. Yet the same financier requires them to be able to be subjected to a 4.5% interest. What does it mean? This means that a boda boda who is buying a boda boda in Kenya today is exposed to a loan of about 154,000 and an interest rate per annum of about 54%. That means that after 2 years, people like Watu Credit will be earning just interest alone of about 166,000. These are the things that we should be able to correct and make sure that it works for the people at the lower part of the pyramid. I still have 4 minutes. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think that it was critical to look at the issues of rule of law. And the issue of rule of law here, Mr. Speaker, the President did talk about his commitment to the rule of law. But if you look at Article 132, the President is required to be able to make sure that when he's forming his cabinet, he forms it in accordance to Article 152 of the Constitution. 152 says that the cabinet shall be the President, the Deputy President, the Attorney General, and Cabinet Secretaries. There is no point there whatsoever where there is a prime Cabinet Secretary. I think that a proposal like Honorable Mudavadi being proposed for a prime Cabinet Secretary does not exist in the Constitution. And it's critical that the president does not create an assistant president. On my last point with the rule of law, it is critical that we are established as a house under Article 96 of the Constitution to protect the interest of counties, established under Article 6 of the Constitution and summarized in first schedule. And Kenyans gave themselves the power to be able to get money from the national government, not less than 15% every year, under Article 203 of the Constitution. Yet the president only touched on devolution in line 51, talking about Oversight Fund for the senators. I think it is critical that this House, and I'll be tabling this, Mr. Speaker, to seek a resolution for this House, it is critical that this House is able to assess the fact that we must have a nexus between the Senate and the executive if devolution must work. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, just 1 minute. I think it was critical for me Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I was timing myself. I still have 2 minutes, but it's okay. I do appreciate. Yes, I was timing myself. Yeah, I just wanted to wind up very fast that I think it's critical as a country that because this is a constitutional requirement, it would have been important for me as a youngster to see my president talking critically about the issues of foreign policy. Because under Article 2(5) of the Constitution, all our supreme laws will invite the international other general laws internationally. So it was critical for me to see the president talking about foreign policy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I look forward to contributing to the House in the next 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate our party leadership, starting with His Excellency, the President, the party leadership, our chairman, and others, the SG, for finding it fit to give me this nomination, which I look forward as a Nairobi delegate through our senator to be able to support and articulate Nairobi issues. On the same, I take also this honor to thank the President, as far as the Kenya Kwanza government is concerned, for also keeping his word and entrusting the women leadership, as we've been able to see in his list of nominees. As a woman, as a gender top-up, this is a big plus, and this is a big thank you to the President. I will not forget also to thank the House leadership, starting with the Speaker of the House, the Deputy, for the leadership that they have offered, how they've also taken us through. As new members, it's been smooth. We appreciate, and I take also this much opportunity to thank all members in the House for finding it fit for me to be able to serve in the Select Business Committee. I look forward to doing my mandate and serving as I'm mandated by the law and the Constitution of this country. So first, as far as the presidential address is concerned, I want to touch on the Oversight Fund. Our role as senators, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we oversight the counties. In his address, the President, Mr. Speaker, he talked about supporting this House on acquiring the Oversight Fund, an indication that his government is willing to ensure that this House is supported with a fund that is needed to be able to ensure that this House achieves its mandate. So we look forward when that comes, that we will be able also as leaders to be able to use the fund as required and be able to ensure that each and every county is very, very well oversighted. Up and including our Nairobi County, we shall ensure that our governor, Sakaja, has been able to offer the people of Nairobi what is needed. The other issue is on the issue of the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto as far as the 50 billion fund is concerned. This is a key factor during our campaign. We talked about bottom-up model, which is geared highly towards financial independence of our Kenyans in this country. And we look forward that when this bill comes to the House, we are going to support so that we give financial freedom to our Kenyans. I like what my brother has mentioned, Senator Eddie, in regards to the financial matters. And we look forward, even in the committee that we are together, that we are going to ensure that we support this so that at least services, both small and medium enterprises, will in return lead in the overall prosperity of the economy of this country.
Bwana Spika, asante kwa kunipa fursa hii. Ijapokuwa kidogo mimi nachanganyikiwa. Nimesikia mwenzangu Senator Tabitha akisema ya kwamba yeye pamoja na Senator Eddie wako katika kamati moja. Sijui ni kamati gani kwa sababu mimi nimechanganyikiwa kidogo. Sijui ni kamati gani. Kamati ipi? Kwa sababu kama haijapitishwa Speaker, mimi nasema ya kwamba kwa sababu jambo lenyewe halijaongewa hapa na kupitishwa, kwa hivyo mimi silijui. Ndipo sana nauliza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An indication that my colleague he's keen. I take it positively. So, but being in the House on time is also a virtue, my colleague. So, as I'd mentioned, the 50 billion fund will be an overall prosperity of economy in this country. On the other issue, Mr. Speaker, I want to support what the government has done to mitigate on the drought issue. Drought is a very sad issue in this country, and we've seen the president doing relief food to different parts of the country. But for how long as a country are we going to offer this? So I look forward through our members, our colleagues in this honorable house, that we are going to come up with long-term measures which are going to address the food security issue. I like it, Mr. Speaker, that today the majority leader through the House has also read out the names of the proposed committee members in this House, an indication that we are ready to start rolling and executing our mandate. And as far as food security is concerned, we look forward through the Agricultural Committee that is going to be set up to ensure that we are going to adapt long-term measures on these matters, food security. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the President's agenda through the Kenya Kwanza government, and that is the bottom-up approach that is highly or has been highly in our manifesto. This will help us also achieve on the bottom-up factor. But still, as a representative of the Nairobi delegate, I look forward to ensuring that we will work with the other leaders to ensure that we have a Nairobi that offers clean water, a clean environment, garbage-free and systems that give us good garbage collection, Mr. Speaker. What we know is that the Nairobi people look forward to good living standards, and we shall look forward to that in the House. As I finish, I'll finish with this quote that good political leadership, for me, involves getting the big decisions right. However difficult it may be, controversial and potential divisive, and being able to take people with you requires something else, and that is having wisdom, which we've seen our president having that, and we look forward to supporting His Excellency the President in this his manifesto, and us as Kenya Kwanza, we're going to be behind it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
Mr. Speaker, this motion requires us to express thanks of the Senate for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President. And Mr. Speaker, the key thing there is exposition of public policy rather than the politics contained in the address of the President. Mr. Speaker, the drafters of our Constitution envisage that at one point you might have a President who decides on what to tell Parliament away from the dictates of the Constitution. Thank you. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in Article 132, beside requiring the President to address the opening of every new Parliament, it mandated the President to address Parliament at least once annually to brief Parliament of the measures taken in realization of national values and principles. Mr. Speaker, my comment on the President's speech will be on the policy aspects, what he said, and what we think he ought to have said. In the circumstances that many Kenyans find themselves in, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Mr. Speaker, this last election was an election about the cost of living, amongst many other factors. Promises were made to Kenyans that the price of basic commodities would stabilize. Assurances were made to Kenyans that the war in Ukraine and Russia had no role to play in the inflation that had visited the country. Mr. Speaker, from August to date, the price of basic commodities has skyrocketed. The price of maize flour, or what we call unga, has gone up by 8.4%. And these are statistics from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The cost of electricity has gone up by 20.9% from August to date. The price of petrol has gone up by 17.7%. The cost of transport, Mr. Speaker, has gone up by 25%. The price of sugar has gone up by 19%. Inflation is at 9.2%, very dangerously close to the 10%. And Mr. Speaker, this is the highest rate of inflation in the last 5 years. If the President's speech was supposed to be exposition of public policy, we would have expected that he would have given us a cogent plan to arrest the skyrocketing prices of basic goods that we will have given as a formula to ensure that that is tamed. He didn't do that. Mr. Speaker, the elections were called with 7 million people having voted for the current government and 6.9 million people having voted for the opposing team. Kenya is divided right in the middle. The reason why the president is described as a symbol of national unity is that in our democratic process and experiment, there will be many people contesting for the same seat. At the end of the day, the person who's declared the victor occupies State House and assumes the role of symbol of national unity as well as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, we did not hear much about the President's plan for unifying the nation and for ensuring that national values and principles that are laid out in the Constitution are observed. I do hope that when the President comes for his first formal address to Parliament, he will be true to his calling as a symbol of national unity. He will refrain from throwing barbs at his opponents and will see himself as a father of all the 50 million Kenyans. Nobody in this country should be punished for the political choices they have made. Mr. Speaker, I am proudly on the minority side, and I am proudly going to play my role as an opposition senator. But the people of Homa Bay should never be in opposition. It is the elected leadership of Homa Bay that should be in opposition, not the people of Homa Bay. And Mr. Speaker, I do hope that this kind of thinking will permeate not just the House but the presidency, to remember that the political choices that the people of Homa Bay made should not be criminalized.
Mr. Speaker, if my good friend, Senator Kajwang, read the speech or listened to the speech of the President, he was very clear. In paragraph 14, he said, I promise to lead an administration dedicated to just and fair government to all Kenyans in order to deliver a Kenya for everyone. I commit to be loyal, hardworking, devoted president to every Kenyan, and my administration will serve all without regard to any distinction, real or imagined. Mr. Speaker, I think now Kajwang is trying to imagine things. The point of order is that Kajwang is misleading people by saying that the president is Senator Kajwang. Senator Kajwang is misleading people by saying that the president was not committed to every Kenyan. He was.
Mr. Speaker, in this House, the proverb of dry bones and old women has been said before. I don't want to use it, but they become jittery when old bones are mentioned in a proverb. I was encouraging the House, and I was encouraging the nation, that we must have a proper plan for national unity. And it is not just in the proclamations that the President makes, it must also be reflected in the proclamations that are made by his deputy and his troops, those who form part of his administration. Mr. Speaker, in exposition of public policy, I said the greatest threat to most Kenyans right now is the high cost of living, the sense of marginalization, but also corruption. This is an administration that has assumed that corruption ended simply because they were elected into office. This is an administration that does not want to talk about corruption because, as I said, that there are those who feel uncomfortable when old bones are mentioned in a proverb. The Corruption Perception Index, published by Transparency International, has placed Kenya in position 128 out of 180 countries, which means, by that definition, Kenya is still an extremely corrupt country. We would have expected the President coming before Parliament in realization of the national values and principles to make a comment on that. He still has an opportunity to do that when he comes for his annual address. Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly touch on some of the things that the President said. In paragraph 47, he has talked about the issue of savings and the savings culture. It is true that Kenyans save about 10 to 12% of GDP, which is below the average in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in East Africa, but also very low for a low middle income economy. But Mr. Speaker, we asked ourselves whether in our assessment of savings, we are only focusing on the formal and forgetting about the informal. Where I come from, our people save in the form of livestock. I went to school from the proceeds of livestock. My father, whatever little he built, rental houses or a commercial property somewhere, was because he kept cattle. And at maturity, he would send us to the market to liquidate that cattle and convert it to cash. There are those of us from northern Kenya who owns herds of camels. And Mr. Speaker, they might be wealthier than many of us who keep our money in commercial banks and in fixed deposits. Because if you look at one camel, it's probably 150,000. And when you see those people walk around with the camels, you might look down upon them, but perhaps they've got more wealth than we do. Savings is not just about what is in the bank. And I'd like the president, because he brought this conversation about the informal economy and the hustlers, that we must look beyond what is sitting with custodians, what is sitting with pension funds, and what is sitting with the NSSF. Mr. Speaker, the 6,000 shillings matched with 2,000 shillings at the end of the year sounds very sexy. But if you break it down, Mr. Speaker, that's 8,000 shillings in a year. 8,000 in 20 years, that will be 160,000 shillings as a pension benefit to that individual. What can that do? We know when we go to our constituencies, 160,000 is something you'll spend in 2 churches. It sounds very nice that the president and the nation is going to contribute to match 2,000 for every 6,000 paid at the end of the year. But that is not enough, Mr. Speaker. I want the president to look at the regulatory framework that governs the financial services sector and particularly the pension sector. Mr. Speaker, I spent a few years in that sector, and I do recall there's a time the industry came up with a product called the Mbao Pension Plan. The Mbao Pension Plan was an idea to bring the Juakali sector into the formal pensions sector. And so the Juakali people would contribute 20 shillings on a daily basis using a mobile innovation, using an app. Mr. Speaker, since 2018, the success of this Mbao pension plan has been affected by a number of issues. First of all, if we are going to allow our young people in the gig economy to come up with innovation similar to the innovations they've come up with in the banking sector and in the mainstream loans, the mobile lending sector, we must look at the various bodies that have been set up to regulate the pensions and savings sector. Insurance companies provide pensions products. They are regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Then you've got the Retirement Benefits Authority. Then you have got the securities, is it called NSE? Nairobi Securities Exchange, which has got its own regulator. Then you've got another regulator, a 4th regulator, which regulates SACCOs, which is another avenue of savings, SASRA. There are about 5, if not 6 regulators in that space. Why can't we streamline the roles of these regulators so that you can provide one combined product that will then capture pensions, will capture SACCOs, will capture a life insurance product, and then we can allow our innovators to come up with quick products rather than this matching of 2,000 to 6,000. I agree with the president that this is urgent and this is important, but I want to encourage him and his policymakers to think broadly. How do we bring into the formal economy the owners of camels and the owners of cows and the owners of goats? How do we bring into the formal economy the farmer in Kitale who has harvested several bags of maize? We came up with a warehouse receipt system bill in this house, Mr. Speaker. It has not been implemented because the grain in a farmer's warehouse in Kitale can also be looked at as savings. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 51, the president talks of the Senate fund. I was a bit disappointed today to encounter the committees in the order paper. I wish one of the things that we would have prioritized was a monitoring and evaluation select committee. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this house and I've been part of these conversations. We came up with regulations. We proposed that we get a 1 billion shilling fund. We came up with purposes of the fund, administration of the fund, structures, and even proposed that we have a monitoring and evaluation committee of the House. I want to encourage the House leadership at SPC. The president has shown goodwill. The only reason why we didn't get this money previously was that the president then did not have a lot of time for the Senate. Let's take advantage of that goodwill and ensure that that fund is in place. Mr. Speaker, on budget cuts of 300 billion, I will support it as long as it does not touch devolved governments. We have allocated 370 billion to counties, plus conditional grants. This House, we must agree to stand together that in the next allocation, counties must get more than 370 billion, because that is the reason for our existence. When you go back to your county, you'll be asked what you've done over the last 5 years. You've not been building classrooms, you've not been building police stations, but you can proudly say that the allocation for my county has moved from 8 billion to 9 billion during my time in the Senate. Let the cuts look at other things that are discretionary, but not the allocation to county governments. But then we have a challenge, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of bad manners in county governments. It is time we made sure that our committees, not just pack and pick, each committee of this House has got an oversight role. If you become lucky to lead a committee, if you become lucky to be a member of a committee, please let's make sure that if we increase our allocations to counties, those allocations will go towards development rather than towards fattening the accounts of those who are there. We must also, as a House, take a common stand to threats to devolution. We have heard the President talk about housing. The national government's job is only housing policy. Provision of social housing is a function of county governments. We've heard the President talk about water and PPPs. The national government's role is just policy. The issue of provision of water is a function of county governments. And we must unbundle all these water services boards and make sure that counties have got direct access to those resources. We've heard the President talk about fertilizer. The role of the national government is policy. Execution is a role of county governments. Let us have a bipartisan position, ladies and gentlemen, on these matters. Because if there are affronts to devolution, it does not matter whether the President has got good intentions or not. You cannot, good intentions are not bankable. What is important is fidelity to the Constitution. Housing, water, agriculture, roads, all these are things that the national government continues to pour a lot of funds in, and not to mention health. We had the universal health experiment, which collapsed because there was not sufficient consultation with county governments. Mr. Speaker, the issue of CDF will come to this House. Let no one lie to you that if you gave the National Assembly their CDF, they'll give you your Oversight Fund. Let nobody lie to you. We have heard that lie over the last 7 years, that you just pass this bill and then the Treasury CS is going to ensure your regulations are passed. I am saying that on the floor of this House, on record and in the Hansard. CDF was relevant when we didn't have county governments. Now that we have county governments, if you want to build things in the village, go run for governor. If you come to this national parliament, represent, oversight, legislate. The only thing we should be willing to discuss is an oversight fund for parliament, not just Senate. An oversight fund for members of the National Assembly and members of the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, the minute we agree that we grant CDF so that we can get our oversight fund is the day we will be undermining devolution. What is so difficult about providing a conditional grant to county governments to build schools? Mr. Speaker, you find that a school next to the governor's office is dilapidated and the governor can do nothing about it, simply because it does not have access to the relevant funds. Mr. Speaker, let's be united on this matter. The courts ruled that the matter of CDF must come through the Senate. There must be public participation.
Thank you, my good friend.
But the light is still on until it goes off. I mean, it needs to go off.
Okay, thank you. Senator Newton. Senators, there is a lot of interest in this motion. Because we cannot change the time, the time that every senator should take, unless if senators contributing can be magnanimous enough to save some few minutes to your colleagues. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to take the shortest time possible. Let me take this opportunity also to make a few contributions and observations about this speech that His Excellency the President made on the 29th of September this year. And I think I want to start by lauding him for appreciating Kenyans for electing more women than they had done in the previous election of 2017. I think another thing that I really got impressed about with this speech was his commitment that he is going to work for everyone, all wards, all constituencies, in all counties in the Republic, and that is in numbers or paragraph number 14 and number 15. This, Mr. Speaker, you know that this country has been divided normally maybe down the middle, depending on the results of maybe the elections. When the President committed himself that he was going to serve everybody from every corner of this country, I thought that that was the first step in the building of nationalism and statesmanship. Mr. Speaker, I also want to underline and underscore the President's commitment in paragraph number 16 that he is committed and he is open to, his administration will be open to oversight from this House and the National Assembly. This shows a President and an administration that is sure of itself, an administration that knows that it is going to perform. And that is why he welcomed and actually encouraged the two houses to oversight his government. And this is because, as he said, that everybody should see the public get, to quote him, get value for every cent invested. And I think, Mr. Speaker, listening to the President on paragraph number 16, I was very much okay and assured that our country is now going to witness better days than before. Mr. Speaker, the idea, though it has been fought by naysayers, the idea of encouraging Parliament, that is this and National Assembly, to come up with a mechanism where cabinet secretaries may be coming to the House to answer questions from members relating to things happening in the counties, because we are all here representing counties, is another very welcome move, Mr. Speaker. I know there are those that have said that even without any new mechanism, that cabinet secretaries can still be summoned here. But I think to avoid, many maybe complications and disagreements, I think if we can be able to come up with, the kind of mechanism that the President encouraged and proposed in his speech, I think this would be very good so that, Mr. Speaker, we can get these answers from the CSs directly, and so that we can bring the issues affecting our people in our different counties. We can be able to raise those issues and we get direct answers from the cabinet secretaries. Mr. Speaker, again, the President's commitment to arrest corruption by empowering the judiciary is something that should not go, uncommented about. That, Mr. Speaker, this country, as those that have stood here before me have said, and as all of us know, is that this country has had very many problems, not because we do not generate sometimes good revenue, but mostly because there is a hemorrhage of public resources through corruption. And Mr. Speaker, hearing the President commit to empowering the judiciary by even allocating more funds so that the judiciary can be able to expand its ability and maybe deal with these cases as and when they come, in order for the judiciary to deliver justice in a timely way, Mr. Speaker, that is a step towards the right direction in even development of this country. Because if we are able to arrest the hemorrhage that has been happening to public resources, Mr. Speaker, this country will be better off and our people will enjoy the services that government can offer in a much bigger way. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about paragraph number 21, where the President suggested that his administration will actually scale up production by stopping subsidizing consumption, but in its place subsidize production. Because that is what we need, Mr. Speaker. And although those that have spoken before me, some of them would want to have, the cost of living arrested immediately and served maybe as a cup of coffee, instant coffee. But, Mr. Speaker, some things need some time to sort out. We do not want, Mr. Speaker, to have, temporary solutions. If we can get solutions that are lasting, that can be effective in the long term, Mr. Speaker, and that is why production, subsidizing production is more important than subsidizing consumption, Mr. Speaker. We want permanent solutions. We do not want temporary solutions, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to laud the President for that particular economic step that he made, because we know that for every success, and all the members here will agree with me.
Just a minute, Senator Newton. What is it, Senator Okech? What is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise a point of order on misinformation.
Point of order, I'm asking which point of order? Quote the point of order you are referring to. Because we made some housekeeping at some point.
121, where, and also in line also with the Article 160 of the Constitution. The Speaker of the floor has just informed us here that...
Which article of the Constitution?
160, which establishes the independence of the judiciary.
You are quoting the long-standing order. 121 is disorderly conduct.
I'm quoting the Constitution on 120, 160.
You have said standing order 121 in line with the article, which I wanted to get proper. In line with the article. Which is standing order, I'm asking, Senator.
Okay. The Speaker is misinforming us. Senator Newton is misinforming us against the article of the Constitution 160.
116?
160.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah, 160 says that in the exercise of judicial authority, the judiciary, as constituted by the Article 161, shall be subject only to the Constitution and the law, and shall not be subject to the control or direction of any person or any authority. Is it right to form a trend whereby the Senator Newton is talking here that the President has power to actually interfere with that independence of the judiciary?
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do not think that I said that the President, I did not impute that the President is interfering in the powers or the independence of the judiciary. If Senator Eddy heard me well, I talked about more allocations to the judiciary, to empower the judiciary more. So it was about the allocation, Mr. Speaker. It was not about, interfering with the powers of the judiciary. It's more allocation, and I think that is what the President talked about.
Senator,
and I think if you
Senator
go to...
so that we can indeed be on the right footing, I want to refer Senator Ende to Article 173, which establishes the Judiciary Fund. Article 173 of the Constitution. Proceed, Senator Newt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to refer to him. I was going to tell him to ask him to go to paragraph 18 and 19 of the President's speech, but thank you, Mr. Speaker, because you have come to my aid. And I think I'm going to proceed. And I was talking about before Senator Eddy rose on a point of order, talking about subsidizing consumption in the place of production. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I had pronounced myself clearly about that particular point that the President made. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I think the other thing that got me almost excited about the President's speech was paragraphs 25 and 26, Mr. Speaker, where the President talked about empowering hustlers, Mr. Speaker, and particularly this of decriminalizing enterprise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was elected by the people of Murang'a to be their senator. And it is common knowledge, and everybody who comes to Nairobi knows that most of the hawkers in Nairobi, most of the hawkers in most of these towns around here, Mr. Speaker, come from Murang'a. And Mr. Speaker, when the President talked about decriminalizing enterprise, because we know that hawkers have been facing it very rough, Mr. Speaker, from county askaris everywhere. And these are people who are innocent, people just eking a living out of maybe hawking and those small businesses. Mr. Speaker, I think as a person that is elected by the people of Murang'a, hustlers, people who do their small businesses, hardworking people, if I kept quiet, Mr. Speaker, and stopped or forgot to thank the President for committing that he's going to decriminalize enterprise, Mr. Speaker, I think I would be doing a great disservice to the people of Murang'a that elected me to come to this House. I can see, Mr. Speaker, the Senator from Nairobi.
Okay, let us first get from Senator Newt whether he is ready to be informed by the Senator for Nairobi City.
Well, maybe he can inform me, Mr. Speaker, as long as his information will be factual.
Senator Sifuna, yes, proceed.
I just want to inform my colleague that, in fact, the hustler government that you put in place in Nairobi is, as we speak, evicting those hawkers you're speaking about from the CBD. And I want you to join me, because we all have to fight for those hustlers, to make sure that the county government of Nairobi does not remove those hustlers from the streets.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Senator Newt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that even the Senator of Nairobi, Senator Edwin Sifuna, appreciates the contribution, but that the senator that hawkers make, and for once, Mr. Speaker, I think I want to thank the Senator of Nairobi. Thank you very much for that information, Senator. And we are happy as people from Murang'a and other areas that our people will be allowed to do their businesses without harassment by county askaris, because these are innocent people that eke out a living out of, these small businesses, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, housing is another project that the President talked about in his speech. This housing, Mr. Speaker, and it is going to be in every other county, in major towns, Mr. Speaker. We know, as we stand here, as we sit here, that most of our people live in houses where they do not have access, maybe to toilets and, to clean water and sanitation, Mr. Speaker. The President has committed, as he indicated in his speech on paragraph 29 and 30, that he that this administration is going to engage in massive infrastructural development of housing where people will be able to get a lot of jobs. Mr. Speaker, masons, electricians, plumbers, people who deal in steel, those who deal in stones, sand, ballast, name it, Mr. Speaker, are going to get jobs. And this will be one way in which we are going to arrest joblessness in this country. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that was very encouraging to hear the President committing to. Mr. Speaker, there are issues of water on paragraph that one, and we know that, Mr. Speaker, most people, and I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether through you, the Senator of Nairobi, knows of any plans. Because, Mr. Speaker, as people from Murang'a, where Nairobi sources its water, from the Kaine Dam, we are saying, and Mr. Speaker, we are going to bring the necessary motions or bills here so that our people in Murang'a do not give Nairobi water for free, where they come and sell it, leaving our people in Murang'a without water, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the President talk about public-private partnership, we, as people from Murang'a, were very happy about that. In the meantime, we'll be seeking that the county of Nairobi pays some rate to the county government of Murang'a in order for us to be able to build some infrastructure for our people as far as water is concerned. Mr. Speaker, there is that health, and my time is almost up. I can see the warning sign. Mr. Speaker, health, universal health care. Our people, Mr. Speaker, are getting impoverished every time a sickness visits a home. Mr. Speaker, universal health care is going to sort out our people so that our people do not use their much needed savings to meet health challenge, health bills, Mr. Speaker, and that is something that is very encouraging. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very excited about the President committing that the government should not borrow to finance recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, only a fool, Mr. Speaker, lives beyond their means. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is very encouraging that going forward, this administration of His Excellency the President William Samoei Ruto is going to encourage savings and is going to discourage borrowing to finance a recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, so that our people can be able to save more and have better services. Mr. Speaker, as I sit down, I want to laud the President for suggesting that we should change Kenya Revenue Authority to be Kenya Revenue Service. Because, Mr. Speaker, many people have closed their businesses. Not because, Mr. Speaker, they do not pay tax.
His
and
time
if
is ending. Senator Newton's time is almost over, but there is another point of information again.
Okay. Governor Senator Mandao.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform the Senator from Murang'a that it is an economic and social right according to the Constitution, Article 43 C.D, that the people of Nairobi, who is also among them who lives in Nairobi, they have a right to clean and safe water in adequate quantities, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Newton, you are well informed.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Governor Senator.
Another point of order or information? Senator
Mr.
Onyonka.
Speaker, I would like my brother to allow me
Take
to
your
make
seat. Resume to your seat, kindly.
to intervene and help him by informing my governor, Honorable Mandako, that even when that right does exist, the truth is that the county governments have not been releasing funds which were meant for compensation to the water and other resources which are given by those counties. So his point is actually correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Onyonka. And Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I would have wanted to tell Governor Senator Mandago that we are not suggesting that the people of Nairobi do not have a right to access to water. All we are suggesting is Nairobi Water Company sources water from Murang'a, sells it to the people of Nairobi. So we are saying because they make a revenue out of it, the people of Murang'a should also benefit from this revenue, Mr. Speaker, and that they should pay some rate to Murang'a, Mr. Speaker. My time is up, but I think I would be happy to engage in that debate further because the people of Murang'a cannot give water to Nairobi when they don't have water, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Senator Shakila Abdara Mohammed. Next.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii fursa kuweza kuchangia katika hotuba ya Rais. Kwanza ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii Mheshimiwa kukishukuru chama changu kwa kunipatia hii nafasi ya seneta maalumu na wale ambao wamechaguliwa kutoka kwa chama changu ambao wameiwezesha hii nafasi mimi kuipata. Na vile vile kuwashukuru na kuwapongeza nyote ambao mmechaguliwa katika nyumba hii ya kifahari kutekeleza majukumu yenu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hotuba ya Rais kwa maoni yangu haiambatani kamwe na matarajio ya mwananchi Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, neno hasla ambalo huwa linatumika sana kama maua ya kurembesha ama linatumika kwa ufasaha na utaalamu mwingi haswa na viongozi wa juu, ni neno ambalo kwamba halijaweza kupata maana kikamilifu kwa sababu na kwa maoni yangu Mheshimiwa, ninaona kama Rais hajiamini ama hana uzoefu wa kuelewa kikamilifu miundombinu ya kugeuza uchumi wa nchi na kuinua maisha ya mwananchi mdogo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna fiche sana ambazo zinabainisha kuwa serikali kuu ina upungufu wa kuelewa ajenda zake na mwelekeo wa nchi na uchumi wake Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna changamoto ambazo sana hivi sasa zinatuambata kama za ufisadi, ajira, gharama za juu za biashara, usalama, barabara, miundo misingi, maji safi, uchafuzi wa mazingira na ukuzaji wa viwanda. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nitoe mfano wa mbolea. Hivi sasa Mheshimiwa, mbolea zimewekwa chini kwa shilingi 3,000. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya haitaki mbolea za kupewa za marupurupu na nchi za ng'ambo kwa bei rahisi ambazo hatuzielewi. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya inahitaji viwanda ambavyo kwamba vitatengeneza mbolea kwa bei nafuu na kukuza mazao yao na kujenga uchumi wa nchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ndio itakuwa njia bora ya kuleta mabadiliko na kuendeleza nchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa njia ya Fuliza, nampongeza Rais kuingia Fuliza na Mshwari, lakini tunamwambia afuate mkondo huo, afanye hivyo kwa World Bank na IMF. Hizo ndizo sehemu ambazo zitaleta mabadiliko makubwa ya uchumi wa nchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, bilioni 300 kutolewa. Hivi sasa mawaziri wadogo wako pale si kikatiba. Hiyo ndio mbinu muafaka ya kupunguza gharama za serikali na kuinua uchumi wetu kwa kutoa hizo nafasi za mawaziri wadogo ambazo ziko pale kuzawadia wale wanakampena wao ambao walikuwa wakiwafanyia kazi zao za kisiasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, naongea kwa mfano mambo ya kulipa ushuru. Mambo ya kulipa ushuru, mwananchi mdogo ndio unaona anakamuliwa sana. Tunataka serikali ilenge na ipeleke macho yake kwa wale samaki wakubwa ambao kwamba wale ndio wanafaa kuleta ushuru na walipe ushuru wa kubadilisha uchumi wa nchi, na ianze na yeye mwenyewe Rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, uvuvi, tunasikitika kwamba uvuvi wa Kenya katika kifungu cha 21 Rais ameongea ya kwamba tunafaa kuinua uchumi kwa kupitia uvuvi ikiwa ni mbinu moja. Hivi sasa kitengo cha uvuvi kimewekwa kwenye idara ya Blue Economy. Na uvuvi wa hapa nchi yetu Kenya ni uvuvi ambao unafanywa na vijahazi na vidimbwi vya maji. Huo ni uvuvi gani ambao utaweza kuinua nchi yetu? Na wale ambao wanafanya uvuvi kwa vijahazi, vile vile utakuta wanakatazwa kuvua kwa mikano, ambao kwamba hiyo shida ama hiyo sheria ya mikano inafaa iwekewe zile matrollers, si wale wavuvi wa chini. Lakini utakuta kwamba uvuvi huo ama ile sheria ambayo imewekewa matrollers inaathiri mpaka wale wavuvi wa chini. Hivi sasa wamekatazwa kuvua kwa mikano, ambao kwamba hiyo ilikuwa ni sheria ifikiriwe mvuvi wa chini isimuathiri. Mheshimiwa Spika, uvuvi hivi sasa, samaki kuna upungufu nchini. Kuna upungufu wa samaki. Kenya inahitaji samaki tani milioni 900, lakini hivi sasa inatoa samaki tani milioni 700. Unakuta rasilimali zetu zinakuja kuchukuliwa na matrollers ambayo yanotoka nje, ambao kwamba hizo matrola ikiwa sisi kama nchi tunaweza kuwa nazo na tutawafundisha wavuvi wetu mbinu mbadala za kwenda kuvua na matrola, tutainua uchumi wetu na tutaweza kubadilisha maisha ya mwananchi ambayo tunamwita hasla. Lakini hivi sasa utakuta rasilimali zetu zinaenda kiholela na watu ambao kwamba si wa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukame na mafuriko, hayo ni majanga yako kila mwaka. Tunashangaa kuona serikali kila ikifika wakati wa ukame tunafanya firefighting, badala ya kutafuta mbinu ya suluhisho kamili ya kuzuia mambo ya ukame, na pia tutafute suluhisho ya kuchota yale maji ambayo mvua ikija mafuriko, tuyadhibiti yale maji, tufanye ukulima, tulishe mifugo yetu. Wakati wa ukame tuwe tumejipanga kikamilifu, lakini unakuta hakuna hiyo mikakati. Sisi kila mara tunakuwa ni watu wa kupigana wakati wa majanga ya kitukabili, lakini huwa hatujipangi na tukitarajia na kujua kwamba haya majanga yametulenga na yako na sisi kila mwaka. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona serikali imeanza kupigana na ufisadi. Kuna watu wameanza kutiwa mbaroni, wamefungiwa, lakini tunataka huu ufisadi ukipiganwa usiwe selective, ufanywe all weather. Si wale wengine wa mrengo ule wao watawachiwa, wa mrengo huu wanafinywa. Kila fisadi popote alipo awe atakabiliwa na apelekwe mahakamani kulingana na hatia zake. Lakini sio kwamba ionekane watu fulani ndio wanakabiliwa, watu fulani wanaachiliwa. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi ndilo janga ambalo kubwa hivi sasa nchini kwetu Kenya. Hata tukiinua uchumi wetu, ikiwa ufisadi bado unaendelea ambao umekita mizizi katika sekta za serikali, hatutaweza kusonga popote. Mheshimiwa Spika, mbegu za GMO, hizi ni mbegu ambazo kwamba ni kitu hivi sasa. Mbegu zetu za kawaida unaweza kulimia, unaweza kuweka mbegu, ulime, uvune, kisha zile mbegu utumie tena mwakani. Lakini GMO ni kitu unatumia mara moja, mwakani utahitaji tena mbegu zingine. Kwa hivyo hiyo pia ni njia moja ya hasara, ya kwamba kila mara ni lazima hizo GMO ziwe zitaletwa, badala ya kwamba zile mbegu ambazo kwamba umepanda, umevuna, utaweza kuzitumia tena na mwakani. Lakini tukiletewa mbegu za GMO zitakuwa ni on-off deal. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hayo machache ninashukuru sana.
Asante. Senator Tabitha Keloche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity and congratulate His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and our Deputy President, Honorable Gachagua, on leading a very successful, people-driven and people-oriented campaign. I want to tell him, you not only inspire the ordinary Kenyan to know that their dreams are valid, and therefore, in your hands, they trusted that their aspirations shall be fulfilled. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Count on my support. I also wish to congratulate you, honorable members, senators, for a great win too. No doubt, we all appreciate the enormous responsibilities on our shoulders to carry forth the aspiration of our Kenyan people. I want to thank my people of Nakuru County for giving me the opportunity to serve them as a senator. As I promised them, I will not let them down. With regard to His Excellency, the President's speech on the opening of the 13th Parliament, I want to sincerely and deeply thank His Excellency, and I note with gratitude President's acknowledgement of increased number of elected women this term to the Senate and the National Assembly. We feel honored, and I want sincerely to thank the Nakuru people, my Nakuru people of Nakuru County, for setting an outstanding example by achieving the 50-by-50 gender representation in leadership. I'm extremely excited by the President's mission and vision to scale up productivity in agriculture. We shall ensure we have adequate and affordable food and food security, as well as for value addition to support our industrialization. Agriculture has for many years formed the backbone of Kenya's economy. The sector contributes about 30%. Product GDP and accounts for 80% of national employment, mainly in the rural areas. Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, Nakuru contributes toward the GDP in agriculture, averages 35%. Nakuru is blessed with good climate, good soil, and it can grow everything apart from the sunflower and coconut. We have an industrial park that is coming up, and I believe when it's up and running, we'll be ready to serve. The industries that will be put up in the industrial park with the raw material from our farmers. I want to challenge or to ask the senators in this House to ensure that wherever you are, you ensure you check and see what is grown there and what value addition we can do to the agriculture. I believe His Excellency is not even the way we say that he has hit two birds with one stone. I believe it's like one bird with 4 stones. Because the minute, four birds with one stone, sorry, excuse. So, meaning, if we work on our agriculture. Because if you look at our industries, a lot of the raw materials are imported. We import the raw materials, even the least that we can imagine. So the minute we increase our agriculture, we ensure that our farmers, we add value to their produce, I'm sure we'll put money in their pocket. In our campaign, we went around for ensuring the Kenyans that we ensure that we put money in the pocket. And the first thing that we can do is to ensure that we add value to the agriculture so that we put money in their pocket. We have the best honey here. I know from Kitui, from Baringo, but you see us going to the supermarket and we buy the honey from Australia. If you look at the milk, go to the supermarket. If you look at the value added, what we add value in the milk, the yogurt, 300 grams. Like now when I was coming, I just bought 300 grams for my lunch, and I think I bought at 180. That's 300 grams. From where I come from, 13 grams of malted barley you use to make a liter of beer, where you sell, the Kenya government gets 142 shillings, and the value added to the farmers and the creation of jobs and all that. So for me, I know all of us, we take the challenge to ensure that whatever we grow in our farms, the sugar canes, the cabbages, whatever we grow, we add value to them. So that we look at what we can add value to them. We advise the county government, the national government. We, as the leaders of this house, I'm sure will ensure that our farmers add value in their pocket. I mean, they have money in their pocket. And to ensure, like now in Naivasha, we have an industry that was closed, which I need to check why it was closed many years back. Is a Pana food where they dry the vegetables and they prolong the lifespan of the vegetables. So I think those are some of the things that we need to do. Then we come to the SMEs, where he said he's also going to ensure that the mama bogas, the boda bodas, and matatu, all that. If you look at the SMEs, the last time I checked, I think they are at 16.5 million. If you look at those businesses which are in the informal sector, if we ensure that we support them, because what they lack, they start their businesses today, and I'm sure you've also seen in your villages, they start their businesses today, maybe forced by circumstances, but they lack the skills of financial, they lack the market, and they lack the information. If we challenge the Ministry for Industrialization and ensure that they give them the information that they require, they create, they build their capacity, they build their capacity to ensure that they have the financial skills, they grow, they ensure that they increase the market for them, and they give them the right information, and the right information reaches using the right channel to reach the information, because they lack the information. And then the foreign ministry also to ensure that it can also ensure that they increase the market in the international market. And then us, as the leaders, we ensure when we go to the supermarket, we buy our products. If you go to America, the President of America will not buy anything that is not produced from his own country. So, if them is them, then who are we? We need to ensure that this country of ours, we change it and ensure that this informal sector, they come to the formal sector by supporting them and giving them the necessary support, so that if they employ one person each, if we are talking of 16.5, we are talking of 33 million people in the now formal sector. If you look currently how many people are employed in the formal and the public, it's not more than, here, not more than 3 million. So we are talking that we can create that 3 million within our 5-year tenure. Even the money we are talking about, the saving, I know Kajwang has left, he seems not to understand about the saving. Even for me, I understood it when we were taken to the Kenya Kwanza or induction. Not induction, it was retreat. Was it a retreat or induction? That's the time I understood. I couldn't understand that we are doing so badly that Tanzania, Uganda are better savers than us. We are living beyond our means. The 200 shillings we are collecting, I know it's 200, then the employer adds 200, so it's 400. We use more money to collect that money. So we just need to increase more people to be able to pay the taxes, and it's just to ensure that the informal sector, they come now to the formal, they create employment, and they get into the tax bracket. And then we get this money. So this money, when you keep it in your cows, is just yours. If you keep it to whatever, it's all yours. But when it is that NSSF money put somewhere, it's for your, I mean, you are required to use it after your 30 years in your retirement. That's the money now the government will be borrowing. So we'll save ourselves from borrowing those international funding that we are like slaves. We've been enslaved. So we ensure that now we can have our own money, the government can borrow from us. I don't think we need to go to Harvard Business School to understand that. It is very clear that it is us to save ourselves. The proposal by His Excellency to transform KRA from Kenya Revenue Authority to Kenya Revenue Service is highly welcome. The reforms will ensure customer care and service leadership is enhanced. It ensures that we build investors' confidence and create friendly businesses environment for both local and international. The need to widen our tax bracket can only be achieved by having friendly method of collecting tax that is free from harassment and unnecessary use of force. When we talk, when others have spoken, you don't want to repeat a lot, but the other point on how to ensure that the businesses thrive, we create more industries in our country, is to ensure that also the way His Excellency said, that he will ensure that we have affordable credit and ensuring this blacklisting and the CRBs are well taken care of, or laws are changed to ensure that we don't have many businesses that will go into CRB. Because the minute they go to CRB, you can't access finance, and the business had employees 2 or 3 or 10, they are going to lose their jobs. So we support His Excellency on that. So mine is to say agriculture, we support His Excellency on that. Nakuru being the biggest contributor, actually about 35%, it means we should even receive more fertilizers, our people should receive more fertilizers. But the main thing is how do we add value so that we can ensure that we have more products for our businesses to ensure that we don't import a lot of the raw materials. And then we, all of us as Kenyans, support Buy Kenya, Build Kenya to ensure that we can create more employment for our people. I think I don't need to talk much. You, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much, because I don't like repeating. Talking at the last point, it means people have spoken and we've heard. or what we need now? I know it's minority, majority. How do we come together to ensure that our people,
Thank you.
whatever the people wanted, it's not about the division. It's whatever can add value to our people.
Thank
We
you,
all work
Senator
together
Tabitha.
as a team. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Let us now have the minority whip, Senator Fatuma Nduru. And so actually these two gracious ladies are in the leadership of this house. And I did apologize, you couldn't have contributed actually the first day. But it is good you have also been around to see how your members are handling the business of the house. It's good that you have been around for the 3 days. Proceed, Senator Fatuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. As you've said, I should have contributed the first day, but sometimes because of the demand, it becomes impossible. But let me contribute actually to the President's address. And I start from actually saying that this is my first time to be in opposition. And sometimes it is very good to be in opposition because I've been on the other side of the aisle. And you end up defending indefendable. Yeah? But being on opposition is the best thing actually that I'm enjoying this time round to serve in this house. Mr. Speaker, looking at the presidential address, we are being told that Kenya has matured democratically. I doubt that. Because Kenyan politics are based on tribal, clan, ethnicity, money, the rich and the poor. So we are far from being democratic. The only time that I'll say that we are happy and we have matured democratically, Mr. Speaker, is when we don't have contestation. Because over the years, we've had contestation in our elections. We've seen what happened. But I must congratulate Kenyans for having been peaceful this time round when we had election. As the saying goes, minority have their say, and majority have their way. But one day we will realize that the minority will also have their way. Mr. Speaker, from the presidential address, I will look at the issues of the ministers appearing before the House. And some of the people are saying it has been difficult to get the ministers. And I don't want to be the prophet of doom. Whether we have ministers in the House or not, the music will be the same. Because I remember in the last two parliaments, we've had ministers appearing before the committee of the whole. They have never been sitting in the House. But we had even summons to summon ministers who actually defied the summon of the House. And I hope in the process of actually introducing ministers appearing before the Senate to answer questions, we will not be sent cast to come and answer questions on behalf of the ministers. That will be disastrous for this country. Mr. Speaker, the ministers are not members of this House. The only time maybe if they will appear without this mess being here. Yeah? So, we want to see how Kenya Kwanza are going to introduce ministers sitting in this House and answering questions. That is the day we'll have a big challenge in this country. Number two is the issues of Hustler Fund. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chelagey, what is out of order and Senator Fatuma is doing so well? Go to the dispatch box.
Mr. Speaker, I had to interrupt my leader because, and my former member in my jailer committee, but him being a senior lawyer, I expected her to provide proper guidance because we might end up misleading. I raise only look at Article 153 of the Constitution, sub-Article 3. It talks about a cabinet secretary attending a committee of the National Assembly or the Senate when required by the committee and answer any question concerning a matter for which the cabinet secretary is responsible. But the Senator Dulo making assertion that chief administrative secretary will appear before the committees is not good. It's misleading the country, and I hope her being a leader in this house should not be the one misleading. Yet the Constitution is crystal clear under Article 153, sub-Article 3, on who should appear before any committee, so that we don't get mixed up. The President suggested, and the standing orders will be looked at, but that one does not mean that the chief administrative secretaries or even, and I remember, Mr. Speaker, in the hindsight of institutional memory, we were together with on several occasions where we turned away chief administrative secretaries. I remember you used to serve in national security, and I hope you'll continue serving in it. And you remember we returned the current governor of Narok, Governor Ntutu, when he was the chief administrative secretary of Interior. So please, Mr. Speaker, let the leader guide the nation appropriately, not mislead the nation.
Yes, Senator Maruma, what is out of order again?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not about Senator Fatuma Dulo's contribution, but I'm trying to see how we are doing for time. It's almost 5:15, and there are several people who are supposed to contribute. I'm wondering if we continue with this pace of 15 minutes, I will only get 6 people to contribute, and we could be having more contributors who want to contribute to the presidential speech. So I want to move that we reduce the time. We might reduce the time. Number 2, maybe you within standing order number 1, Speaker, we can see how, Speaker, we can disallow points of order because they are eating into our time. Yet there are people who have already contributed, and if we continue allowing these points of order, then we might not get time to really contribute. I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwaluma, you know this motion is in progress, almost we are at the tail end, and it is not possible to limit the debate at this point. According to standing order 111. But I've been actually requesting members, at your own discretion, senators, you can save some time for your colleagues, because can do 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So I'm unable to help at this injunction. I know the interest with all the members. I have very long list from both sides, but I'm unable to help at this injunction. Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll be very fast and brief in my contribution. I've heard Senator Cherargei about CAS. And actually, it's good that he has confirmed we have turned away CAS in our previous meetings. And I've said actually in my statement, there is a possibility of actually sending cars to this house. And that is what we are going to disallow. So I don't see if there is anything that is out of order. And number two, when he quotes Article 153, it's very clear that the cabinet ministers are going to appear before the committee of the whole or committee of different departments. That is okay. We have no problem with that. But the only time that we are going to challenge is when we have those ministers to come and sit with us in this house. And that is very clear from my side. The other point I wanted to raise, Senator Cherargei, you are eating into my time, which I think the Speaker needs to protect me. The issues of PPP. Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues have said, there was no mention of issues of corruption in the address of the President. What killed this country is corruption. And I know very well, for the last 2 terms I've been in this house, counties have been grappling with the issues of PPP. And a very good example, even national government, the issues of mess. They first started with PPP. And when they realized PPP is not going to work, they dropped it and went to contract, an agreement. PPP, if we are not carefully going to see how we can handle or come up with a proper strategy, that is a source of corruption. And I hope Kenyans are fully aware of what is happening and what will happen to PPP if we don't have proper structures in place. And number two, counties, they don't even have capacity to run PPP. But unfortunately, most of them, they end up actually starting PPP. Along the way, they drop. So PPP, if we are not very careful, Kenyans are not going to get value for their money. And also, it's a source of corruption. If Kenya Kwanza is ready to deal with corruption, we have no problem with the PPP. And I don't know where they are going to get money to run PPP when they are crying there is no money in the country. Mr. Speaker, the other point I wanted to raise is on a Hustler Fund. After election, every leader comes on board, they introduce a fund. We have Youth Fund, which we have seen actually as it has not benefited Kenyan youths. It's actually failing today, if I'm not wrong. Many of our youths are jobless. Many of our youths have dropped out of school. We don't know what Youth Funds is doing in this country. Number two, we have seen Women Fund. Majority of our mothers are hustling in the market, everywhere. Yeah? So when we talk of Hustler Fund, and it's good to define what hustler is in this country, and I hope it is not rewarding those who have politically supported certain quotas, 80% of this country are hustlers. 80%. We want to see how this Hustler Fund is going to be introduced, how it's going to help Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, Jua Kali, and everybody else. But the challenge is, where are we going to get these funds from? Are we going to collapse the rest of the funds? Or are we going to create another independent fund? Are Kenyans ready for this Hustler Fund? Those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I wanted to raise is on issues of, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Oversight Fund and CDF. Oversight Fund, CDF. If you see CDF, it's financing security, financing schools, and bursary. The same thing national government is doing. The same thing county government is doing. Is it really helping Kenyans? It's not. Yeah? I come from a county where there is insecurity. People are fighting each other after every 1 week. It doesn't pass. And yet, a member of parliament is given money for insecurity. They end up doing nothing. Yeah? And we are saying CDF is doing a lot of work. Why can't we collapse these projects? Mr. Speaker, I beg you to give me 2 minutes because there was point of orders that actually disrupted my debate. Please, I beg you. There is a very important point I want to drive home, Mr. Speaker. So the issues of CDF, our kids, especially the ones from pastoral areas, the animals are dead, the drought is hitting, kids are not going to school, kids are dying of malnutrition, grown-ups are dying. Surely, what are we doing about them? Yeah? People stood here and talked about drought intervention. What drought intervention? In my county, they were given 600 bags of rice and 360 bags of maize to each sub-county. Surely, that is 1 meal for a day, which is not enough for everybody. As my colleagues have said, and I'll say it here, pastoralist communities are treated in this country as a second-class citizen. Why can't Kenya Kwanza allocate 3.55 billion the way they are allocated to fertilizer to pastoral counties? Sink boreholes. People are dying of hunger and lack of water. We forget about dams in this country. But we're very happy fertilizers are there. And we wonder when those fertilizers were procured. That is a question mark that we need to ask ourselves. Kids are not going to school today because of drought. Nobody is even talking about it. And we are very proud that Kenya Kwanza, we are the ones leading the government. We do marvelous. Yes, you will do marvelous. But what are the pastoralist communities doing or they are suffering today? And nobody is actually talking about them. Right now, I was just sent a message by somebody where they are saying people are dropping dead. Mr. Speaker.
I'm giving you the...
Mr. Speaker, I was given 2 minutes, and Senator Cherargei should give me time to finish.
No. Actually,
Mr. Speaker.
You have 3 more minutes to finish.
3 more minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Mind.
Thank you.
Senator Cherargei, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, issues of fertilizer. We have 4 months. Mr. Speaker, can you tell Cherargei to sit down?
I give him the opportunity to prosecute his point of order. You know, you are 2 senior members of this House and you know one another very much.
But he's interrupting.
So, Senator Cherargei, we want really to know between the two of you, yes. Every time you speak, she puts a point of order. Every time she is on the floor, you put point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I raise Standing Order 101 because Senator Dulo is misleading the House. You remember this government is only less than 30 days. And arguing that whether this procurement of fertilizers were done, she is aware that the government exists, and I'm very sorry because it looks like Senator Dulo, being in opposition, is make some statements that she doesn't even believe in it. Mr. Speaker, the country should be patient. 28 days is not even enough to make a baby, Mr. Speaker. So even pregnancy takes 9 months, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, under 101, the Standing Order 101, Senator Dulo should not introduce the points of argument in her submission, Mr. Speaker, because if she wants a substantive reply, then she knows the procedure that needs to be done.
Proceed, Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, I think Senator Cherargei should really be serious about the point of order he's raising. Because if I want to challenge the issues of fertilizer, it's not a priority for us today. We need food on the table. So if you want to tell me that food is not a priority, we wait for 3 more months for us to use fertilizer. That's not a solution to our problems. No, I don't need point of information. I don't want to be informed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatumo Nduro, kindly finish up.
I am finishing up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The issues of judiciary given more resource allocation, Mr. Speaker. For me, that is not a priority. What I would have expected the president to do is to increase county government budgetary allocation from 15 to 35% or 40%. That is where we need that money. It's not in judiciary. Judiciary, in as much as we say they are fighting corruption, they are the most corrupt in this country, and I dare say that. Mr. Speaker, from the statement of the president, when he says that he has increased resource to judiciary, and I'm sad to say this, the other day we've seen judges queuing with us receiving the president. This is not their institution. The institution is at the High Court judiciary. For the last 10 years I've been in this house, I've never seen CJ coming and queuing with us. What does that mean? What do Kenyans say about that? On top of that, they are given increased resource allocation. It's a question mark that we need to ask ourselves. And Kenyans are saying, Mr. Speaker, I am finishing. I am finishing, Mr. Speaker. I am finishing, Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up, Senator Duro. Kindly, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up. Okay, let us, next is...
Mr. Speaker, I am concluding. And Senator Cherargei and Senator Kinyua, allow me to finish. Finally, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order from the majority leader.
Tulia Fatuma. Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to understand Senator Fatuma Dulo's line of thinking. Is it her submission that we have such fickle characters in the office of the Chief Justice and Deputy Chief Justice, such that a simple act of honor, just receiving a president in parliament, will alter their thinking in how they run the judiciary of this republic? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is it also her submission that we shouldn't, as parliament, team up with the executive in increasing funding to the judiciary so that there is access to justice, including in her own county of Isiolo, where when we went for a campaign, the residents of Isiolo were pleading that they need a high court or even a court of appeal built in our county? How are we going to achieve that if their senator is here on the floor saying that we shouldn't increase the allocation to the judiciary? I want to understand that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
You have very few seconds to...
No, I have very few minutes to finish. Mr. Speaker.
Seconds, please.
Seconds, Mr. Speaker. Do you want to tell us, Senator Cheruiyot, Majority Leader of this House?
And when you have the right trend, you know your time is up, actually.
My time is up, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I am right to my opinion, and I have a right to have my opinion. But what I'm saying is there are right procedures in actually increasing resource. And my submission is it judiciary or county governments that require increased resource allocation? Yeah?
Thank you.
That is what I want to ask. Thank you.
Let us have Senator Murango. Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii ili kuweza kuongea kidogo kuhusu hotuba ya rais katika bunge ya 13. Mstahiki Spika, sisi katika Kiswahili kuna wahusika wakuu na wahusika wa kupachikwa. Nilipoangalia mstahiki Spika nakala ya hotuba ya rais, nimeona inawiana kabisa na manifesto ambayo tulikuwa nayo kama Kenya Kwanza. Mstahiki Spika, na kwa hiyo sisi ni wahusika wakuu, na ningetaka kumpa kongole rais kwa hotuba ambayo alitoa na kauli zake aliyotoa katika bunge ya 13. Nitaanza kwanza na kilimo. Katika kilimo, nimetoka Kirinyaga ambako sisi ni kaunti ambayo iko na mradi wa kulima mchele, mpunga, ambao ni kubwa sana katika Afrika na katika Kenya hii. Na ambapo pia kuna miradi mingine kama Mbura, Tana, Pakera, Hero, Bunyala na West Kano. Na ni vizuri kusema ya kwamba katika kilimo, kama tunataka tuwe na chakula katika Kenya hii, lazima tufanye mambo kadhaa ili tuweze kupata chakula ambayo itatosha katika Kenya hii. Ya kwanza ni kuongeza kama kufanya value addition, na ninapoongea saa hii katika maeneo ya Mwea ambapo wanakuza nyanya, lile sanduku moja la nyanya ambao ni kilo 60.
Senator moment, Faki. Just a moment, Senator Murango.
Mheshimiwa Spika, singependa kumhujumu ndugu yangu Senator Murango ambaye anazungumza Kiswahili kwa ufasaha, lakini nasikitika kwamba anasoma mchango wake katika bunge hili la Senate. Ameangalia hivi sasa, amekaa wasoma, hata amwangalie Spika yuasikiza au hasikizi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo si sawa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Wazee wako Kericho.
Mstahiki Spika, pia ningeomba ulinzi kutoka kwa rafiki yangu Senator Faki ambaye kwamba ameanza kuonyesha dalili za kigaidi, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Faki, mimi sisomi chochote katika karatasi, lakini pia niko na nakala ya hotuba ya rais ambayo nafuatilia kwa makini. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mambo kadhaa ambayo nilikuwa nimeongelelea, na kwanza nilikuwa nimeanza na kilimo. Na nilikuwa nimesema ya kwamba nimetoka eneo la Kirinyaga ambako kilimo ndio jambo ambalo wakulima wanafanya kila siku kule. Na katika kilimo kile kuna kahawa, kuna mchele, kuna majani chai na pia ukulima wa samaki na vitu vinginezo. Kwa hivyo tunapokuza zile vitu, kama sasa nasema tukienda pale soko ya Makutano asubuhi ya leo nikipita pale, sanduku moja la nyanya kilo 60 ni 1500. Na kwa hivyo kama tungeweza kufanya kile kinaitwa value addition.
Samani Senator Murango, nitaomba usisome moja kwa moja.
Mheshimiwa,
wewe zungumuza ukiangalia speaker, unaangalia noti zako alafu unaniangalia, ndio tuendelee.
Nadhani pia mimi ni mrefu kidogo, sasa nikisimama hima sijui kama nitafikia hii kipasha sauti, lakini nitaendelea tu. Na pia ningetaka kusema ya kwamba mstahiki Spika, hotuba natoa kwa Kiswahili lakini nimeandika kwa Kizungu. Kwa hivyo hakuna uwezekano wa mimi kusoma wakati natoa taarifa yangu. Asante sana. Mstahiki Spika, ningeomba sasa nipewe ulizi niweze kumaliza kwa sababu niko karibu kusahau ambao nataka kusema. Jambo ambalo rais wetu alisema na kuwekea akaongea kwa makini ni kwamba ili tuweze kupata chakula ya kutosha hapa, lazima tufanye kilimo na kupeana pia mbolea ambayo iko na ruzuku ili wakulima wetu waweze kuipata. Nataka kumshukuru ya kwamba tayari ashaanza kufanya hivyo na hiyo mbolea ishafikia wakulima, na hiyo ni jambo muhimu katika kuongeza chakula nchini. Katika license ambazo zinatumika kwa wale ambao wanataka kuuza mazao yao katika nchi za nje, tungependa, na rais alisema ni vizuri tuondoe utawala wa ziada ili wakulima waweze kupata zile licenses ili waweze kuuza mazao yao nje. Pia ningetaka kuongezea katika pale ukulima wa mchele na pia katika ukulima wa mahindi, tukiweza kutumia mitambo ya kisasa itakuwa ni vizuri zaidi ili kuongeza kilimo. Mstahiki Spika, sasa tunapoongea nataka nimshukuru rais wetu kwa sababu ukienda maeneo yote katika Kirinyaga, mbolea ambayo ilikuwa imeletwa kwa bei nafuu, saa hii wakulima wanasanjirishwa na wataweza kuitumia na kuongeza kilimo pale. Jambo la pili, nitaenda kwa pesa ambayo inapewa maskini. wanaoitwa hasara. Ni wazi ya kwamba kizingiti kikubwa katika ufanyaji wa biashara katika wale watu ambao wako na uwezo kidogo wa kupata fedha ni mtaji, ambayo inaitwa kwa Kiingereza capital. Rais wetu kwa kutoa na kuhakikisha kwamba atapeana bilioni 50 katika kusaidia wale, tutaweza kuwainua ili waweze kufanya biashara zao, na ni kusema watu wakipata biashara zao wataweza kufanya mambo mengine kama kusomesha watoto, na pia watakuwa na pesa ya kufanya mambo mengineo. Ya tatu, nitaenda niongee kuhusu sheria. Kuna sheria gandamizi ambazo limetengenezwa na mbunge ambazo lazima tuziangalie. Nitaongea kuhusu sheria ilifanywa mwaka wa 2013 ya shirika la AFA, ambayo ilikataza kuuza makandamia, kuuza pia korosho bila kwanza kuja kuzitoa maganda katika nchi za nje. Nikataka kusema sheria zile hazikufaidi mkulima, kwa sababu mambo yenyewe wachache tu ndo wananufaika, kwa sababu wakulima wengi wana uwezo wa kuweka ile mitambo ya kutoa maganda zile makandamia, korosho na zinginezo. Kwa hivyo ningeomba bunge hili ikifika wakati tuweze kutoa zile sheria waweze kuuza mazao yao kwa bei nafuu bila kugandamizwa. Kuna dhamana ya viwango ambapo wakulima atakuwa analipwa. Wenye kulima kahawa kwamba tutawapatia wakulima viwango vya chini vya pesa ambazo wanafaa kulima wanafaa kupata ili kuwawezesha waweze kulima bila shinda nyingi, na ndio inaitwa kwa kimombo guaranteed minimum returns. Wakulima akijua ya kwamba mtu anayelima mchele, mwenye analima ngano, maziwa na zinginezo, kutakuwa na kiwango fulani cha pesa, ataweza kujipanga vilivyo ili aweze kutoa hata zaidi kutoshelesha mahitaji mahitaji Kenya hii. Nitaongea kuhusu stima. Miradi ambayo nimetanja sana kama ile ya Tana River na Pekera, kuna ile ambayo inatumia sana mashine kutoa stima ambayo inapiga maji kupeleka mashambani. Na kama bei ya stima itaendelea kuwa ghali, itakuwa ni ngumu sana kuweza kutoa maji pia kwa bei nafuu. Kwa hivyo pia katika sehemu ya 32 naona rais aliongelea kuhusu stima, na ni vizuri pia hata kama watu binafsi watawezeshwa kutoa stima kwa bei nafuu. Na pia mstahiki Spika, ningetaka kuongelea, kuna gazeti notice ambayo ilitolewa juzi na serikali ambayo imeondoka kuongeza bei ya maji. Mbeleni wakulima mmoja alikuwa analima eka moja na walikuwa wanalipia maji shilingi 5,000. Katika ile gazeti notice ambayo ilitolewa, saa hii mkulima anafaa kulipa 20,000 ya maji. Najua katika taarifa ya rais, na kwa sababu saa hii tutakuwa hivi karibuni tutakuwa na baraza jipya la mawaziri, waziri wa maji ataangalia sehemu hii na kutupilia mbali hiyo tangazo ambayo liko katika gazeti ya serikali, ili wakulima waweze kupata maji kwa bei nafuu, mbolea kwa bei nafuu, ili waweze kulima na kupata mapato hata zaidi. Asante sana mstahiki Spika.
Asante sana.
Umesikia Kiswahili safi faki.
Who is Senator Mbaluma? What is out of order?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to move a motion that, pursuant to Standing Order 34.4a, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time today, Tuesday, 11th October 2022, until the conclusion of the business appearing in the order of paper 8 and number 8 in today's supplementary order paper. Mr. Speaker, this motion has been occasioned by the fact that we are heading towards 6:30, and there are so many people who would want to contribute to the president's speech. And so, because everyone would want to contribute to the speech and tweak the speech and the promise or not around their needs of the counties and the special interest groups that they present in this Senate, I would wish to have that motion passed, and I would like to request Senator Nderitu to second.
Senator Kinyua Nderitu.
Bwana Spika, nashukuru mswada huo mimi naunga mkono. Na nasema unafaa zaidi kwa sababu ya muda, na kila mtu yuko hapa anataka kuchangia na kusema mambo matatu au mambo machache kuhusu hotuba ya rais, ambayo ni hotuba ambayo ilikuwa ni hotuba ambayo ni hotuba ya kufana, na ni hotuba ambayo kila Mkenya yeyote alifurahia, na ndiposa maseneta walio hapa wanataka kuchangia na kuleta maneno yao yaweze kusikizwa, na kwa hivyo mimi Speaker naunga mkono.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order that 44A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time today, Tuesday, 11th October 2022, until the conclusion of the business appearing in order number 8 in today's supplementary order paper. Senator Cherage? Oh, okay. The question. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order that 44A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time today, Tuesday, 11th October 2022, until the conclusion of the business appearing in order number 8 in today's supplementary order paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Senator Hillary? Oh, sorry. Oh, there is another procedural motion that I want to execute. Senator Chelagai, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking at the time and appreciating the fact that you have sat for some time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order number 18, the Senate elects Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei and Senator Abdul Haji to preside over sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day today, Tuesday, 11th October 2022, and tomorrow, Wednesday, 12th October 2022, in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and it is important so that we can allow the efficiency and effectiveness of the House and be able to dispose of the business of the House that we have today and tomorrow. And Mr. Speaker, looking at the esteemed members of the Senate, Senator Haji and Senator Sigei, of course, are members that are respectable in this House, and they have capacity and ability to discharge with military precision their mandate. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and request Senator Mohamed Faki Mwenye Haji to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa ya kuunga mkono hoja ya Senator Cherargei. Mheshimiwa Spika, bunge hili lilianza kazi hivi karibuni na tumeona kwamba tumekuwa na vikao ambavyo vimeweza kuenda kwa muda mrefu. Wiki iliyokwisha tulipokuwa na kikao cha kwanza, tulikaa hapa mpaka saa 1:30 wakati Speaker Mheshimiwa Kingi alikuwa kwenye kiti kuanzia saa 8:30 mpaka saa 1:30 usiku tulipoahirisha kikao. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ilikuwa ni kazi ya ziada kwa Spika kwa sababu alikuwa yuko peke yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, na leo pia tumeona kwamba umekuwa kwenye kiti kuanzia saa 8:30 mpaka sasa saa 12 karibu, na hii inamaanisha kwamba ni viongozi ambao mmejitolea kuendesha bunge hili bila ya kujali kuchoka ama wakati ambao mmeweza kufanya mkiwa mmekaa katika kiti. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, kuchaguliwa kwa Mheshimiwa Senator Sigei na Senator Haji kama maspika mbadala itasaidia pakubwa kuendesha shughuli za bunge hili mpaka pale wakati bunge litakapokamilika na kuwa na maspika wa muda kadhaa kama inavyotarajiwa katika kanuni za bunge hili. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
Thank you. I propose the question that honorable senators, pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and standing on 18, the Senate elects Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei and Senator Abdul Haji to preside over sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day today, Tuesday, 11th October 2022, and tomorrow, Wednesday, 12th October 2022, in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. If that is the mood of the House, I proceed to put the question that pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and standing on 18, the Senate elects Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei and Senator Abdul Haji to preside over sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day today, Tuesday, 11th October 2022, and tomorrow, Wednesday, 12th October 2022, in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you. So, Senator Abdul Haji, it's your time to contribute. No, it's okay. It's okay. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, to begin, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my warmest congratulations to the President and his Kenya Kwanza team on their well-earned victory in the just recently concluded general elections. In the same breath, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would also like to congratulate the Speaker and yourself for your election and to wish you all the best in your role. I would also like to take the same opportunity to congratulate each and every senator for being entrusted with the responsibility of representing Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, to my understanding, the purpose of the presidential speech during the opening of Parliament, as is traditional world over, is for the head of state to present his statement of intention or his statement of intent to the House regarding the social and economic agenda for the country. In my view, the President's speech and his intentions for the country seem to be well-timed, as it seeks to address the fundamental social economic factors required to propel this country forward. As legislators, we must commit to play our role, together with other arms of government, to ensure this is accomplished. Interrogating the manner in which this will be carried out is one of our main responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must say in overall the President's speech touches on issues that really matter to the people of Kenya, such as issues of austerity measures in the government budget and expenditure, issues on restructuring the NHIF and NSSF scheme to ensure that it is more efficient and reliable to the people, issues on abandonment of consumption subsidies in favor for investing and supporting production are all good agendas and appear to be well-intentioned. Mr. Speaker, sir, my attention has been drawn to two aspects of the President's speech. The first is water, a subject that is very dear to me and the people living in ASAL areas who are perpetually afflicted by lengthy, severe drought as the one we are currently facing. I was delighted to hear the President's intention to increase access to water from the current 60% to 80%. Mr. Speaker, sir, while this plan is well-intentioned, we must also proceed with caution to avoid forcing the common mwananchi to pay more per unit for something which is considered to be a basic human right. This largely relies on how the government intends to structure their PPP arrangement as they go about executing their plan. We must be cognizant to the fact that certain PPP arrangements have been flawed and have resulted to unintended consequences. Mr. Speaker, sir, secondly, I am drawn to the issue raised by the President in regards to his intention to reform the tax model. His intention to review and reform the tax model is commendable. However, the proposal to introduce wealth tax, in my opinion, runs the risk of being counterproductive in growing our economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my humble opinion, targeting wealth to widen the tax base is misguided. Wealth is simply accumulated savings which is available for further investment into the economy. The fortunes of the wealthy mainly consist of active business assets that generate jobs and income. Increasing taxes on wealth will not help workers or bring about equality, but instead will undermine productivity and wage growth and might lead to capital flight. Mr. Speaker, sir, most countries world over have repealed their wealth taxes for a combination of reasons. They realized that it raised very little revenue to start with. It created high administrative costs. It encouraged tax avoidance and tax evasion. It induced an outflow of wealthy individuals and their money, and also led to double taxation. What this means is that wealthy people will be charged twice, first for earning their income, and second for retaining it, which in essence is both punitive and discriminatory. If we want to jumpstart our economy and create employment, wealth taxation will send the wrong signals to the investors that we currently have and the investors that we so desperately need to attract. Mr. Speaker, sir, the money market is a very sensitive market. Let us not send the wrong signals to the investors. Mr. Speaker, sir, if the President wants to reform the tax model, then I will urge him to look at ways to reform the tax model in such a way that it attracts wealthy individuals into the country and their monies, and it attracts them to settle in Kenya and live in Kenya so that we can actually tax them on their income and not on their wealth. Simply put, turn Kenya into a safe haven for investors and attract more wealth into the country. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thought the President's speech on the whole was reasonably impressive, and I applaud him for his ambitious plan he has outlined to bring this country back on track. I can only hope that the President and his government are successful, because if they are, it will mean that the country as a whole becomes more prosperous and the living standards of Kenyans improves. And that is what really matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Wakili Hilary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you've granted me this evening to also contribute to the speech of the President in his address to the Parliament on the 29th of September 2022. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the President and his team, together with all the members of this House, who was successful in the election that was conducted on the 9th of August, and are here representing their various constituencies in the big and heavy responsibility of undertaking a 5-year term that has and expects them to do the role of oversight in this House and beyond. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me also to thank and appreciate the leadership of this House and the membership that has just elected me and my fellow colleague senator to the Speaker's panel, and I hope and believe that we shall do that which is expected of us in the remaining session of this evening, tomorrow and Thursday, as the motion has just been passed. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the run-up to the election, we went out campaigning to our various constituents and constituencies with a set of that which we called manifestos. The speech by the President spoke into a plan that he had set out in his campaigns throughout the period of the campaign. In my very brief and short commentary to it, I will, Mr. Speaker, begin to laud his speech and on the issue of the judiciary that a number of my colleagues here have spoken to. Mr. Speaker, sir, the President, in his first assignment after being sworn in, confirmed and indeed made to be true the commitment that he will support dispensation of justice in this country. And he did that by appointing the judges to their offices, whom they had not been appointed for a very long time for reasons which were known. The President in his speech also, Mr. Speaker, indeed confirmed that his administration will allow the judiciary to have the independence that is required. By doing that, Mr. Speaker, he is also confirming and giving confidence to the Kenyans of goodwill that there will be no interference by the administration of the Kenya Kwanza in the service that the judiciary is expected to render to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, he did indeed in his speech confirm that the funding to the judiciary will be made to be that which is expected in order to enhance that independence. That, Mr. Speaker, I believe is a very important step in the leadership style and the speech that it confirmed that we will also honor and respect the independence of the organs which the Constitution of Kenya establishes. I laud His Excellency the President for that. In his speech, he went ahead to confirm and requested Kenyans of goodwill and leadership to ensure that the judiciary is allowed to deal with issues, and in particular, he did confirm that his administration will assist to ensure that the fight against corruption is enhanced. By allowing the judiciary to be independent, by allowing the judiciary to run its affairs, the fight against corruption is one that I believe in the fullness of time will be a thing of the past. In this case, Mr. Speaker, I look at the representation in terms of the paragraphs where the President spoke about this fight. Under Section 62 of the Anti-Corruption Economic Crimes Act, the element
Just a minute, Senator Wakili Hillary. What is out of order, Senator Okech?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order 105, which is the responsibility for statement of fact. And my colleague, Senator Sigei, is misrepresenting the speech of the President in line 19 of the President's speech. The President says that it is in this spirit that I will be seeking additional resources to support the bottom-up scaling of justice and empowerment of the judiciary to acquire capacity. The President is saying that against the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Article 173 of the Constitution is very clear in sub-article 3 and 4, which I'll read because it is becoming irritable to keep on hearing things that might lead to interfering with independent institutions. And judiciary is one core one that we cannot gamble with. Sub-article 1 of Article 173 says that each financial year, the Chief Registrar shall prepare estimates of expenditure of the following year and submit them to the National Assembly for approval. Sub-article 4 indicates that on approval of the estimates by the National Assembly, the expenditure of the judiciary shall not be a charge, shall be a charge on the consolidated fund and the fund that shall be paid directly into the judicial fund. Mr. Speaker, the intention of these articles are not to the point that the executive shall initiate the request of any kind of funds to the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order if we endorse such statement as empowering the executive to initiate any financial requests on behalf of the judiciary? And in the spirit of Article 160, are we not starting to see a culture whereby we are going to interfere with the independence of the judiciary? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So were you trying to give Senator Hillary more information? Were you giving clarification?
He claims that his statement is not
Yeah.
Hillary, Senator Hillary was misinforming the House that the President actually does have power to actually
Hillary,
initiate.
I did not hear that misinformation. Maybe can you clarify yourself, Senator Hillary?
Mr. Speaker, I would have wished my colleague was listening to my statement because I picked it in the context of what the President stated in paragraph 18 and 19. And he's actually read it well. What the President meant was that he will actually be seeking additional resources. I'm very sure my colleague is aware of the procedure and the processes within which the Parliament can and should deal with such issues as this one, which the President was making reference to in his inaugural speech to the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me to continue. I believe I still have the floor. The second item that, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak to was also the President's paragraph 17, where this House has previously been taken through by earlier senators who spoke to the speech, where they have stated that the President is seeking to amend the Constitution in the back door. I believe it was Senator Oburu who said that he's not expecting the President to amend the Constitution by that reference in paragraph 17 of his speech, where the President stated that he will be seeking the House to enhance or to make appropriate mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, it has been before this House stated that there is a procedure. Article 153 of the Constitution is available in terms of cabinet secretaries being required to appear before this House. Mechanism is a means within which the President was making reference to how do we ensure that they appear before the House to deal with the business or the issue that the House requires of them to do. In that context, I have searched, and Mr. Speaker, the Legal Information Institute refers mechanism as administrative procedure or guideline, manual or written statement. It is not an invitation to the House to amend the Constitution when the President makes reference to the fact that he would, in the near future, seek mechanisms through which cabinet secretaries are to be invited before the House to answer to concerns or questions that the House requires. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to the issue of the President's comments on the need to have a united country called Kenya. The President, in his speech, indeed confirmed that he would be a president of the people of Kenya, those who voted for him or those who voted for his competitor. And to that extent, he invited the House, and I believe that this House will be such house where debate and all the transaction or business transactions that will be done in this House will be for the benefit of the House. It will not matter as to whether there is a majority or the minority. However, I do appreciate the fact that indeed we will be having the majority leading the business of the House, which business will be for the benefit of all the Kenyans, notwithstanding their political divide or persuasion. Mr. Speaker, I want also to speak to the element of agriculture. In the course of all our campaigns, we did preach that this will be one of those issues the government of Kenya Kwanza will push. Mama Mboga, the boda boda guy, back down in the village, deal with these issues on a daily basis. When the President makes reference to creation of affordable credit, he's speaking to the interest of the common mwananchi. This government was formed on the strength of what we call the hustler. The hustler is that person who needs that credit to be made available to them. I believe that this House shall and will do its best to ensure that what the President requested in his desire to have affordable credit will push to do or to amend or legislate where necessary so that such hustlers are also assisted in their business enterprises. It takes the goodwill, it takes the interest of this House, notwithstanding the political divides we come from, to ensure that where necessary, legislations are made that will reach out to the person who is in the lowest level of administration of this country. I believe it is in this government that we are going to do it, that we are going to ensure that we enhance the technology that is available so that the lowest level is reached in whatever means that we have or that we are going to create. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the House to read positive and to read goodwill in that speech that the President made without necessarily carrying out an analysis in a very pessimistic way that drives towards just negating the speech for the sake of negating the speech. I believe that without reaching out, there is nothing much that we can do. The President reached out to all the people of Kenya to sit back, support, and enhance that which the Kenya Kwanza government will be going to do in its 5-year plan. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, he outlined also a number of areas with which he would wish to have the House support in terms of enhancing the tax bracket, in terms of ensuring that there is a reduction of that which is painful to the common mwananchi. If we were to be sought for as a House to help in enhancement on amendments to the tax regime, it is for the good of the country. When we tax wealth, rather than taxing the small mwananchi, we are creating that which is going to help our people, the Kenyans, to grow themselves in terms of the business enterprises they are running, and also create a path for the government in order to make sure that it is able to finance the programs that the country or the government of the day is planning to do. Mr. Speaker, sir, he spoke about ensuring that there is sufficient public participation in the programs or the plans that the government of Kenya Kwanza is going to do. I believe that this house will be one such house where when such programs are brought before the house, there is total support in objectivity, because at the end of the day, we have a house that is involved in the interest of the people of Kenya, whom we have sought for to serve for the period of 5 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, I would like to appreciate and thank the people who chose this government. And in particular, I would like to appreciate the people of Bomet County who gave me the opportunity to serve in this August House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hillary. Honorable Senators, the members on my right aren't signed, and it's an advantage because the young gadgets are not working. So I want to confirm that the members here in this list, so you check whether you are in my list before you sit forever and you feel to be captured, so that the speakers who will be here can be able to guide the House properly. Senator Kinyua, Senator Medhu, Senator Chesang, Senator Miriam Omar, Senator Matinga, Senator Bugwa, Senator Milaj, Senator Modigi, and Senator Chute. Any other senator, honorable senator, who is on this end and would like to contribute to this motion? I assume the ones on my left-hand side are all on the list because the gadgets are working. Okay. Next is Senator Agnes Kavidu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be able to contribute to the President's speech. And I really don't know what happened to the gadget, because I would have contributed a long time ago. But anyway, I thank you for now. Let me start by congratulating the President for his election and congratulating you, Speaker, for the position that you got to lead us in this House. And I want to take also this opportunity to congratulate all the senators who are elected and even those who are nominated. And I want to take this opportunity and thank the people of Machakos County for electing me, for re-electing me a second time into this House, because they have faith in me. I thank the people of Machakos very much. Mr. Speaker, I won't contribute to many of the points because they've already been contributed to, but I want to speak on women and the political place for women. Women go through a lot, so I expect the President, I know, okay, 29 of them were elected in the Parliament, and 3 of us were elected in the Senate. Last Senate, we were 4 of us, so we dropped by 1. And I want to say that by this, the way women face difficulties during elections, I personally I had faced a lot of difficulties last year when I was being elected, abusive words and all these things. And many people have not many women have not developed thick skin to stand all those abusive words and, you know, bullying of the men on the political arena. So I would request the President and the executive, and also us who are the lawmakers here in this Senate and in the Parliament, to see what laws we can put in place to protect women, because I'm sure women can be elected, vied amongst many men, and have won the election. So I know many women can go there and be elected, but only they shy from this bullying of men. On the other point is on food security. Food security, Mr. Speaker, almost every time we have drought, we run for food here and there, and we do things which are not permanent. And I would want to request and ask the president and the executive and the lawmakers to come up with a law that or a system that will make sure that we will have sufficient food in this country, and that will not be running up and down every time there is a shortage of rain. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about Machakos County, which was removed from ALSOL areas, and yet there is a lot of drought in Machakos, there is a lot of famine in Machakos, and even as food is being dispatched to other areas, the people of Machakos are not getting any food. And I would request that the people of Machakos be considered. And I would also request the Committee of Devolution, when it comes in place, to check on the statement that I had given, asking for Machakos to be returned back to ALSO areas because of the drought that is there, and because we deserve it, and it is needed there. Actually, water is an issue, is a big issue in Machakos County, and not only Machakos County, even Kitui, Ukambani as a whole, water is a big issue. I would want to speak on electricity also. Electricity that we pay so much money in Nairobi, most of it comes from Masinga Dam. Mr. Speaker, most of this electricity comes from Masinga Dam, where the people of Machakos from Masinga do not benefit. And yet, people, that electricity comes to Nairobi and people pay for that electricity. And Machakos County does not benefit from it. I would ask that the people of Machakos benefit from this electricity that is tapped from Masinga Dam. Just like the Muranga senator has said about the water from Muranga, which is true, and I quite agree with him that the people of Muranga should benefit from their water. And so the people of Machakos, Mr. Speaker, should benefit from the electricity that comes from Masinga Dam to Nairobi. I want to comment on the Hustlers Fund, the 50 billion. I quite support this, but I would want a proper law to be put in place to safeguard this money and to make sure that this money goes to the hustlers and they are aware of the fund. Because we have, Mr. Speaker, we have many other funds that the hustlers would benefit from, even right now, even before the 50 billion for the hustlers fund is put in place. We have the youth fund, we have the women fund, we have Wezo fund. We have so many of those funds that they would benefit from, and majority of them do not even know that those funds exist, and so they don't benefit from it. And so I pray that this 50 billion fund for hustlers will not be another fund that the people who are supposed to benefit from it will not even know that it is there, it is in place, and they should benefit from it. And a law should be put in place, and also they should be they should be taught about these other funds that are there that they can benefit and do business, because we have all those funds that which they can utilize and do funds with it. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the CDF money. Right now, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that majority of children who come from very poor homes are at home. They've already been sent home. There is no bursary to take them back to school, and they're at home. So I support this one, as the president said that it will come back. And as it comes back, I would also pray that it comes back together with the Oversight Kit Fund for the Senate, because it has also been very difficult for the senators to do their oversight work properly, because we depend mostly on the controller of budgets to come down to the ground and do to check the budgets and how it has been used, and they give their report. We depend so much on their report. We also depend so much on the report of Auditor General, which is not sufficient for a senator to be able to do what they should be doing at the ground. So as a CDF kit comes, my prayer is that it will come together with the oversight kit, and it will be put in the constitution, that it will not be something that is just lying somewhere which can be stopped anytime by anyone. Also, that should also come with the GAV, the Women Rep Fund that they use to support the women groups at the ground, and the youth and the PWDs, because that also should be anchored somewhere in our constitution, so that it will not just be hanging somewhere where it can be taken away or any time, or somebody just goes to court to stop it, like the CDF, somebody has gone to court to stop it. Most of the things have been talked of, and let me not just repeat and repeat and repeat. Let me reach there, and I congratulate the president. I know he has goodwill for this country, but what I can ask this House, especially the majority side and the minority side, when it comes to a law or a bill or a statement that will benefit our people down at the ground, please let us support. Let us not just refuse because we are refusing, but let us support that which will be of benefit to our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Senator Kinyo.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii niweze kuchangia katika hotuba ya rais. Lakini kwanza kabisa nataka kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuweza kutupa fursa hii kuweza kuja hapa, na tena nataka kushukuru rais wangu Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto pamoja na naibu wake Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua kwa kunipa fursa mimi niweze kuwania kiti cha seneta na chama cha UDA. Nasema asanti kwao. Tena nataka kushukuru watu wa Laikipia kwa sababu walinipa kura mpaka nikaweza kuibuka mshindi. Nasema asanti sana kwao. Tena nataka kuwapongeza maseneta wote ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa na wale ambao waliteuliwa, na waambia heko na tutaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Bwana Spika, nikubalie niseme ya kwamba hotuba hii ya Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni ya kuangazia mambo muhimu ambayo yeye ananuia kutenda. Nimesikiza ndugu zangu hapa wakiongea ni kana kwamba yeye tayari hayo mambo ameyafanya. Hapana, haya ni mambo yeye ambayo ananuia kufanya, na ikiwa pengine ungetaka kujua zaidi, kwa sababu mimi na uhakika kuna mambo mengi ambayo atafanya, ni vizuri tu kama seneta badala ya kupinga uangalie manifesto ya chama cha Kenya Kwanza. Utaelewa maneno ambayo serikali itafanya, na ni vizuri tuweze kuwapatia muda. Nimesikia Seneta Cherargei akisema hapa, na amesema vizuri, kwa sababu hata serikali yenyewe haijamaliza siku 30. Ni siku chache sana baada ya kuapishwa, lakini asikia wengine wakikashifu mambo hajatendeka. Nimemsikiza seneta wa kutoka Homa Bay, Mheshimiwa Kajwang, akisema ya kwamba ati vitu vimeongezeka, unga umeongezeka, kila vitu vingi amevitaja vimeongezeka. Lakini kweli usemwe, Mswahili anasema mgala muue na haki umpe. Tulipoingia tulipata hazina kitu chochote. Hazina zote zilikuwa tupu. Serikali iliyoko ilikuwa tayari hakuna hela ziliko katika hazina zetu. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kushukuru rais, kwa sababu hata baada ya hayo unaona ya kwamba mbolea imepunguzwa bei kutoka shilingi shilingi 6,000 sasa inauzwa na shilingi 3,500. Hiyo ni jambo ya muhimu ambayo imetekelezwa. Nikiangalia katika hotuba yake tena amesema ya kwamba sisi tujidhatiti tuziondoe, tuweze kubadilisha ama kuzipiga msasa hizi kanuni zetu za kudumu, tuweze kuwaita mawaziri hapa na waweze kuulizwa maswali moja kwa moja. Hilo mimi nasema ni jambo muhimu na tunapaswa kulifanya, ndiposa wakati tunataka kuuliza maswali, sisi kama wawakilishi wa wananchi, tunamuuliza waziri moja kwa moja. Si kutumia kamati vile ambavyo tumekuwa tukifanya, tunatumia kamati zetu, zinaenda zinauliza wale mawaziri. Na mimi nakumbuka nikiwa kama mwenyekiti wa kamati, mnamuita waziri, waziri haji. Lakini sasa ikiwa tutakuwa tumebadilisha kanuni zetu, tunamuita waziri, anakuja hapa moja kwa moja, hilo litakuwa ni jambo nzuri na tutaweza kupata majibu ya sawasawa moja kwa moja. Jambo lingine ambalo linifurahisha zaidi ni ukiangalia mambo ya mahakama. Rais tayari ameteua majaji wale ambao walikuwa wamekaa muda mrefu kabla ya kuteuliwa. Alafu amesema ya kwamba atajaribu, na amesema vizuri, nimesikia ikisemekana hapa, lakini rais mwenyewe alisema ataongea na bunge, ataongea na watu ambao wanahusika, ndiposa hela ziweze kuongezeka zile ambazo zinatumiwa na pale mahakamani. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo zuri tena, na mahakama zikipata hela wataweza kufanya kazi yao kwa uadilifu bila kukaa wakibabaishwa na kukua hawana hela za kutosha. Jambo lingine ambalo limenifurahisha ni ya kwamba rais, hata ijapokuwa pengine hakulisema hile jambo, lakini tayari amelitekeleza. Maafisa wetu wa usalama wamepewa kitite cha pesa, wao wenyewe hata kuwa kitegemea ofisi ya rais wakitaka chochote. Na hilo jambo mimi nasema ni nzuri sana, kwa sababu tumekuwa kila wakati, hasa mimi nimetoka Laikipia, mahali mambo ya usalama imekuwa ni kizungumkuti. Ukienda police station kuripoti chochote, unaambiwa ya kwamba ati hawana mafuta. Lakini hilo ni jambo ambalo litakuwa limekoma, kwa sababu watakuwa wakipata pesa zao moja kwa moja, wao watakuwa wakijitegemea. Kwa hivyo hilo nampongeza rais, na nasema tutamuunga mkono 100%. Jambo lingine ambalo nimeliona ni nzuri tena, amesema ya kwamba pesa ambazo zitakuwa ni za uangalizi za Senate na pamoja na National Assembly. Hizo kwa sababu sisi tumekuwa tukifanya kazi hizi zetu za uangalizi, unazunguka ukitumia mshahara wako. Kwa hivyo inakuwa ni vigumu sana, lakini sasa tukiwa na hizi hela, utazitumia hizi hela, hata unaweza kupata wahandisi ambao watakuwa wakiangalia mabarabara yetu ukitumia hizi hela, na hili ni jambo ambalo litakuwa la manufaa na kazi tutaweza kuifanya kwa uadilifu, na itakuwa ni kazi ambayo tunaitekeleza na tutaweza kuangalia, kwa sababu imekuwa ni kama hata inakuwa ni vigumu sisi kama senator kufanya kazi. Unakumbuka tulipigana hapa, ilikuwa ni vita vya nguo kuchanika, tukijaribu kusema pesa za zile zinazoenda katika kaunti zetu ni mpaka ziongezwe. Tulikuwa tukipewa bilioni 310, tukasukuma mpaka tukapata bilioni 370. Lakini baada ya hata ya kupata hizo hela, sisi tunazipeleka katika kaunti, lakini hatuna zile hela ambazo zinapaswa zitumike ndio sisi tuweze kuangalia zile pesa ambazo tumeteka katika kaunti zetu. Kwa hivyo hizi pesa za uangalizi, ama kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, Faki ataniambia lugha ya nyani, utasema ni oversight. Kwa hivyo mimi hiyo naunga mkono. Jambo lingine ambalo naunga mkono ni hizi hela za walalahoi ama hustlers fund, kwa sababu watu wengi wamekuwa wakikimbizwa, wakisumbuliwa, ni kama swara wakisumbuliwa. Ukitembea katika kaunti zetu, nimesikia hata senator akisema hapa Nairobi, ati ukitembea Kirinyaga uende huko Grogon, ndugu zangu wanapojaribu kufanya biashara, amekuwa ni kama swara kufukuzwa, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao biashara zao ni za kibwenyenye, lakini mtu ambaye biashara yake ni ya rejareja, yeye apewi aonekani akiwa na manufaa. Na nataka kumshukuru rais kwa sababu alisema ya kwamba hakuna biashara ambayo haipaswi kuheshimiwa. Biashara iwe mtu anauza nyanya, hiyo ni biashara. Awe anauza vitu vyake vya rejareja, ni biashara. Kwa hivyo hii hela ya Hustlers Fund bilioni 50, sisi watu wa Laikipia, nimekuwa nikiambiwa mara si moja, wale wafanyabiashara rejareja, watu wa bodaboda, watu wa sokoni, kila mtu anaingoja. Na hiyo ndio hapo naona ya kwamba sisi watu wa Laikipia, hasa wale ambao wanafanya biashara rejareja, wataweza kupata afueni. Kwa hivyo hapo mimi naunga mkono na nasema rais, endelea kufanya kazi na sisi tuko nyuma yako. Jambo lingine ambalo ningependa kuunga mkono katika hotuba ya rais, amesema mambo ya nyumba. Watu wengi wamekuwa, sisi tumekuwa, ukiangalia utembee Laikipia, unapata watu wanaishi katika manyumba ambayo si nyumba nzuri. Uende kama mahali kunaitwa Maina Estate, uende mahali kunaitwa Majengo na Nyuki, uende mahali kunaitwa Riki, wanaishi kwa maisha ambayo ni duni. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono hivi rais amesema ya kwamba tutapata nyumba ambazo mtu anaweza akanunua. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo la muhimu kwetu na ni jambo ambalo sisi tunaliunga mkono, na rais anatufikiria kama vile alivyokuwa akisema, ni kusema na kutenda, na mimi najua atafanya. Nakumbuka rais alikuwa waziri wa kilimo. Alipokuwa waziri wa kilimo aliweza kuteremsha mbolea kama vile alivyofanya sasa, kutoka 6,000 akaileta 5,500. Alipokuwa waziri wa elimu ya juu aliweza kuteremsha, wakati watoto wa shule wakienda chuo kikuu walikuwa akikaa zaidi ya miaka 2 kabla jiunge na chuo kikuu, aliweza kuteremsha muda huo mpaka miezi 6. Ikiwa wakati huo aliweza kufanya hiyo na hako na mamlaka kama hii yako nayo akiwa rais, na sembuse sasa, mimi nina imani ataweza kutenda yote ambayo ametuambilia. Vile ambavyo ningependa kuambia wale ambao wanapinga kidogo ni ya kwamba, jamani, Mswahili anasema subira yavuta heri. Mngoje na msikate kanzu kabla ya mtoto kuzaliwa. Nasema asanti na asanti sana. Bwana Spika, nikimalizia ninataka kusema ya kwamba nimeona rais wetu akishughulikia sana mambo ya walala hoi. Ameongea kuhusu Fuliza, ameongea kuhusu M-Shwari, na amesema ya kwamba ruzuku iliyokuwa ikitozwa itapunguzwa takriban mpaka iwe 40%. Kwa hivyo mimi naona ya kwamba rais ako chonjo, ako tayari kutendea kazi. Kile ambacho ningeomba ni tumuunge mkono, na wale ambao wanaona mambo hayafanyiki, bado ni siku chache tu, na najua muda alionao ni miaka 5, na baada ya huo miaka 5 ataweza kufanya yote. Asante sana, na Bwana Spika, nashukuru. Asante.
Karibu Senator. Senator Hamid Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute. And I want to thank you, my party leader, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, for giving me this opportunity to serve in the Senate. And I congratulate my colleagues, all of you, for having been elected or nominated in this House. I'll just go direct to the point. I only have 3 or 4 points. First, I looked at the women and the 2/3 gender rule. In as much as the President acknowledged that there's growing confidence in the contribution of women in leadership and governance, he did not give tangible solution on the 2/3 gender rule, how it could be implemented or achieved. And there was also no plan or intention of which the government will do to empower women and youth of this country. My other point is a symbol of unity, of national unity. As a figure of symbol of national unity, the President did not give a unifying solution on how to heal the country. We realize that there's only a mere 200,000 difference of his winning, but I think there's still some hate in terms of ethnicity, nepotism, and all the other things. They are all very thorny. So I think it was wise, or it is wise, that at least this should be addressed, so that at least he can bring the country back together and harmonize. This will still remain entrenched in the Kenyan society if not sorted out. In terms of health, the president spoke of the universal health coverage, that is the NHIF, and how it will be achieved, but ignored the fact that the more pressing issue is how the well-stocked hospitals and actually upgrading of hospitals and well-stocked hospitals will run, and also the well-remunerated staff. One more thing in terms of tax. The President, Mr. Speaker, the President also should have focused on how to increase the tax base so as to raise more revenue. I don't think, I looked at it and he didn't talk on how he would stem pilferage and runaway corruption. Since it's well known that the country loses a third of its annual budget on corruption. And also, how does he encourage more Kenyans to pay tax, thus increasing national revenue? In terms of water, we realize, and I think many of my colleagues have contributed to that, that I think water is a devolved function that requires optimization. And in this country, so he talked about the PPP, how it can be enacted. But what happens when the current water and sanitization bodies well, what happens to the counties running the water and sanitization? I think this move opens a window of abuse and exploitation. Senate has a role in this, and we have to be very clear on the nature of contracts counties will be getting themselves into. I think, Mr. Speaker, all the other contributions that I wanted to contribute have been made. I don't think I need to add anything else, but just one more, and I think Senator Abdul spoke about it on the drought on livestock. He spoke, the president spoke on the relief response of the ongoing drought, but failed to mention what happens to communities that rely on livestock as their livelihoods. So what relief measures are available for them? I think that was not addressed adequately. I think I want to give others a chance since we still have some way to go. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chesang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate our Speaker and our Deputy Speaker, our House leadership. Chesang is my name from Trans Nzoia County. Also, again, would like to thank the people of Trans Nzoia County for electing me to represent them as their senator. And I would like to just make a few remarks on the presidential speech on the 26th. And His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, in his speech stated that he will run an administration that is open, that is transparent, and his administration will rely on oversight from us, the Senate.
Just one moment. What is your intervention, Senator Richard Onyonka?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a point of order, just in-house. Honorable Chesang is reading a statement on the floor of the House, and it's against the standing orders.
I'm just reading a speech. I'm referring to the speech.
You're quoting?
I'm just quoting.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. It said, okay, he will rely on oversight from his house to make sure the public gets value for every cent invested in every policy, program, and project. And Mr. Speaker, sir, what I've learned in this house is that the opposition side, I think, is complaining too much. I think the other week, our sister, I think from Kilifi, was complaining about what the president's speech on paragraph 12 said, which I think I beg for your permission also to read what paragraph 12 said. And I think to me the president was just saying the truth of what was happening when he said the sitting deputy president became the candidate of opposition and the leader of opposition became the candidate of the government. And as things would be, the opposition candidate won the election and became the president, and the president became the leader of opposition party. This is indeed very true, and it is the situation as the country was, but the minority side was complaining that the president was acting as if it is a campaign mode. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say, and I'd like to maybe urge the minority that the president mentioned on his speech, he said we all serve the same boss, the people and their sovereign interests and our operating principle and purpose. He mentioned, I agree with this statement because he mentioned this to show Kenyans that we serve our electorates are the bosses and we serve their interests. So I'd like to urge the minority side of the House that indeed arguments that, of course, directs to the people of Kenya, we should all support and we should all agree with what he says. Going on to paragraph 28 of the speech, Mr. Speaker, this is concerning the Hustler Fund, the 50 billion that is supposed to be implemented every year for the Hustlers Fund. I really support this because this will go down to the ground. When you look at, if I refer this to the Hustlers Fund, I think most beneficiaries to me would be the youth of this nation. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, the youth, when we go back to, let me talk about public procurement. Public procurement, the youth have been actually, they have not had equal access to opportunities in public procurement. We have had, and you know, it is according to Section 55, it is the government responsibility to ensure that the youth are empowered, and of course 30% of government procurement was meant to go to the youth, women and persons with disabilities. When you look at, after doing my own research, the largely beneficiaries are the urban youth and women and persons with disability. When you go back to the rural areas like Trans Nzoia,
like Uasin Gishu and Western provinces. This AGPO has not reached to our youths. Or maybe say, this relates also to the Hustler funds, because Hustler funds will use the same criteria. And I would like to urge the government and ask the Senate, because we are helping the president to implement these Hustler funds, that we should actually make sure that there is training, there is civil education in terms of implementation of Hustler funds. There is, we should make sure that we inform the youths, the women, and the entire people of Kenya about these opportunities, how to get them. We need to train them on how to access these Hustler funds. When you look at the highest number of AGPO registered farms in this country is indeed in Nairobi, which is 67%. We go to Mombasa at 6% and Kiambu at 5%. When you go to the pending bills, Mr. Speaker, as at August 2022, it states that it was around 504 billion shillings. 504 billion shillings, and huge number belongs to the AGPO. And this is because, Mr. Speaker, these companies are startup companies which operates on borrowed funds. And these borrowed funds, it leads to delay of completion of these projects, and after delay, which also leads to their payments are normally pushed to the next financial year, which now leads to, of course, accrued charges, and these accrued charges, of course, leads to interests of these small companies, and if they are ever paid, most of the interest does not go to the people, but goes back to this, of course, it goes back to pay maybe the loans and everything of what the youths are going through. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to, this House, we should work together to ensure that these funds, we need to find a way of making sure that it gets to the people, everyone, the beneficiaries, in a very good manner. And when you go to, I'm so happy, the President also mentioned on paragraph 28 that we will leverage on technology in the management of disbursement of the Hustler Fund. So I really support this speech, and also to urge the minority, once again, that it is only 28 days, not even up to 100 days, and the President has not implemented anything. My brother from Homa Bay stood here and said that why not, the President talked about savings in this country. He also mentioned about other people are saving in different ways. But what he did not see, if he followed the President's speech today at NSC, the President was encouraging the NSC to make sure they incorporate each and every Kenyan to NSC. So we should not actually, we should encourage the President. And why you are there as the minority is because the President wants correction so that he can lead this country in a better manner. Otherwise, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My time is over. I really, really thank you for this time you've given me. Asante.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jones Moruma.
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia hotuba ya Rais katika uvumbuzi wa bunge la 13 la Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hii hotuba imesemekana na wachanganuzi kwamba ndio ilikuwa fupi zaidi kati ya hotuba zote katika historia ya Kenya. Ningependa kusema kwamba hii hotuba ilikuwa fupi na ilikuwa nzuri, na si kwamba ni lazima hotuba iwe ndefu ili iwe nzuri. Kuna vitu vinaweza kuwa vifupi na vizuri. Hii hotuba, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni ya kutupatia barabara katika uongozi wa hii miaka mitano, hasa kuangazia mambo ya uchumi. Na ningependa kusema kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, katika ruwaza za pande zote mbili, pande ya Azimio na pande ya Kenya Kwanza, ruwaza zao zilikuwa zinaangazia mambo ya uchumi. Upande wa Azimio ulikuwa unaangazia mambo ya mapinduzi ya uchumi, na upande wa Kenya Kwanza ulikuwa unaangazia mambo ya kubadilisha uchumi kupitia kwa mfumo wa makalio juu almaarufu bottom up. Kwa vile katika mashindano lazima kuwe na mshindi na mshinde, hii ruwaza ya Kenya Kwanza ndio ilipita. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema kwamba letu kama bunge ni kuangalia ni namna gani tunaweza shikilia serikali ili watimize yale ambayo wameelezea ama waliahidi wananchi katika ruwaza yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, Rais alianza kwa kutupa kongole wale maseneta ambao walichaguliwa, na kwa hivyo tuchukue fursa kuwashukuru wananchi wa Taita Taveta kwa kunichagua tena kwa awamu ya pili. Ni kwa sababu wanaamini uongozi wangu. Na pia nichukue fursa kuwapa kongole maseneta wote waliochaguliwa kwa njia ya moja kwa moja na wananchi wao, na wale ambao walichaguliwa kwa vikundi tofauti. Na pia nimpe kongole moja kwa moja rais kwa kuchaguliwa ili kuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwa vile nimesema tayari kwamba katika kila mashindano lazima kuwe na mshindi na mshinde. Katika aya ya 3, Mheshimiwa Spika, Rais alisema kwamba katika serikali yake itaangazia maeneo yote ya Kenya katika uongozi wake na kupa fursa maeneo yote ya Kenya kushiriki katika uongozi. Katika wale mawaziri waliochaguliwa, tumeona kwamba mawaziri wamechaguliwa 22, lakini kuna sehemu zimeachwa nyuma bila kuwa na waziri, na mfano ni kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta. Lakini kusema ule ukweli, hao mawaziri hawawezi toshea maeneo yote ama magatuzi yote. Kitu ningeomba rais ni kwamba kuna makatibu bado hawajachaguliwa na kuna ma-CAS ambao bado hawajachaguliwa. Kama watapitishwa kuwa ni sawa kuwa na ma-CAS, basi aangazie yale maeneo yaliyoachwa nyuma katika uongozi kama jimbo langu la Taita Taveta, ili tupate katibu na tupate CAS. Mheshimiwa Spika, aya ya 21 inaangazia mambo ya kutoa ruzuku katika pembejeo za kilimo, hasa fertilizer. Rais aliamuru ya kwamba fertilizer ishuke kuanzia shilingi 3,500 hadi shilingi 6,000. Hilo ni jambo la kutoa kongole kwa rais, na nafikiri vile wasemaji wamesema, hii si mara ya kwanza ya rais kuingilia kati na kushukisha bei ya mbolea. Mwaka wa 2008 akiwa waziri wa kilimo katika serikali ya nusu mkate aliweza kufanya hivyo na kuleta chini bei ya mbolea kuanzia shilingi 6,000 mpaka 2,400, na kwa sasa hivi pia amefanya hivyo. La kusema ni kwamba hii kushuka kwa bei ya mbolea sio jambo peke yake ambalo litasaidia kuleta ile tunaita food security ama kuleta chakula moja kwa moja, kwa sababu kuna maeneo kama gatuzi la Taita Taveta ambayo kando na kupata pembejeo za kilimo, kuna mambo kadha wa kadha yanafaa kufanyika ili kuhakikisha kwamba kuna kuwa na chakula. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna maeneo kama Undanyi, Beruga, Mgangi ambapo tukipata mvua nzuri na tulime na tupate hii fertilizer, basi kutakuwa na mazao. Lakini wale wananchi wa kule hawavuni kwa sababu ya shida ya wanyama pori. Na wanyama pori ambao wako katika yale maeneo ni tumbili. wananchi wa undani hawawezi kulima kwa sababu ya tumbili. Sasa kando na hii pembejeo, pia serikali iangalia, je, itakuwa namna gani hawa wakulima wamelima na wana bidii kweli ya kulima, lakini chakula yao yote inaliwa na nyani na tumbili. Kuna njia gani za kulinda chakula ya huyu mwananchi dhidi ya hawa wanyamapori ambao ni tumbili na nyani? Lazima kuwe na mkakati mwafaka ya kuhakikisha kwamba hawa nyani na tumbili aidha wameuawa ama wamefungiwa nje ya chakula cha hawa wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, maeneo ya chini ambayo ni maeneo kame ya Mwatate, Voi na Taveta na maeneo mengine ya undani kama Kishushe, wale watu hata ukawapa fertilizer hawawezi kulima kwa sababu hakuna maji. Wanategemea kunyunyizia mashamba maji. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kando na kutoa fertilizer ambayo imetolewa ruzuku, lazima kuwe na mpango wa mwafaka ya kuleta maji katika maeneo kame ya Taita Taveta. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kama unajua Taita Taveta kuna vyanzo vya maji vingi sana ambavyo vinahitaji tu hela kidogo, pesa kidogo. Kwa mfano Chala, ziwa la Chala, ziwa la Jipe, Mzima Spring. Kuna Njoro Spring. Hivyo ni vyanzo vya maji ambavyo serikali ikiwekeza pesa kidogo tu kama bilioni 5 hadi 10, haya maeneo yote ya Mwatate na Voi yanapata maji, na tukipata pamoja na fertilizer ambayo imetolewa ruzuku, basi hawa wananchi wanaweza kujilimia wenyewe, kupata chakula ya kutosha na kupata chakula ya kuuzia Kenya nzima. Yale maeneo ya Taita Taveta pia ni maeneo ambayo yamejulikana kwamba ni maeneo hayana ugonjwa. Na katika mambo ya kufuga wanyama, yale maeneo yakipewa maji na wananchi wapande nyasi, basi ni maeneo ambayo tunaweza fuga ng'ombe wengi na kupata wa kutosha kwa Kenya na pia kuuza nchi za ng'ambo na pia kuleta ajira nyingi sana. Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa sababu katika aya 28 ameongea mambo ya kutafuta pesa kwa kima cha bilioni 900 kupitia kwa mfumo wa PPP ama kutumia serikali na sekta ambayo si ya serikali ili kupata pesa ya kutosha ya kupata maji na kupeleka maji katika sehemu kame. Nafikiri hilo naunga mkono kwa sababu maeneo ambayo yana rutuba lakini hayana maji yanaweza kugeuzwa ili tunyunyuzie mashamba maji na tuache kutegemea ukulima wa kutegemea mvua. Ingawaje tumejaribu hili wakati mwingine kama kule maeneo ya Kilifi katika Galana Kulalu na haikufaulu, lakini hata kama haikufaulu hatuwezi kusema kwamba pia saizi haiwezi faulu. Ni kama Waisraeli walifanya, basi tulete hawa Waisraeli tuwalete huku watusaidie ili tupate kufaulu. Kwa hivyo katika mpango wa PPP tulikuwa na tunasukuma hii miaka 5 ambayo imepita, lakini ile proposal tulikuwa nayo tukapeleka kule kwa PPP department katika treasury, hawakuweza kupitisha hiyo mradi wa Njoro kubwa ambao ulikuwa ni bilioni 6 na ulikuwa unalipiwa na private sector ama sekta ambazo si za serikali, lakini haukuweza kupita kule. Kwa hivyo najua saizi kwa sababu rais amesema watatumia hiyo mbinu ili kupata wafadhili wa kuleta maji kupitia mpango wa PPP, saizi utaenda kupita ili tupate maji ya kunyunyuzia mashamba yetu maji. Katika maeneo haya ambayo ni kame tena, wananchi wanalima lakini hawawezi kuvuna kwa sababu ya kero la ndovu na wanyamapori. Kwa hivyo pia ni vizuri county na national government na KWS washirikiane ili waweke nyaya za stima za kuzuia ndovu wasiingie katika maeneo ambayo wananchi wetu wanalima. Lingine Mheshimiwa Spika ni kuhusu hii bilioni 50 ambayo inaitwa Hustler Fund. Hii bilioni 50 ndio itabadilisha uchumi wa Kenya. Na kama kila county inaweza pata bilioni 1 tu, ielekezwe ama iwekwe ua ama iwe ring fenced kwenda kwa vijana na kina mama na walemavu.
wapewe tenda, na nafikiri Senator Uasin Gishu ameongea vizuri sana, wapewe pesa ya kufanya miradi ya county, na serikali ya kitaifa iangazie ya kwamba treasury waangazia kwamba ile pesa imelipwa katika zile tenda. Basi wananchi wa chini ambao ni vijana na kina mama wale wanaitwa mahasla wataenda kusaidika. Lakini tukichukulia vile zile pesa zingine zilivyo ya kwamba zinakopwa, wanafanya biashara ya county hazilipi, kunakuwa na pending bills, basi huu mfumo wa hii pesa ya hasla bado haitasaidia wananchi wetu kujikuza kiuchumi. Letu kama bunge ni kusaidia serikali iliyoko kutengeneza sera, sheria na kanuni mwafaka za kusaidia hii Hustler Fund iweze kufanya kazi vizuri kwa manufaa ya wananchi wetu. Na hili ndilo tutapima hii serikali yetu ya Kenya Kwanza, kwa sababu haya ni mawazo yao, wamesema wenyewe. Katika aya ya 29, Mheshimiwa Spika, wameongea mambo ya electricity ama umeme. Kusema kweli, Kenya hatuendelei kwa sababu umeme uko juu sana. Kwa nini tusibadilishe, tuangazie hydroelectric power, tuilete kwa wingi, na pia nuclear, nguvu za nuclear. Tumeenda nje, tumeenda China, tumeenda South Africa, Korea, kote wanatumia hii nguvu ya stima ambayo ni ya bei ya chini. Kwa nini Kenya tusijaribu? Vile vile tunaongea mambo ya GMO. Tulete pia stima ambayo iko chini, ambayo ni ya solar, ya hydroelectricity na Mheshimiwa Speaker ya nuclear. Inawezekana. Katika aya 42, Mheshimiwa Speaker, Rais aliongea kuhusu wananchi wetu ambao wanagawanya sehemu za mashamba sana na wanawekeza katika 50 by 100. Kusema kweli, Mheshimiwa Speaker, Rais nafikiri ajui kwamba mimi nikiwa najipanga na retirement, nikipata 50 by 100 plot ndogo, ndio najenga room zangu kidogo hapo, kwa sababu najua labda mimi ni mwalimu, mimi ni mkulima. Nikijenga hizo zitanisaidia kwa wakati unaofaa, wakati sina nguvu ya kufanya kazi. Sasa hapa Rais na yeye kidogo nafikiri hakuenda kwa sawa kusema kwamba hawatakani kugawanya mashamba. Kama kungekuwa na mfumo mwingine wa kufanya hii investment ama uwekezaji, hawa mahasla wangeweza kufanya huo uwekezaji. Lakini wale ambao wanapata na wanaweza kufanya uwekezaji katika 50 by 100, naomba waendelee kufanya namna hiyo na kuruhusiwa kufanya namna hiyo. Mimi nataka kukomea hapo, Mheshimiwa Speaker, na nasema kwetu sisi tutaunga mkono serikali iliyoko mpaka pale wanafanya kazi vizuri, lakini wakienda kombo basi ni bunge na si upande wa walio wengi ama walio wachache kushikilia serikali to account. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mjadala wa hotuba ya Rais ambayo alitoa katika ufunguzi wa bunge mnamo tarehe 29 mwezi wa 9 mwaka huu 2022. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningejiunga na wenzangu pia kuwapongeza maseneta wote ambao walichaguliwa katika Senate, bunge hili la Senate la 13, na nawatakia kila laheri katika kazi zao za useneta kwa muhula huu ambao umeanza. Mheshimiwa Spika, pili ningempongeza Senator Asigi ambaye kwa sasa hayuko bungeni kwa hotuba yake wiki iliyokwisha ambayo aliitoa kwa ufasaha mkubwa na akazungumzia watu ambao wasiojiweza, yani PWDs, ambao wametengwa sana katika ngazi za uongozi na vile vile kazi za biashara katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, namtakia kila laheri Senator Asige katika kazi zake za bunge na nahakikisha kuwa nitamuunga mkono katika shughuli zake. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ningependa kupongeza Rais William Samoei Ruto kwa kuregesha utendakazi wa bandari ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili lilikuwa ni swala sugu ambalo tumelizungumzia kwa muda wa zaidi ya miaka 3 katika bunge hili na nje. Na kwa sasa tumeona kwamba kazi imeweza kurudi na biashara pia imeanza kunoga katika ukanda wote wa kaskazini kuanzia Mombasa mpaka Mlolongo. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo ambalo ningeomba hapa ni kuwa sasa serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa ingejitahidi kuweza kupeleka vitega uchumi ama vigezo kwa wale wafanyabiashara ambao walikuwa wameondoka Mombasa ili waweze kurudi kufanya biashara na wajitayarishe kujenga kaunti yetu ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mbali na swala hilo tumeona kwamba kulikuwa kuna mambo kadhaa ambayo ameyataja katika hotuba yake ambayo inaambatana na zile sera ambazo walikuwa wamezungumzia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfano Hustler Fund ni swala moja ambalo alikuwa amelizungumzia katika kampeni zake, lakini mimi sikuona tofauti yote baina ya Hustler Fund na ile hazina ambayo ilikuwa imetengwa kwa mayouth ambayo ilitumika vibaya katika muhula wa kwanza katika serikali ya mwaka 2013 mpaka 2017 ambapo mamilioni ya pesa yalipotea katika mikono ya watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mambo mengi ambayo yamezungumziwa katika hotuba ile, mengi ni ya kurudia na zile ni sera ambazo zilikuwa zinaendeshwa na serikali ya pili, ya kwanza na ya pili ya Jubilee. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la muhimu ambalo nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia ni kuhusu kufufua uchumi. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba uchumi umelemana kwa hususan katika kaunti za Pwani. Swala la utalii limeweza kulemaa na watalii wengi ambao walikuwa wakija katika kaunti zetu za Pwani wameweza kwenda maeneo mengine hususan Zanzibar ambao ni majirani na sisi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii imesababishwa na kufungwa kwa viwanja vyetu vya ndege kwa mashirika ya ndege ya nje. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda kwa nchi kama Zanzibar kuna ndege zaidi ya 10 ambazo zinatoka nchi za kigeni kila siku ambazo zinaleta watalii katika nchi ile, na wakati Mombasa haina ndege hata moja Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sasa. Na hii ni kiwanja ambacho ni kiwango cha kimataifa. Miaka mitatu nyuma Mheshimiwa Spika, kiwanja kile kimekarabatiwa kwa zaidi ya bilioni 7. Lakini mpaka sasa hatuoni ndege zozote za kimataifa zikishuka pale kuleta watalii ama kuleta wageni na kurahisisha usafiri baina ya Mombasa na miji mingine mikubwa ulimwenguni. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia utapata kwamba usafiri wa ndege kwa wale ambao ni watalii wa humu nchini umekuwa ghali zaidi kwa sababu Kenya Airways ambao ndio shirika la ndege ambalo linafanya biashara katika eneo la Mombasa, Kisumu na kwengineko linachaji gharama kubwa zaidi kuliko ndege nyingine Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, leo tikiti ya ndege ya leo ya economy kutoka Mombasa kuja Nairobi asubuhi ilikuwa ni shilingi 30,000 ambao ni karibu dola 300, ambao tikiti hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika inaweza kukupeleka kutoka Mombasa mpaka London ama Frankfurt wakati umepata zile ndege ambazo zinakuja kutoka nje. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, kufungwa huku kwa biashara na kuwapa nafasi Kenya Airways peke yake, ile monopoly ambayo tunaita kwa Kiingereza Kenya Airways inapata katika anga zetu Mheshimiwa Spika, inalemaza uchumi wa kaunti za Pwani. Vile vile Malindi pia Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao ina kiwanja cha ndege cha kiwango cha kimataifa kinalemaa kwa sababu hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kwa mfano Eldoret Airport kule Uasin Gishu inabeba ndege nyingi za mizigo na watu wengi wanapeleka mizigo yao kupitia Eldoret kwa sababu kule ni rahisi kufanya clearance na kuchukua mizigo yao. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuoni sababu gani uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Moi, uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Malindi na uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Kisumu haviwezi kuruhusiwa kupokea ndege za kigeni kulingana na ile ambayo tunaita open skies policy. Kwa sababu hatuwezi sisi kuendelea kama Afrika iwapo tutakuwa tumefunga njia zetu, tumefunga anga zetu, tumefunga bandari zetu, hatuwezi kupokea. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia bandari ya Mombasa inapokea maelfu ya meli kila mwaka. Na meli hizi zinatoka nchi za kigeni, zinaleta mizigo na kuteremsha Mombasa na kupeleka na kubeba mengine kutoka Mombasa. Hatuoni sababu gani Mheshimiwa Spika uwanja wa ndege wa Moi Mombasa hauwezi kutumika kwa swala hilo. Mheshimiwa Spika, pili, uchumi samawati ni jambo ambalo halikutajwa katika hotuba ya rais, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ni muhimu sana kufufua uchumi wa kaunti za Pwani. Tuna ufuo wa bahari kutoka Lungalunga Mavanga kusini mpaka Kiunga kaskazini Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ufuo ule sisi kama wapwani, sisi kama wenyeji wa eneo lile hatujaweza kupata faida zake kikamilifu. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, uvuvi wetu sisi bado ni ule wa kiasili. Unakwenda kuvua na vidao mshipi mmoja ama nyavu ndogo ambayo haisaidii kupata samaki wa kutosha kukuwezesha wewe kulisha familia yako na kuuza kiwanja ambacho utaweza kupata mapato ya kuweza kukusaidia na familia yako. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima watu waekeze katika hii uchumi samawati, kwa sababu inaweza kutuletea utalii, itatuletea biashara ya samaki, inatuletea kawi ya upepo wa bahari, na vile vile hata mafuta na vitu vingine vinaweza kupatikana katika bahari hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika swala la sheria, yani rule of law, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna dalili ambazo zaonesha kwamba serikali hii haitaweza kuheshimu uhuru wa sheria. Jambo la kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika ambalo tumeona ni kwamba mahakama imeweza kurushiwa vitega uchumi ama vitega hamu kadhaa ambavyo vinaonesha kwamba serikali hii iko tayari kuweza kuhujumu uhuru wa mahakama. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, siku ya pili alipochaguliwa Rais Ruto, tuliona kulifanywa haraka kuapishwa kwa majaji 6 ambao walikuwa wamezuiliwa kuapishwa siku za nyuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona pia kuna mipango ya kuongeza ruzuku kwa mahakama kwa jumla. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mwisho ni kuwa kulipokuwa kufunguliwa bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la kusikitisha ni kuwa jaji mkuu wa mahakama ya Kenya na naibu wake walisimamishwa, walipigwa mstari hapa nje Mheshimiwa Spika kumpokea rais, ambalo sio jambo lake. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata wewe nyumbani kwako ikiwa umealika wageni wa kwanza washaingia, huwezi kuchukua wageni wale wakaenda wakapokea wageni wengine nje. Mgeni wako ni mgeni wako mpokee wewe mwenyewe binafsi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni makosa kwa bunge letu kuweza kuwasimamisha wakuu wa taasisi huru katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kulingana na katiba kumpokea rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka uliopita kulikuwa na mjadala wa wale ambao wanachaguliwa katika nyadhifa za uongozi wakipatikana na tashwishi, wakishtakiwa mahakamani kuhusiana na masuala ya ufisadi ama masuala yote ya jinai, walikuwa wanaombwa wajitenge katika nyadhifa zao mpaka mahakama yale makosa yale aidha yathibitishwe ama yaondolewe. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mjadala sasa umebadilika, ni kuwa watu wanachaguliwa kwenye nyadhifa za serikalini wakati wana kesi bado zikiwa mahakamani. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii si dalili nzuri, kwa sababu inamaanisha kwamba ile sura ya 6 ya katiba, yani chapter 6 kuhusiana na masuala ya maadili ambayo iko katika katiba yetu inaanza kupuuzwa polepole. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi vigezo viwili vinaonyesha kwamba haki haitakuwa ikitendeka katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na tumeona Mheshimiwa Spika pia hapa katika bunge la Senate upinzani ama upande wa wachache umehujumiwa kwa kutekwa wale ambao wamechaguliwa katika sehemu yake. Na hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sio dalili nzuri katika masuala ya uhuru wa mahakama na taasisi huru za nchi kama vile bunge, mahakama na zile commission ama tume huru ambazo zinahudumu kama tume ya mahakama, vile vile tume za sheria ambazo zinahudumu kutetea haki za binadamu katika nyengo tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, la mwisho ambalo ningependa kuligusia ni masuala ya GMO, yani mbegu zilizo badilishwa na kuweza kuzaa kwa wingi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni hatari kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya kukubali mbegu hizi. Nitatoa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa wakati wa karibuni kulikuwa na mtindo wa kina dada kuweza kwenda kupiga sindano ili kukuza makalio yawe makubwa Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hiyo imeweza kuleta hatari kwa wanawake wengi, wanadada wengi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya Mheshimiwa Spika. Na juzi nafikiri mliona katika vyombo vya habari mwanamtindo Vera Sidika ameweza kwenda na akatibiwa masuala kama hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala ya GMO ni kama hivyo. Ni kwamba zile mbegu ambazo tutakuwa sisi tunakula hapa, tutakuwa hatuna ile tunaita uhakika nazo. Hatujui zitatupa athari gani katika miili yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na tumeona kwamba kuna mkurupuko wa visa vya kansa, maradhi yasiyo na tiba na vile maradhi mengine ambayo hayaeleweki katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatujakuwa na kiwango cha kufikia kwamba nchi yetu inaweza kupokea vyakula hivi vya GMO kwa sababu hatuna sheria ama hatuna kanuni nzuri ambazo zinaweza kudhibiti masuala ya vyakula hivi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni afadhali tubakie na njaa zetu Mheshimiwa Spika kuliko kula hivi vyakula vya GMO ambavyo vitatupa madhara zaidi katika nchi yetu. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa Kitui mara nyingi watu wamekula mahindi ambayo yamepata ile inaitwa aflatoxin ama yamepata ukoga wa mwani ambao ukila katika maisha yako unapata athari na unaweza kufariki. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuna kwa sasa sheria ama kanuni za kuweza kudhibiti vyakula hivi. Kwa hivyo itakuwa si salama kwa wananchi wetu kuruhusiwa kula vyakula kama hivi. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ni watu ambao tuko katika upinzani na tuko tayari wakati wowote kupambana na masuala ambayo serikali wataleta katika bunge hii. Ikiwa ni masuala mazuri tutaweza kuyaunga mkono, lakini ikiwa yataathiri vibaya umma wetu ama wananchi wetu, tuko tayari wakati wote Mheshimiwa Spika kuyapinga na kuhakikisha kwamba haki imetendeka. Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa hii. Asante.
Thank you, Senator Faki. Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make my comment on the address of the President. Such a coveted opportunity. I've been waiting for the last 3 days, I think the last 3 sessions, and I'm very happy that I've gotten this opportunity. I would not have left these chambers before commenting, because I have a few issues that I looked at. First and foremost, I would also wish to congratulate my colleagues who are in these chambers and those who have left for their well-deserved win in the general elections, and those who have been specially elected here. I'm looking forward to a robust conversation that will make our country better, and that will, after our term here, we'll look back and say that indeed when we got an opportunity to serve, we were able to serve our country and our people. Having said that, when I want to speak to the address of the President, I would wish to first disagree with my colleagues who mentioned in their submissions here that the address was short. In my own opinion, the address was long enough to cover the fundamentals and short enough to catch the eye of the intended people, just like a skirt. And when I listened to the President of the Republic, Dr. William Ruto, you read that his mood and tone, you hear a man who is determined to change the fortunes of a country. I would wish to quote the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, when he was giving his inaugural address in 1981. He said that the issues that we are facing, the economic issues that we are facing as a country, or we are inheriting a country that is facing economic issues, we may not be able to deal with them in a day, we may not be able to sort them out in a week, we may not be able to sort them out in a month, but we shall surely sort them out. Listening to the speech of the President, he's a man who is very interested in sorting out the many issues that we are seized of, and his speech and his address cut on very many issues that are to the detriment of the people of Kenya. First and foremost, the President mentioned that he will be a president for all. As my colleague mentioned here, the country was torn almost down the middle, and it is in his will and wish that we shall now forge together as a country. Elections are there to separate those who are running for political office. After elections after we are through with our elections and the competition is over, we shall have to forge together as the people of Kenya. When we are senators in this house, we are here to serve the people of Kenya, regardless of the party positions that, or regardless of the voting patterns that the people voted in. In no order or sequence, I would wish to first start with the paragraph that 1 of the address of the President, where he spoke to the issue of water. And he rightly put that, we are lucky, because our President has been the Deputy President of this Republic for the last 10 years. So he he pretty well understands the issues that were, they were not able to achieve, why they were not able to achieve them, and he should be able to give solutions to those issues. First and foremost, he spoke about, on paragraph that one, he spoke that the government requires about 500 billion at a go to be able to meet the needs of the people of Kenya in matters water. And for the people of Nyandarua, water is a major issue for subsistence use and for irrigation. Nyandarua is an agricultural county. When we do not have water, we will not be able to feed the nation because it's a food basket. We are #1 producers of potatoes in the whole republic. We are #2 producers of milk in the whole republic. We are #1 producers of carrot in the whole republic. We are #1 producer of cabbages in the whole republic. So water is a major issue for the people of Nyandarua. And I would not want to take the direction that was taken by my brother, the senator for Muranga, Senator Nyoto. He said that they will bring legislative agenda so that they are able to get something from the Adakaine Dam. 8% of the water that is consumed in Nairobi comes from Nyandarua in a dam called Sasumwa Dam. And we are in serious engagement with the people of Nyandarua because although there is the right to water, your right stops where you infringe the right of another person. So when the people of Nairobi really believe and feel that they are the ones who deserve to take water that is coming from Nyandarua and the people of Nyandarua are not getting that water, we are seriously engaging. We want to employ the rules of the jungle, that if you pour ugali, we shall pour mboga, and then all of us will be able to have to go to the floor and get whatever we can be able to get. Because it's not fair that the people of Jabini do not have water, and 8% of the water that is being used in Nairobi is from Sasumwa. But having said that, there are 3 dams that were promised by His Excellency the President, former President, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, and his then Deputy William Ruto. One called Pesi at the far end of Nyandarua. They had even started doing designing, but then the politics of the handshake came. The people of Nyandarua were said to be politically on the wrong side of the coin. Then that project stalled, and we are looking at this 500 billion that will come out of the public-private partnership, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Nyandarua are waiting for Pesi Dam to be, to start. And we shall not fall for the same trap that we fell for the dam that is called Sasumwa. That dam of Pesi, Mr. Speaker, is aimed at giving the people of Nakuru water again, and then we are left with no water for the second time. So in this case, we shall be calling on the Ministry of Water, and indeed all the relevant ministries that are dealing with those projects, that even as they are doing, we are philanthropic. The people of Nyandarua have, we have no problem in giving water to the others. But then we shall have to get check dams that will be able to sort out the issues of the local problems of water within the areas that the water is coming from, or the dams are being constructed. We had another dam called Malewa. We had another dam called Kienja. All the 3 have stored. None was built. And we are looking forward to reaping big from the money that will be sourced out of the public-private partnership, and we'll be waiting on the wings for any legislative agenda that will be coming, so that you're able to help His Excellency the President. On agriculture, although I've mentioned something on agriculture, we welcome the move by His Excellency the President, and if anybody really thinks that the President has not done anything in his first 100 days, I would wish to speak on behalf of the people of Nyandarua that we are very happy that we have gotten subsidized fertilizer. We were buying fertilizer at 6,500. We are now getting it at 3,500. My only issue, Honorable Speaker, is that we need more supply for the subsidized fertilizer, and then we would want a formula that will involve the national government and the county government, so that the fertilizer is able to, is distributed to in the corners of our county. Olkarau is the county headquarters where we have of Nyandarua, where we have the National Cereals and Produce Board. And for a person who is coming just at the board of Kiambu, to go all the way to Olkalau, if you're not able to get that fertilizer that day, you end up spending more money than the 6,000 that was initially you are avoiding from the shops. So we would really want the national government to be able to partner with the county governments for distribution of fertilizer. We are still looking forward to even having it at a lower cost than 3,500. It is planting season, and I'm actually looking at the senators who are in the chambers. If you really want to take potatoes in the next season, you should really help the people of Nyandarua get fertilizer. I've been very keen on my watch. I am not sure there is. I'm not sure the person who is keeping time is had her eyes on. I do not want to say that there's corruption in that matter, but it is exactly what I am feeling. But as I wind up, Honourable Speaker,
Senator Methu, the yellow light is giving you a warning that you still have got 5 minutes to go. So you can still prosecute your point.
Okay,
But
thank you,
if
Speaker.
can
It's
do
only
less
that
than
I
five,
actually,
thank you.
my issue is with the 10 minutes. I am not sure the 10 minutes have been spent. But the good lady is smiling very well, so I will just let it pass. The other issue is, and it is very fundamental, and it has been part of the manifesto of His Excellency the President. And by the way, it is almost apparent that President William Ruto will become the first president to live to his manifesto. Whatever he was saying in the campaigns is what he's saying even now when he's implementing. He kept mentioning Mama Mboga, he kept mentioning Mutua Boda Boda, he kept mentioning those people. He has given 50 billion as a startup. That is just for the small and medium enterprises. We are seeing the commitment. On health, the universal health coverage. If you look at paragraph 35 of the speech of His Excellency the President, he said that the government will invest in promotional issues of health, so that people are aware of the issues that are there in matters health, and most importantly, in giving preventive care, because Mr. Speaker, I was sharing with my colleagues here. If you look at the WhatsApp group of all members of Parliament who are here, there will be in a WhatsApp group of a person that needs support, and we would try and help, but we may not be able to help all of them. If we are able to get a coverage that, and that is why we are very happy that in his speech, he's speaking about restructuring NHIF, so that we will also even take care of the chronic illnesses that have not been taken care of. Our people are getting impoverished by diseases like cancer and many other diseases back at home. So when we say that we need a healthcare scheme that will be able to have all of us on board, the rich, the poor, and everybody, that would be a very good thing, and I would wish that bipartisanly we are able to support that issue or that proposal by the President. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, there is one thing that the President has proposed, and it is in paragraph 43, about renaming Kenya Revenue Authority to Kenya Revenue Services. Mr. Speaker, budgets of this country are run and are funded by the people. And we cannot be harassing the same people that we are expecting that will be funding government. In fact, the people who are harassing the business people are getting paid by the very same business people. Senators who are here, who had an opportunity to go and visit the brewery at Naivasha, Keroche, where we were told that they are paying taxes of about 90 million every month, and the company had been closed down for 9 months. So in essence, the government lost 810 million, and I would equate it to what His Excellency the Deputy President keeps on saying. It's like you have a cow, and because there's some small problem, when you're milking, it's not giving enough milk. You take a knife and you are piercing at the udder so that you want to see what exactly is inside there. We would want a revenue service that will be able to even listen to our business people. You are able to help. You should be able to create an enabling environment rather than killing businesses. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as a young senator, I am very, very impressed by the proposal by His Excellency the President, and indeed creation of a State Department on digital economy. You appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that in terms of internet literacy, in East and Central Africa, Kenya is leading. We need to take advantage and tap on the exposure that our people have, so that you're able to make money instead of just being on the social media. You are using your internet to make something. Our people are.
Senator, your time is up.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will have an opportunity some other day.
Senator Kamau Joseph Kiduku.
Pale mbele. Is it okay? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu ya kunipatia fursa ya kuweza kuchangia katika hii hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais ambayo aliitoa tarehe 29 mwezi wa 9 mwaka huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kwanza kabisa niweze kuchukua hii nafasi niweze kushukuru sana Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu ya kunijalia mimi kuweza kuhudumu katika bunge hili la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia vile vile niweze kuchukua hii nafasi niweze kushukuru sana watu wangu, watu wa kaunti ya Lamu, kwa sababu ya kuona ni vyema kupitia kwa njia ya kidemokrasia ambayo iliyofanyika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kuweza kunipatia fursa ya kuweza kuja hapa katika bunge la Senate, bunge ambalo limeweza kutwikwa majukumu ya kikatiba ya kuweza kulinda gatuzi pamoja na serikali zake kama vile ambavyo ilivyonakiliwa katika katiba kwenye kipengele cha 96 cha katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa niweze kuchukua hii nafasi kusema kwamba nilisikiliza sana hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais, na nataka niseme kwamba kati ya mambo ambayo aliguzia zaidi, pia aliweza kuguzia mambo ya kilimo. Aliweza pia vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika kuguzia mambo ya uvuvi na pia vile vile mambo ya ufugaji. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kaunti yangu ya Lamu, hizo vitengo vyote ambazo vinahusiana zaidi na ukuzi wa uchumi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ziko katika kaunti yangu ya Lamu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kama vile ambavyo nimesema kwamba vitengo hizi ni muhimu sana katika ukuzi wa uchumi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, ningependa niseme kwamba ukulima ni jambo ambalo limeweza kubaki nyuma katika kaunti yangu ya Lamu, ikizingatiwa kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, Lamu ni mahali ambapo pameweza kuwa na shida katika upande wa usalama. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, wale wakulima ambao wako pale ni watu ambao kwa muda mrefu wameishi wakiwa wamesahaulika sana, na ndiposa Mheshimiwa Spika nachukua hii nafasi na kusema kwamba naungana pamoja na Senator wa Kirinyaga ambaye aliyesimama hapa na kusema kwamba kuna sheria ambazo ni za ukandamizi ambazo zimeweza kupitishwa na bunge ambazo zimepita, ya kusema kwamba vitu kama vile ufuta ambao unalimwa kule Lamu, biksa na vile vile korosho hazitaweza kusafirishwa ama kusafirishwa moja kwa moja kabla hazijakuwa processed katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hilo limegandamiza wakulima wetu sana,
Ikizingatiwa pia vile vile kuna mambo kama avocado ambazo pia zinatakikana kwamba ziweze kutolewa hapa nchini, ziweze kwenda nje, ili soko ambayo ni muhimu sana kwa wakulima wetu iweze kuimarika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa kusema kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais hakutajia zaidi vile ambavyo atakavyolinda wakulima ambao kwa sasa wamekuwa katika hali ya utata katika mambo ya kuona kwamba mazao yao yameweza kutiliwa maanani. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kupitia kwa jambo hilo, ningependa bunge hili la Senate liweze kubatilisha msimamo huo ambao unasema kwamba mazao yetu lazima kwanza ikuwe processed hapa nchini ili kabla ya kusafirishwa kwenda nje. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika mambo ya production ya nchi hii, unakuta production inakuwa juu kushinda demand. Na hiyo inasababisha zaidi mazao yetu kukosa bei. Mimi ningechangia na niseme kwamba ningehitaji sana kama tungeweza kutengeneza sheria ambazo zitaruhusu moja kwa moja mazao ambao hayajakuwa processed pia iweze kupata nafasi ya kwenda nchi za nje kama vile korosho, biksa na simsim, ili wale ambao ni watu ambao kutoka sehemu za Asia waweze kuja hapa na kuweza kununua mazao hayo na waweze kuleta competition. Kama vile unavyojua kwamba kuna kwa kimombo tunaita law of supply and demand. Wakati ambapo supply iko juu, unakuta kwamba demand, yani law of supply and demand inaweza kufuatiliwa kwa njia inayostahili ili tuweze kulinda mambo ya mazao ya watu wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile ningependa niseme kwamba mambo ya ufugaji ni jambo ambalo pia ningependa litiliwe mkazo zaidi, kama vile ambavyo hotuba ya Rais imeweza kunakili kwamba ataangalia sana mambo ya ufugaji. Niseme kwamba kama sisi ambao tumetoka sehemu ambayo ni kame, sehemu ambayo sana sana unakuta kwamba imekuwa ni sehemu kame, mifugo inakufa sana. Na wakati ambapo mifugo inakufa, wananchi wale ambao wanafaa kuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kuona kwamba hali yao ya kibiashara imeweza kuimarishwa, unakuta wanapata hasara kubwa. So tungependa kwamba tuweze kupitisha sheria hapa ambazo pia serikali itatenga pesa ambazo wakati kuna ukame tunaweza kuona kwamba mifugo imeweza kununuliwa na serikali ili tuweze kuona kwamba tumeweza kusaidia wale wakulima ama wale wafugaji maisha yao yaweze kuendelea. Pia vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa niseme kwamba mambo ya ufugaji, mambo ya uvuvi ni jambo pia vile vile ningependa nitajie sana kwa sababu linaguza sana kaunti yangu ya Lamu. Na niseme kwamba kuna miradi ambayo ni mkubwa sana ambayo iko katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, kama vile mradi wa Lapset. Mradi huo Mheshimiwa Spika uliweza kudisplace wavuvi sana katika sehemu yangu ya Lamu, na unakuta kwamba ukidisplace wale wavuvi wanakosa nafasi ya kwenda kuvua kwa njia inayostahili. So tulikuwa tumepangilia hapo awali kwamba wale watu waweze kupata compensation, na mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Spika hakuna compensation ambayo imeweza kuendelea, bali wamekuwa wale wananchi wana shida kubwa, hakuna mambo ya compensation ambayo imefanyika pale. Na kwa hivyo ningependa sana Mheshimiwa Rais wakati wanapochukua hatamu ya uongozi aweze kuangalia sana wale watu ambao wameweza kuwa displaced na mambo ya Lapset, na pia vile vile kuna barabara ambayo imetoka Lamu kwenda mpaka Southern Sudan ambayo sasa inaendelea, waweze pia kulipwa fidia wale wananchi wa pale ili waweze kuona kwamba maisha yao imeweza kuimarika na kuendelea kwa njia inayostahili. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia vile vile niweze kushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa sababu ya hotuba yake ambayo pia iweza kuguzia mambo ya pesa za Hustlers Fund. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya hustlers ni wengi sana. Na nimeangalia nikaona kwamba ameweza kutenga jumla ya kitita cha pesa bilioni 50. Wasiwasi wangu Mheshimiwa Spika ni vile ambavyo hawa hustlers watakuwa identified ama watajulikana namna gani.
kusije kukawa kwamba kuna watu wengine ambao sio wale ambao wanaostahili kufaidika na zile pesa, tuone kwamba wameweza kufaidika. Kwa hivyo ningesema kwamba tuwe na mechanism ambayo itatusaidia sisi kujua ni watu gani ambao zaidi watanufaika na ule mgao wa pesa ambazo zimenakiliwa hapa, kama Mheshimiwa Rais ameweza kuzitaja kama Hustlers Fund. Na pia vile vile Mheshimiwa Speaker, niseme kwamba katika jambo hilo, wakati ambapo hizo pesa zitakapokuwa zikigawanywa, ninaamini kwamba katika magatuzi yetu 47 ya Jamhuri ya Kenya kuna mambo muhimu sana ambayo lazima pia iweze kuzingatiwa. Wale ambao watu wanafanya biashara pale, kama wanabiashara wadogo, mama mboga, vinyozi na kina mama wa salon, ni watu ambao pia wanafaa kuangaliwa zaidi, ili zile pesa zisije zikatumika na watu wengine mabwenyenye ambao wako na uwezo zaidi, waweze kuchukua zile pesa zote na wale watu wabaki bila mgao wote katika zile pesa ambazo zinanuiwa kusaidia wale watu. Pia vile vile Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo lingine ambalo ningependa nitajie ni mambo ya ulipaji wa ushuru. Ushuru, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni jambo ambalo lazima tuliangalie sana, ili tuweze kulinda hawa watu ambao unakuta kwamba wanahitaji kujiendeleza kibiashara, lakini ushuru ambao unatozwa kwao ni mkubwa sana. Hawawezi kujimudu kibiashara na waweze kulipa ule ushuru. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo ningependa sana liangaliwe, ili wale watu wetu ambao ni watu wa chini waweze kufaidika, waweze tuweze formulate mechanism ambayo itakayosaidia wale watu ambao watakao wakilipa ushuru walipe ushuru na pia waweze kujiendeleza kibiashara, sio kulipa ushuru wanamalizika kibiashara, unakuta kwamba wale watu hawezi tena kujiendeleza kimaisha. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nikimalizia, ningependa pia niweze kusema kwamba nina imani kubwa kabisa na ili bunge letu la Senate ambalo limepewa majukumu ya kuweza kulinda gatuzi zetu 47 za Jamhuri ya Kenya. Ningependa niombe viongozi ambao walitangulia ama senior leaders wa hii bunge letu la Senate waweze kuliendesha bunge hili kwa njia inayostahili, ikizingatiwa kwamba kuna watu ambao walikuja mbele na wengine walikuja baadaye, tumeingia kama sisi wapya hapa, waweze kutushika vizuri na pia vile vile tuweza kushirikiana kusaidiana, ikizingatiwa kwamba sote tuko hapa kwa sababu ya kulinda halmashauri ya watu wetu. So Mheshimiwa Speaker, katika jambo hilo takapofika katika hali ya ugavi wa rasilimali katika magatuzi yetu 47, tuweze kuona kwamba sisi tumekuja hapa kuwakilisha watu wetu, na hayo mambo ya ugavi wa rasilimali ifanywe kwa njia inayostahili, ili tuweze kulinda magatuzi yetu na yaweze kuendelea kama vile ambavyo katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya inavyosema. Kwa hayo mengi, Mheshimiwa Speaker, nasema asante.
Thank you very much, Senator Kamau. Senator Miriam Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to make opinion to speech of during the opening of 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I thank my party, UDM, and I appreciate to nominate me as a senator, first senator, female senator from Mandera. Mr. Speaker, I thank His Excellency for clarity and critical issues he highlighted impacting in Kenya. The cost of the living is becoming unbearable for many in Kenya, specifically northern Kenya. The situation is worse because of beating drought, which has wiped out animals from pastoralist community, and made water inaccessible to many. Mr. Speaker, on the speech of His Excellency on the issue of Oversight Fund to support micro and small enterprises through chamas, this will ensure an affordable credit to many Kenyans in low income. Mr. Speaker, his plan is also to reduce barriers doing businesses and hope and pray that Kenya will definitely be a competitive business destination which in return open up jobs and services that will employ Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, he also talked of financial independence for crucial institutions like judiciary and national police services. Mr. Speaker, we all know that adequate budgets based on objectives and transparency will make judiciary less vulnerable and undue influence. The proposed additional fund, His Excellency proposed the additional fund, will give our judiciary financial security while improving integrity and competency of the judiciary staffs. Mr. Speaker, the President also touched on gender rule. Which is a big step toward achieving 2/3 gender rule. More women shall take up substantive position in governance level. This shows that I am the first female senator from Northeastern. This shows that there is a growing confidence in women leadership. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked of devolution. Devolution event with the removal of boycott, scrapping of devolution ministries will be signature and gestures in the sharing of power and resource countrywide. Counties having in the last 10 years suffering from delay of reimbursement of resources. If President keeps his word, then devolution will make Kenya better. Devolution will make better for Kenyans, and even the oversight work for senators will be easier and better. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Mandera County, and I have testimonial of how devolution can transform lives and improve services in marginalized region in Kenya. This House must reinforce good plan that will make devolution dividends better. Mr. Speaker, I'm even happy that President also created 48th county, which captures Kenya living in diaspora. This is a very brilliant idea, and this House must position itself to ensure our brothers and sisters living in diaspora are served well and efficiently going forward. We must then ready Senate committees and joint meeting will be dealing with with diaspora matters and increase their participation in our national affairs. Mr. Speaker, lastly, President also touched on the situation of drought, which is affecting 23 counties. That is literally half of the country. Mr. Speaker, the situation is not better. We have been incidental support from national government complementing what county governments are doing, and it's not enough still. Many Kenyans in these counties need food and water. We urge our president and his administration to double their support to save the situation from being an emergency. Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, it must be our cordial duty to ensure no Kenyans sleep hungry or save with starvation, despite many impacts of climate change that we'll continue to face. Together we can rally more support to Kenyans in distress with drought. Thank you.
The Senator from Nyeri, Senator Omatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I've waited for this opportunity the last 3 days. Finally, it has come. Let me start by congratulating the President, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and his Deputy, Rigji. I'm happy to come from Nyeri, and I'm happy to see what we have started with. We've started on a very, very high note. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate the House leadership on their being selected and elected and appointed for various committees and various leadership positions. Let me also take the opportunity to congratulate all the senators who fought the hard battle and won their seats, or those who played a big role and were nominated by the respective parties. It is indeed a big challenge. Seeing the combination of the House, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to say that this fourth Senate has the best opportunity to change the cost of devolution in this country. Having two governors sitting in the House, having the Speaker of the House as a former governor, and having young people who have come from the county assemblies and those who've come from the National Assembly, I think we have the best combination to change the cost of devolution and to make devolution work if we so wish. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am here also to make a comment on the presidential speech. However, I would want to make mine very, very short because a lot have been said. And now that, Mr. Speaker, sir, most of the seats in the Senate are empty, I want to hold myself very brief and to do it in a summarized form. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to, first of all, start by thanking the people of Nyeri for overwhelmingly electing me as their third senator. And I know one of the reasons that they elected me, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's because 52% of Nyeri, or rather 56% of Nyeri, is made of Asal area, and we have the opportunity to change that. In the presidential speech, Mr. Speaker, sir, he mentioned about changing the approach in having dams constructed, not being funded by the government, not being funded by the budget, because that will take too long, but rather being done through the PPPs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I see this as a golden opportunity for us to realize most of the long-term infrastructure development project which have been erosive to us because we did not have the budgetary allocation, and when we did have it, Mr. Speaker, sir, it ended up being reallocated to address other pressing duties. As you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, the country is faced with a major drought like it has never happened before. We thank the President that he has been able to deliver subsidized fertilizer to the country. However, we feel that in absence of rainfall, Mr. Speaker, sir, the fertilizers will not help us a lot. And therefore, it is my wish, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this honorable House will do what it takes to put the registration framework in place so that we can encourage starting up of PPPs. It has been raised on this forum, Mr. Speaker, sir, the danger of having these PPPs because senators have said that it's prone to corruption. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to take a different point of view. PPPs is equity that's raised from private entities, and therefore they take care of each and every coin that they've raised. It is also a golden opportunity that we have to address the challenges we have of unemployment, especially for our youth who have gone to school, who have the know-how, but lack the capacity in terms of capital to be able to make anything out of their lives. Mr. Speaker, sir, doing the PPPs, I believe it would address the challenges of relying on rain-fed irrigation and make us rely on irrigation farming, which would be the solution to this country. As mentioned earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Nyeri, and specifically Kieni constituency, being an arid area, it is an ideal place where we can actually, if they have enough water, could become the food basket to feed not only Nyeri people, but indeed the whole Mount Kenya region, and by extension, also Kenya. We want, therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, to congratulate the President for having realized that we cannot keep on doing things the same way and expect to have a different result. For the last 58 years, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've tried to move from rain-fed farming into irrigation-fed. However, because we've not been able to put together the budget that was required, this has remained elusive. This is now a golden opportunity, and I would want to encourage, to request us and to tell us, all the members of this House, it is at our time that we stand to be counted, and I would want to tell us all, at the end of the 5 years, let's look at the footprint that we'll have left in this country in terms of putting in place the right legislative agendas that will move this country forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, the President also spoke about Hustlers Fund. People have raised the concern of us having other funds that have been raised in the past, but it ended up not working. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to say, having done and learned from the mistakes in the past, this is again the golden opportunity for us as a Senate to put the right legislative structures in place so that we can be able to get over the 6 million young people who are waiting at home to get opportunities, to give them funds. My suggestion would be, Mr. Speaker, sir, instead of doing the cash transfers as we've done previously, we have the National Construction Authority, which pulls together all the technical know-how. We have different TFETs, which puts together different kind of machineries. We can use this as the center of excellence, as a center of production, so that our cottage industries that will be able to absorb the youth can be accommodated within these institutions. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be able to seal the leakages that have been there in the past through the Youth Fund and the Women Fund, because the money will not be given to individuals, but it will be channeled through institutions, and these institutions can have mechanisms, accounting mechanisms, where they can be able to provide the machineries that are required. Therefore, much of the capital that goes to, much of the money that goes into capital expenditure will go into production. This, Mr. Speaker, sir, will be a game changer. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I take the seat, my seat, I would want also to comment on the fact that the President spoke about making the tax collection authority not an authority but a service. Having been a victim of the KRA, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to state that it is time that we realize that KRA should be addressing the plight of the Kenyans, of the taxpayers, who they desperately need, by encouraging them, by giving them professional advice, by working with them, not closing them up, but actually encouraging them so that they can be able to pay more tax. As mentioned by one of the speakers here, Mr. Speaker, sir, we did visit Keroshe breweries, and we noticed it is a massive investment that has been shut down by the government, by KLA specifically, in trying to collect the funds. But Mr. Speaker, sir, the question is, if you close down the businesses, then where do you collect the revenue from? Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, and wanting to agree with and to concur with the President, it is time that we looked at Kenya Revenue as a service, not as an authority, as a partner, as an equal partner that must work together with the business community so that it can help them raise capital, it can help them grow their business, it can help them so that they can also in return be able to collect more and more taxes. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, the President did mention about the percentage of women who've been elected as governors. I want to say moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, the role of women is no longer peripheral as it has been. We've seen our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, they've gone to school, they have what it takes to take up leadership roles, and I would want to encourage all of us to be, who are going to engage people in their counties, to be able to give as many young women as possible so that when we leave this place, we'll be able to say that we encouraged and we did take an active role in encouraging young readers so that they can be able to address the issues facing this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me end up by congratulating you for sitting in the Speaker's panel and moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, as you can see, we, the newcomers, are addressing an empty house. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, let it not be business as usual. I find it very unfortunate. Everybody gets an opportunity, walks out, we are left here alone. It's either we also walk out or next time we start with those who are the last ones so that we do not have this situation where people are talking and then walking out. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, the Honorable Senator, for the complimentary, and thank you for keeping time. Senator Mbugua.
Mr. Speaker, this being my first time to have an opportunity to thank here, let me join my colleagues in congratulating His Excellency the President for winning a very contested election together with the Deputy. I also want to congratulate all the senators and the Senate leadership for the opportunity they have been given to serve. I also want to recognize and appreciate my party, the UDA, and the Kenya Kwanza Coalition for according me this opportunity to be a member of this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I and my sister, the Honorable Senator Sige, are in this House to represent the people living with disabilities and other special interests. As such, Mr. Speaker, we consider ourselves as national senators because all these people are domiciled in all the counties which are represented in this House by the honorable senators. Mr. Speaker, turning to the speech by His Excellency the President, first of all, I want to state that it was very inspirational and it gave hope to the people we represent because, Mr. Speaker, these are the people who are downtrodden and maybe to say the poor of the poorest. Going to the health, Mr. Speaker, I will try to be very brief because most of the issues have been addressed. We were very happy to hear His Excellency the President talk about the restructuring of the health sector. Most of the people living with disabilities in this country, Mr. Speaker, are bedeviled with very many health issues. And in that restructuring, Mr. Speaker, we'll be seeking the assistance of the House to make sure that the assessment for the people with disability is devolved to the counties and to all the level 4 hospitals in this country. Mr. Speaker, on the Hustlers Fund, as I said, most of the people living with disabilities, maybe 99% of them are hustlers. And they are very expectant and they are waiting for this fund to be actualized that they can benefit. On this regard, Mr. Speaker, we'll be seeking the support of this House when the regulations are being formulated to ring-fence about 10% of that fund to benefit the people living with disabilities in all the counties, in all the constituencies, and in all the wards. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of affordable housing, as very well articulated by His Excellency the President, the people living with disability in this country face a lot of challenges when it comes to housing. We are indeed excited about this program, and we are waiting for its rollout. We will also be seeking the support of the honorable senators so that when these houses are put up, there will be a very good allocation for that category of people. We will also be engaging the National Housing Corporation, the National Construction Authority, and all the other state agencies to ensure that these houses are accessible to all the categories of the people living with disability. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would also want to congratulate His Excellency the President for the recent nomination to the Cabinet Secretaries. These are men and women who are capable to steer this country to the promised land. We are also looking forward, Mr. Speaker, when the other nominations and the other offices are being considered, that we are going to see quite a number of people living with disabilities being offered opportunity to serve. Mr. Speaker, we note with regret that if you look across this country, the counties, about 22 of the 47 counties in the assemblies, we don't have representation of the people with disability. And the number has risen from 17 in the last election, and it's going up. We will be seeking the support of this House so that we can have a law that the next election we will have specifically reserved positions for representation, because most of the people, they are in the counties, and if they are not represented, Mr. Speaker, it will be impossible for them to get help. Thank you for this opportunity, and I also congratulate you for acting as a speaker. I think we are being prepared for better things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mbugua. Senator Okia Omtata from Busia.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's an honor to stand here and address this House, making my comments on the President's speech. I wish to take the opportunity to congratulate everybody who offered themselves for elections in the Republic of Kenya, from MCA to the presidency. All these people gave us an opportunity to choose leaders, and they have chosen us who are in this August House, plus in the National Assembly and in the county assemblies, the governors, and the presidency to lead this country. And my congratulations go to the people of Kenya for making a choice, and also to our worthy competitors for conceding defeat and giving us a chance to govern this country. Mr. Speaker, I also congratulate the leadership of this House who have been nominated, elected, and selected, and I promise to work with them and to work with every senator in this House in harmony to achieve the purpose of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the President gave his speech. Comments have been made. What's the comments? But I would say that there's nothing new under the sun. Like the wise man in the book of Ecclesiastes writes, all that we have had here has been said before. All that the President said has been said before. So, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I wait to see those beautiful words, those beautiful adjectives, those poetic sentences, those rhyming sentences. I wait to see them implemented through the budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is only one policy document worth discussing. Not speeches by politicians, but the budget. If Kenya Kwanza believes in its agenda, I want to see that agenda in the budget. If it believes it must vaccinate hyenas, let us see the money set aside for vaccinating hyenas. Otherwise, we can become dizzy on poetry. As regards the contents of the speech, I would say I was a bit frustrated because the word research and development was not mentioned. And without research and development, you are headed nowhere. So I hope that within that, I want to give the president the benefit of the doubt that he was painting with a big brush, and maybe he could not put in every word. I will expect to see in the budget that is coming, the policy framework of all previous governments has been to allocate 1% to research and development. But the last audited figures I have, 2021, which was the highest so far, was 6.9% of the GDP was allocated to research and development. It was the highest in East Africa, but I don't like comparing Kenya to East Africa. I like comparing Kenya to countries that have developed, countries that are functioning well. If you look at Europe, the average is about, in the European Union, is about 3%. In North America, it's about 2%. It will be my prayer that the Kenya Kwanza government realizes the 1% for research and development, which has been in the policy documents for a long time. And if you look at the Kenya Kwanza agenda, it's an agenda that needs new ideas. How will new ideas be found if we are not researching? If we are not using our universities to research? If we are not giving incentives to private researchers to come up with new ideas and new products? We are discussing GMO, which I don't think is being a discussion, or was just a suggestion yet. That is somebody's research and development. And if it is somebody's research and development, there are dangers that in some of these things they can put things that can be weaponized. So what are our researchers themselves doing in terms, if we have realized that we must tamper with nature to survive? What are we doing to our scientists? How are we resourcing our scientists and technicians to be able to give us the products for the future? And products which are grown by ourselves with no danger to ourselves. The other thing I would like to comment about is the war on corruption, or theft by public servant. I don't like the word corruption because it mischaracterizes theft to look like something sexy, something good. So the war on theft, Mr. Speaker, sir, has two components. There is the political side and there is the law enforcement side. Let us not fool ourselves that politicians have no role in fighting corruption. If the president stood up today and said that anybody facing allegations of corruption in official documents will not serve in my government, that will be a masterstroke against corruption. So let us not say that corruption has to be left to the DCI, the DPP, and the judges. No. Politicians must create a culture of rejecting corruption as a means of making wealth. Stealing from the public must be anathema to the institutions that govern this country. I did not see the president state that he will not tolerate corruption. Maybe, as you say, his speech was the shortest, and therefore he left out a lot of things, and he will implement them. And I also believe that he has room to do that because I'm waiting to see his budget. I want to see an end to budgeted corruption. Budgets which are padded intentionally to steal from us. We had the experience of the Euro bond, which has not been answered up to today. That's what you talk about budgeted corruption, whereby money was raised on the bond, on the international bond was issued, money was raised, never came to this country, but then the budget was balanced by using local taxes. I would like to see us move away from budgeted corruption. And I would like to see the president demonstrate no tolerance, not even zero tolerance, no tolerance to corruption by not allowing anybody facing a corruption charge to serve in his government, in the public service. They go away, let them be cleared, and once they're cleared, they can come back and serve. That's when it will mean something that we have got war. We cannot have a war where there are no casualties. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to comment on the issue of judicial independence. There is autonomy of the judiciary as an institution financed, but it's the independence of the individual judge who makes decisions, who sits and listens to cases. That one, Mr. Speaker, is the most critical, and I don't see from past experience how that is being addressed. Because I've seen judges who stand on their feet being thrown out of Nairobi, being transferred to nondescript addresses to avoid them making decisions that attract limelight. We would like to see that kind of lack of independence in the judiciary addressed. For funding, it is long overdue. The judicial fund is a constitutional imperative that the judicial fund has to be set up, as has rightly been observed. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I stand here, I wish His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the 5th President of Kenya, the best of everything, from his personal health, to his ideas, to his policies, because if he performs and succeeds, Kenya succeeds. If he fails, Kenya fails. And as a House, I believe that the presidency is a distinct institution from the House, and in this House, we must hold and oversight. We must hold this government to account. We must oversight him, and we control the purse. And with the power of the purse, if we work together in a bipartisan manner, the way the president also pleaded in his speech, then that bipartisanship should ensure that we are able to contain the excesses of the presidency. Because we are not in the traditional mold of an opposition and a governing party. We are in the mold of an elected executive oversighted by an elected House, and the two are independent of each other. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mine here is to wish everybody the best and to pray that God, who created us and put us on this earth to live for a very short time, very, very short time, are able to be used for the purpose for which you were created, and we may be instruments of peace, instruments of developing this country. And the best way to develop this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to imitate the developed. Let us imitate what these people have done to develop, and we shall also develop. But if we think we are going to invent the wheel, we are getting nowhere. The blueprint is there. What kind of banking do we have? What kind of education do we have? How many engineers are we having? Are we closing technical colleges so as to create universities? How are we training technicians? How are we training our farmers? How are we doing research? And our research institutions, including the lands that belong to ADC, that were grabbed, those were research institutions. Lands that belong to Kari that were grabbed. All these lands must come back if the president means what he means, that he wants to turn this country around and push it ahead. It can't be business as usual. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for the opportunity to address this House, and I wish you the best of luck. And every senator here, and those who have left, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Mtata. Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii na mimi niweze kutoa changizo zangu kwenye speech iliyotolewa na rais wetu wa 5 Bwana William Samoei Ruto, ambaye pia ni kinara wetu wa chama cha UDA. Niweze pia kumpa shukrani kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii ili niweze kusimama katika nyumba hii tukufu ili na mimi niweze kutoa changizo zangu. Asanteni wa Kenya kwa kunipa fursa kama mtoto wa kike na kama mtoto ambaye alizalika na kuleleka katika estate moja pale Mombasa inayojulikana kama Paxton. Sisi ni wale ambao tuliweza kufikiwa na mradi wa affordable housing ndani ya Coast Province. Na niliposikia rais wangu akiongelea masuala ya nyumba zenye hadhi na ili wa Kenya waweze kupata nyumba, waweze kujikimu, nilifurahi sana. Na wakati mradi huu ulipokuwa ukianza pale Pakistani, kulikuwa na atiati nyingi na ambe nyingi, lakini tuliweza kukubali na kukumbatia. Japo hakuna mwanadamu ambaye hukubali mageuzi kwa haraka. Bwana Spika, wakazi wa Pakistani waliweza kuondoka, wakapawa pesa kidogo ambazo zingeweza kuwaweka kwa muda wa zile nyumba kutengezwa. Kadri muda ulivyoendelea, ndivyo nafasi na nyoyo za wana Pakistani, mimi nikiwemo mmoja wao, ziliweza kuingiwa na hofu ya kwamba ni vipi watarudi katika nyumba zile. Kwa sababu wakaazi wa Pakistani mpaka sasa hawajaweza kufaulu kupata tenant purchase scheme. Kwa hivyo ombi langu mimi kama mwakilishi upande wa serikali, ningependa wenzangu sote tulioko kwenye serikali na upande ambao hauko upande wa serikali, tuangalie zile hali za wale wakaazi walioondolewa pale. Tuweke tofauti zetu kando ili miradi kama hii ambayo imependekezwa na serikali yetu iweze kufaulu, kwa sababu nakubaliana na rais ya kwamba zile nyumba za Pakistani hazikuwa za hadhi ya binadamu yoyote kuweza kuishi. Nyumba ambazo mvua ikinyesha ulikuwa unavujiwa mpaka uweke vijiko uweze kukinga mvua ile. Bwana Spika, nyumba ambazo kwa chini ambaye anakaa kwenye sehemu ya chini ya nyumba zile alikuwa akiweza kupata mafuriko ya choo, ya sewage, na haikuwa na hadhi. Lakini kuna hofu ambayo naiona kama aliyekuwa mkaazi katika nyumba zile. Hofu ya kwamba serikali inaweza kwenda kupeana ardhi yake kwa wawekezaji binafsi na bila kutimiza malengo, wale wanaokusudiwa kufaidi mradi huu wasiweze kufaidi. Kwa hivyo ningependa nyumba hii iweze kunisikiza kama mwathiriwa, kama mtu ambaye anatarajia wale wenzake warudi, ili tuweze kuweka sheria hawa waliokuwa wakiishi katika zile nyumba waweze kupata tenant purchase scheme ili waweze kurudi katika nyumba zile. Na la pili, mimi natokea upande wa ukanda wa Pwani. Namshukuru sana Rais kwa kuweza kuturegeshea huduma za bandari kule Pwani. Maana bandari ndio uti wa mgongo. Wenyewe Kiingereza ama Kimombo wanasema the ecosystem of the economy of Mombasa and coast at large. Namshukuru na nampongeza sana. Na pili pia ningependa kuongeza, maana speech yake ilikuwa fupi. Ningependekeza pia Rais aweze kuweka kwenye fikra zake mradi wa Dongo Kundu ambao utakwenda kupanua zaidi uchumi wa eneo la Pwani. Dongo Kundu imekuwa mradi ambao umezungumzwa sana katika vitabu vya serikali, na tumeona pia katika allocation za miradi ya serikali kumekuwa na allocation mara 3, na hata taasisi ya bandari Bwana Spika imekubali kwamba iliwahi kupokea fedha zile. Lakini cha kushangaza, hadi leo wale waliokuwa wameondolewa katika ile ardhi pale Dongo Kundu hawajawahi kufidiwa. Tungependa kujua labda tatizo liko upande gani katika taasisi husika. Pili, tuko na viwanda vingi Pwani na tuko na rasilimali. Kama alivyotangulia kusema ndugu yangu Senator Faki, ya kwamba utalii ni miongoni mwa uchumi wa Pwani. Amezungumzia masuala ya open skies. Mimi nitazungumzia ni wapi haswa Kenya iliathirika katika upande wa tourism. Kenya iliathirika zaidi wakati we privatized air ticketing of the tourism sector. Kuna wakati Bwana Spika, hizi hoteli zetu zote na destination zetu zilikuwa na vijumba kule nje ugaibuni, wakiweza kupiga ngoma, na wanapokuwa wakipiga zile ngoma, wale watalii wakipita katika nchi zao wanavutiwa na ile culture yetu kule nje, ndiposa wanakata tikiti wanakuja kutembea. Lakini siku hizi tunaambiwa we live in a digital era. Kwa hivyo watu wakate tikiti kupitia picha tu ambazo wanaziona kwenye mitandao. Mimi ningependekeza kama yawezekana tuweze kuregesha hivi vijumba kule nje ili tuweze kupata watalii, ndio ili uchumi wetu uweze kuimarika zaidi. Na la mwisho bila kusahau, ningependa kusisitiza Wakenya waweze kuwekeza ili tuwache kuomba pesa ambazo tunatozwa interest kubwa sana ambayo inagandamiza ama inasabotage maendeleo ya nchi yetu. Kwa sababu kuwekeza ni kujiwezesha. Kuweka ni kujiwezesha Bwana Spika. Na hata hizi fununu ambazo zinaendelea baada ya Rais kuzungumzia masuala ya uwekezaji kwenye NSSF, hakuna ushuru ambao Rais amependekeza. Rais amependekeza tuweze kuongeza akiba zetu ili tunapostaafu tuweze kupata pesa ambazo zitatustawisha katika maisha yetu ya uzeeni. Kwa hayo mengi ama machache, na washukuru watu wa Mombasa kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii, mimi mtoto wa kike, ili niweze kuwakilisha katika bunge hili. Asante.
Asante sana Senator Miraj. Senator Mundige.
Bwana Spika, majina ni Mudigi, DP Kenya Kwanza, kutoka jimbo la Embu. Pole kwa sababu niliselewa kidogo. Unajua Embu kulikuwa na sinda hapa na pale kwa sababu ya wale watu walichomwa na moto, familia moja wakiwa wote, na tulikuwa asidikisha leo. Kwa hiyo nitoka hapa asubuhi na nikaenda Embu huko Runyenjes, na nimerudi nikiwa nimeselewa, kwa hiyo pole. yangu ni kuunga mkono mazungumzo ya rais wetu Bwana Ruto, kwa sababu mazungumzo yake ilikuwa matamu kama asali ya nyuki. Pia mazungumzo yake ile alizungumza ilikuwa mazuri kama mtu mwelefu, kama mfalme alikuwa anaitwa Solomoni. Kwa sababu ya kwanza, wakati tumechaguliwa hatunjakaa siku nyingi, kutoka tulichaguliwa tumeona matunda mazuri katika jimbo letu la Embu. Kwa kipindi ya miaka 5, miaka 10 kulikuwa na vita ya mambo ya kutengana na kukosana, na kuwa imeleta shida katika Embu, watu wanaenda kotini kwa hapa na pale. Lakini wakati tumechaguliwa pamoja sisi wote, kwa wakati huu kumekuwa hakuna vita, kwa sababu alisema tuwe na amani na umoja. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza ile nafanya niseme naunga hiyo maneno mkono. Ya pili, hospitali zetu zote kwa kipindi ya miaka mingi zimekaa bila dawa. Pia ilikuwa ukienda hospitalini ilikuwa ni kama unaenda kwa kifo. Lakini kwa kipindi ya siku kidogo hospitali zote ndogo na kubwa ziko na dawa. Ya pili, aligusia mambo ya hela ya kulipa wale wanalipa usuru. Pia kutoka siku hiyo pamoja na serikali yetu ya Kenya Kwanza na governor na sisi, unakuta kama walikuwa naokota kama shilingi milioni 7, sasa wanaokota kama mara 3. Kwa hiyo tunaona tunaendelea vizuri. Aligusia mambo ya kilimo. Kama jimbo letu ya Embu tunategemea mambo ya miraa, tunategemea pia mambo ya miraa na mambo ya manjani na mambo ya kahawa na maziwa. Pia tumeona mambo inaendelea kupandirika. Kama sisi jimbo letu la Embu tuweza pata mabawa mingi ya maji, tuweze kulima hiyo miraa, tutaweza kuwa tutafanya kazi nzuri na tutakuwa tunauza mazao yetu hata nje ya ng'ambo. Hiyo ingine aligusia ni mambo ya mbolea. Mbolea ilikuwa toka 6,000, pia tumeona sasa inatoka 3,000, na huko vijijini inaendelea kutanjwa, imeanza kuingia. Kwa hiyo tunaona anafanya kazi nzuri akiwa anatuongoza. Hiyo mambo ingine aligusia ni mambo ya shule. Alisema kuna watu walienda kotini wakasema mambo ya CDF iishe, lakini sasa watoto wetu hawajaenda shule wengine. Lakini juzi aligusia akasema mambo ya pesa ya CDF itarundi. Ya mwisho langu ni kushukuru rais, kwa sababu sisi maseneta hatuko na hela ya kuwa tunaenda kuangalia mangavana wanafanya kazi gani, lakini amesema atahakikisha tutapata hizo hela ndio tuweze kuangalia ile kazi inafanywa na ile miradi inafanywa na county. Kwa hiyo yangu mimi na watu wetu wa Embu County, majimbo ya Embu, Kenya Kwanza, tunaunga rais wetu mkono. Asante. Mungu wa Ibrahim, wa Isaka, wa Jacob atubariki ndio tuweze kukaa na imani ya Bwana. Asante. Barikiweni sana. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Asante sana Senator Mundigi. Senator Chute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm sorry to say I'm addressing an empty house. Mr. Speaker, let me thank God first for this opportunity, then also congratulate the President, the Deputy President, the Senators, MPs, and also the MCS, both elected and nominated. Mr. Speaker, the President was talking about 300 billion savings. What I would like to say is we have a revenue of 2.1 trillion against a borrowing of 900 billion. If the President wants to save 300 billion, I think he should have started with trying to see if he can lower the corruption from its current 30% to 20%, or let's say 10%. If we save 20%, out of the 3 trillion, the government is going to save 694 billion. The problem we have is not savings. The problem we have is corruption. If we reduce corruption from 30 to 10%, we are going to save almost 700 billion. And why do we have this problem? It's institutions, EACC, Parliament, Senate, the judiciary. I think what we need to do is, first of all, before we start with other things, we need to start with corruption. We work on corruption. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, the President talked about affordable housing. Affordable housing can't be affordable if the cost of production is high. You need to reduce the cost of production first, then you talk about affordable housing. In Kenya today, the electricity bills are very, very high. If you want to reduce cost, let us come up with renewable energy. We have a wind farm in Marsabit, which is producing about, I think, 90 megawatts. We need to increase this on a yearly basis to about up to 300. I think that way we might reduce cost of production. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about PPP on water purchase agreement. This is good. But what we need to look at is how much is it going to cost the local mwananchi? We need to have a legislation that will make sure the cost will be lowered. The other thing also, Mr. Speaker, is on NSSF. He said, you pay 2 shillings, the government will give 1 shilling. That is about 50%. I would like to ask, is it viable? That's almost 50%, not even almost, it's 50%. If I have a deposit with NSSF of 1 million, the government will give me 500,000. Is it workable? Is it realistic? We need to look into that also. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about scaling up farm production. That is good. In Marsabit, where I come from, we have got a mixture of so many things. We have big farms in Marsabit. We have livestock. We have fisheries, wildlife. We have one of the best forests in Kenya, which is a rainforest. We have gold deposit, iron ore deposit. We have a wind farm, which is Lake Turkana wind farm. Unfortunately, we have bandits also in Marsabit. So what I am trying to say is, while looking at the farming sector, we need to look at fish, also in Marsabit from Lengalani, Lake Turkana. We look at also how we are going to improve livestock production so that our people can earn a living. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take much time. The other issue I wanted to raise is about universal health care. This is very, very important. And we need to have a legislation in place as soon as possible so that we can help our people get universal health care, which is very, very important. What we have now is NHIF. NHIF, like the President said, a small man, a hustler, pays 500 shillings. And somebody who works in the government or any other institution who is earning less than 10,000 pays 150. So we need to have a legislation in place so that a common man, a hustler, will also pay less. And somebody who is employed will pay more. So I think we need to look at that also, to have a legislation that will help a common man. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about drought mitigation. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have, especially in northern Kenya, are two. One is God-made, and the other is man-made. Man-made is corruption. The food that are supposed to go to the poor people, which is from the government, the national government, the NGOs, are being stolen up to the tune of maybe 70% to 80%. So if we look at only God-made calamities and we leave out the corruption, Mr. Speaker, we are making a very big mistake. As a House, we need to put legislation in place so that instead of giving people food, we start using cash transfer system, which is being used by many NGOs today in northern Kenya. And that way, you will not have problems of transportation, food being stolen from the start. The businessman steals, the driver, the turn boy, the storage facility, and then the chiefs and the committees. If we give cash transfer priority, I think we'll reduce a lot of corruption in those areas. Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say is, as this House, we should have the country, our country first. Let us not put our party first. And I want to say this. If we have a legislation that is going to be pro-people, we are going to support. Because the problem we have is corruption is killing the common man. If you look at what the President said, low-cost housing. Low-cost housing, he was talking about getting public land or government land for free. I don't think that is a good idea. We've seen this before. I've lived long to see these things. There are farms in Moidabi, in Naivasha, in Dabibi, which was ADC farms. The president then, President Moi, wanted to give it to the poor. But unfortunately, 90% went to the politicians, the big people in the office, the ministers, the CEOs. And today, those land are being sold or have been sold to other institutions, other big people. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about free land, I think we should be very, very careful. We look at why is it free? Why do you want to give free land? Why don't you ask the investor to put more story building? If he intended to put 20, you can ask him or convince him or give him initiatives to put 30. That will take care of the cost, the land cost. Let him not pay the land for the land immediately. It can be captured in each unit. That will make the true cost of the land plus the houses. You cannot say the houses are affordable when you didn't put the cost of the land. You should put the cost of the land also to know if it is affordable or not affordable. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take much of your time. I know the people are tired now. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Chute. Since there is no other senator who is wishing to contribute to this speech, I now wish to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate all our colleagues who have taken time to give their views and submissions on the speech that was given by His Excellency the President during the official opening of the 13th Parliament. Have taken time to also listen for the last 3 days, 3 parliamentary days. To all our colleagues, share, agree with the President, disagree, misunderstand him, all in a day's work, Mr. Speaker, I may say. On many of the policy positions that he has taken, I can see that there's still a lot of formal public participation and legislature education, if I may put it that way, Mr. Speaker, because maybe having had the opportunity of being part of the team that worked on our manifesto, which is otherwise known as a plan, many of these issues are properly known to me, but maybe the way they were captured in the speech and how it has been explained elsewhere has left many of our colleagues confused and not sure, because on many occasions you listen to someone and say, that's not really what this policy position is about. But I look forward to a time where we'll interact together with our colleagues on board some of the very good proposals that I've had on the floor, and from both sides actually of the aisle, some justified, some not so justified. Of course, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we still live in a time and age where people believe that if you're on the minority side or on the opposition, if it's out there, that if the president takes the right route on a particular issue, you must stand left. I don't believe the 21st century legislature is about such things, Mr. Speaker. I believe you can make better whatever policy propositions are being made. In any case, there is nowhere else that laws are made. All these proposals will be brought here for us to legislate, for us to take policy positions, for us to pass them in form of regulations. Therefore, there's no need to worry, because eventually what the president can do is to propose, but the ultimate decision lies with the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, where they'll come and listen. If it is a proposal, say, for the amendment of NSSF Act, people will come and argue, raise their issue, and the justification will be given. I believe our committees of parliament, Committee on Labor, is made up of, or rather will be made up of men and women of integrity, people who understand what the issues are, what the history has been, and they'll be able to give the right proposition so that we are able to move our country forward. The same can be said of NSSF. I believe those who are in the Lands Committee will see the proposals on housing and urban housing, because nobody denies that there is a problem in this country and that we must change, and change quite radically at it. We cannot procure the solutions that have found us, that we have tried since 1963 and have been found not to be working, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to appreciate all our colleagues who've taken time to speak on this particular matter. I don't wish to speak longer than that, Mr. Speaker, because I know it's late in the evening, people are tired. We have a long day tomorrow and quite some work that we need to accomplish. As per our standing orders, of course, the office of the clerk will prepare actually and bind into one document all the proposals and contributions of colleague senators, and it will be sent to the presidency so that they can also get to hear and understand what are the things that members are grappling with, what are the good ideas that have come out of this floor. If there is misinformation, they may endeavor to communicate better so that leaders can have a buy-in, because it's important to have the buy-in of the leadership of this country in many of the proposals that are being made by this new administration. Otherwise, I appreciate all our colleagues. Thank you for those who have stayed. I know there are many that feel bad that they are speaking late in the night when the rest of our colleagues have walked out. We will endeavor. I hope the people that are fixing the system, the system that we use in the chamber, will actually do a good job so that tomorrow we don't have this problem, so that people can queue and you just go look at the clerk's table, you know what time, approximate what time that you are likely to speak, and we move on together. So with those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 84-2, I make a ruling and determination that the matter does not affect counties, and now wish to put the question. Honorable Senators, I put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 27-6, the thanks of the Senate be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament delivered on Thursday, 29th September 2022. And will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, I now move the next order on adjournment. Honorable Senators, having concluded the business appearing in the order number 8 in today's supplementary order paper, and the time being 8:49 p.m., the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 12th October 2022 at 2:30 p.m.